The second half of the Sprint Cup Series season begins this weekend in New England. Cars rolling off for the opening practice here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway in Loudon, New Hampshire. And I'm not sure who the chief meteorologist is for this racetrack, but they get an attaboy for today. 76 degrees, a slight breeze for the fans. And the forecast, yep, mostly sunny all weekend long. Good to have you with us here on Speed with Darrell Waltrip and Larry McReynolds. I'm Adam Alexander. So DW, let me get this straight. 3 weeks ago on a road course at Sonoma, 2 weeks ago Daytona, last week the mile-and-a-half at Kentucky, and now this.
Yeah, but you know what? Fast speeds. Everywhere we go, we got fast speeds, and today's no different. You're going to go down these straightaways. Probably, I don't know, I have to get to telemetry here in a little while to look at it, but probably around 160 miles an hour. You're going to slow down to about 60 miles an hour in the middle of the corner. How are you going to do that? Heavy braking. So you got to have good brakes, not only to win the race, but to stop the car. And then you got to be able to accelerate up off these corners. And Larry, that's a big challenge.
Well, it is. And I think what you'll hear a lot of these drivers say as we interview them during this practice is I'm trying to get my car to roll the middle of the corner. In other words, rotate and then get that good drive off the corner. But you saw the weather, and it's only going to get hotter. So I think the word we'll hear also a lot is I'm looking for more grip. It may be in the rear, it may be in the front. But the good news, guys, I think the drivers, the teams, they like this schedule. This is back to a normal schedule. You can focus. Yeah, you'll get some race runs in this hour and a half, but the big focus will be qualifying this afternoon because we get 2 practices tomorrow to really get ready to race.
And one of the teams trying to get dialed in for another victory here, Kurt Busch and his crew chief Steve Addington. For more, let's head down to the garage and Matt Yoakum.
Adam, much like the shuttle liftoff a week ago, the countdown clock has truly begun for that race to make the chase. Now, guys like Kurt Busch, who are top 5 in points, they're sitting in a very good position. But when you look at the win column, Kurt only has 1 victory. So their emphasis trying to knock off a couple more wins before the chase starts. That way, when the lineup are reshuffled, right now, they would be in the bottom half of the top 10. He's 4th in points. He's won here 3 of the last 14 races. And Adam, you mentioned, weather's going to be great tomorrow, so their emphasis during this practice session solely on qualifying to have a good run later this afternoon. Terrell Shaheen.
Matt, Tony Stewart's been off racing his sprint car in Ohio the last couple of nights. He's a little bit under the weather from all that dust, feeling a little bit of a cold coming on. He said the highlight was racing side by side with Sammy Swindell and Steve Kinzer, a couple of his true racing heroes. But now it's time to focus on the stock car. He's strapped in. He's going to feel a little bit better and get after it here now, guys.
And Tony Stewart coming to a place where he feels quite comfortable. Pair of victories here at New Hampshire, and a driver, when you look at the standings, that could use a victory, and a man who just picked up his 3rd of the year, Kyle Busch, and picked up the point lead in the process, Darrell.
Had a great run in Kentucky. I mean, dominated that race, and of course, you know how good he is here. He finished 2nd to Jeff Gordon. Yeah, he's going to be a guy you're going to have to deal with. But the guys that I think you're going to have to deal with is his brother, because his brother has shot straight to the top of the charts here right off in practice.
Yeah, Kurt Busch, you heard Matt Yoakum talk about him working on qualifying runs. And how about who's right behind Kurt Busch? His teammate, Brad Keselowski, who sat on the pole here last September with a new track record. But going back to what Matt was talking about, the focus on qualifying, Darrell, when you've got that good forecast here, this is one of the shorter races that we run. It's only right at a little over 300 miles. You want to qualify good every week, but you want to start up front at this 1 mile track.
Yeah, because we've seen it time and time again on tracks like this. Strategy is so critical and vital to who's going to win this race. Maybe you only take 2 tires, get that track position, because you have a tough time passing here.
Where's the easiest place to pass, Darrell?
In the pits.
That's right. Joey Logano loves coming home. He's a New England boy and made his first start here in the Sprint Cup Series, got his first career win here, and perhaps most impressive, as a kid, this is the first place he ever came and watched a race. You know it's special when he gets on track at New Hampshire.
Darrell, when he got on the brakes there, you were talking about braking, getting in the corner. I saw the back end of that car swing out on the braking as he turned down into the corner.
Yeah, one of the big differences in these cars today and maybe a few years ago was they use so much more rear brake on these cars than we used to. Rear brakes were almost an afterthought. We just looked at the front, stuck something on the back that would just kind of slow the back wheels down. Now they've got such a great balancing system where they can run really big brakes on the back to help do what they wanted to do, want the car to rotate. They do that by using a lot of rear brake.
You know, Adam, looking at Joey Logano, unlike a lot of drivers, he's sitting in the top 20 in points. He's 20th right now. If this group can get their act together and win a race, they can make the chase over these next 7 races. When you think about Regan Smith, who has a win, but it's going to be a stretch for him to get to the top 20.
Well, Logano has looked good, Larry. 6th at Sonoma, 3rd at Daytona a couple of weeks ago. Kurt Busch, quickest in practice.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? What, do you live under a rock?
No way. Hey, Rick, check this out.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
After we stay 2 times at a hotel, who wants a free night? Free night! Free!
You ask for free, we give you free. Right now, when you stay 2 separate times at any of these Choice Hotels, you'll earn 1 night free. Book today at choicehotels.com.
We're in the mood for amazing seafood tonight. Pan-seared just for us. Anybody?
You know, sizzling shrimp and scallops.
Perfectly seared tilapia made to order. On an all-you-can-eat dinner buffet.
For around $10.
Heads up.
Only Golden Corral would serve up endless made-to-order pan-seared seafood. It's incredible shrimp, tilapia, and scallops with your choice of amazing sauces. All on our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10.
$10? Bam!
Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
Just because I'm a car guy doesn't mean I don't care about the environment.
I also care about doing things right.
And what I'm leaving behind.
Valvoline Next Gen. Recycled oil made from a breakthrough process to exceed industry standards. See how Next Gen recycled oil is better than new oil. Go to Valvoline.com.
Because of these changes, the battle for the 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series trophy is going to be one for the history books. Let's continue by taking a look at some of the new cars that you'll see on track this year. Collect all 4.
Are there going to be any drivers on this tour?
Ta-da!
Can they breathe in there?
The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. Something new around every turn.
Speech presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice from New Hampshire, brought to you by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. 8 minutes into the opening practice of the weekend. And Greg Biffle on track, former winner here at New Hampshire, and welcomes a new man aboard the pit box this week. Matt Pusha is his new crew chief, and when you talk about the new system and trying to make the chase, it is time, with 8 races until NASCAR's version of the playoffs, to make something happen. I think that's what they're trying to do here.
Well, he's sitting 14th in the points, 33 points out of the top 10, so they know it's still attainable. But back to Matt Pusha, he has been with Roush Fenway since 2004. He's been working on their super speedway program. He was actually Paul Menard's crew chief in the NNS series last year. So Matt has a huge background with Roush Fenway.
And it's become obvious, and all of us have followed this kind of ever since really maybe Charlotte or before, with Greg Irwin and Greg Biffle at each other. And you know, at some point, that reminds me of me and Tim Brewer back when I drove for Junior Johnson. At some point, something's got to give. You two knuckleheads either got to get on the same page and work together, or we're going to have to make a change. Apparently, they just got at each other and couldn't let go of it, and they had to make a change.
And there was a time when you would let things like that ride and see if it would work itself out. And now when you look at the setup with the championship the way it is, can't let it ride anymore.
Yeah,
you gotta get after it.
We had 30, 32, 36, whatever races we had back to work it out. These guys have got 26. The season is much shorter now. The regular season is, so you can't let things go.
David Gilliland out on track and impressive early. He is 5th of the 40 cars that have been on track. Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski, Juan Pablo Montoya, and David Rudiman, those in front of him.
How about Rudiman? Finished 2nd last week, Kentucky. Here he is right there in the top 4 again. They have some new cars that they've brought to the racetrack. Michael had one, it ran great, didn't make the race at Kentucky. David had one, and he finished 2nd, so they're on to something there.
And you know, I was a little bit almost upset at the end of that race when those guys had to pit for fuel, unlike anyone else. and they came to pit road and they only went with right side tires, and I'm thinking 4 tires is almost free. I talked to David Ruderman in the coach slot after the race, and he said, Larry, we almost debated not changing tires at all. He said our car hated new tires, but we decided to at least go with right sides.
I think what a lot of guys were saying, and I saw it too in practice, sticker tires took them too long to come in. I know Michael told me he ran his fastest lap on his 26th lap on tires. So I think putting 4 on, unless you had 4 really nice, maybe a couple lap scuffs, 4 stickers might not have been a good idea. So I think that's had something to do with it too, Larry.
Watch the best of NASCAR on Speed shows online, on demand. Go to the video section of speed.com or NASCAR.com each weekend for interviews and race recaps from your favorite speed programs such as Trackside, Race Day, Victory Lane, and more.
Marcus Ambrose right now is 34th quickest, but I get the feeling with the number of laps he's run, a total of 8, working 9 laps, that Todd Parrott Marcus right now getting in some race runs with this 9 car.
He might be there because I've been watching him, and he's been kind of all over the racetrack. I saw him run some really high lines. I saw him get right down around the bottom of the racetrack on the yellow line, but the car looks like it might not be handling just like he wants it to.
Most of the drivers in the top 10 have turned 2 laps, certainly an indication that they have designated the early portion of this practice session to work on qualifying setup. And then you got Ryan Newman, top 5 last week at Kentucky. He's turned 7 laps and he's in the top 10. That may be an indication that they're pretty sporty right now in race trim.
It may be, and you know, it's really hard for a driver. I know just from my experience, when your car is not exactly like you want it, and the crew chief tells you to go out and run you maybe 10, 15 laps and give me some feedback. You run about 3 or 4 and you say, I want to come in. This thing is junk. But really and truly, you got to give the car a chance. Maybe it's a setup that takes some air pressure building up, or maybe the thing will get better for you, because I always tell you, just hang with it. It'll get better.
It'll come to you.
It'll come to you.
A crew chief lies to his driver, Darrell? Huh?
Constantly.
What is it? I think you told me this one time, Larry. As a crew chief, you got to sell lots of blue sky.
Yeah.
You got to be a heck of a salesman.
Well,
I promise.
Here's what I always told them. Lie to me, because if you tell me the truth, it's going to kill me.
You were mentioning Ryan Newman, Adam. He's run the most laps of anyone in the top 10. This has been a good track for Ryan. He has a couple of wins here. And in fact, he's on the pole for the modified race that's going to be run tomorrow. He won both of those races here a year ago.
Well, that's amazing. But let me tell you what's more amazing. You know where Andy Petrie qualified?
So Andy's running the modified race.
Andy qualified 5th. I talked to him in the coach slot. He was strutting around down there like Andy can do. And I said, man, where'd you get the car? Built it myself.
And he didn't hesitate.
No, sir. He said, I worked on that car all by myself. Built that car all by myself. Built that thing. I've been wanting to build one. I said, so where'd you get the motor? Built it myself. So I've got to tell you, I'm pretty impressed with Andy.
You didn't dare ask him who the crew chief was, did you?
No, he is.
Ryan Newman, certainly one of the more versatile drivers coming up through the open wheel ranks. And here's A.J. Allmendinger, another one with a diverse background. Had some things going. 13th on the road course in Sonoma, 10th at Daytona, and a bit of a bugaboo last week at Kentucky. Dropped him to 18th in the standings. But going back to your point earlier about Joey Logano, here's another driver. It's in the top 20 in the standings. And if they could just find a way to get to victory lane, they'd be setting themselves up for a potential wild card spot in the chase.
Yeah, he's sitting there 18th in the points. So there's a lot of drivers that have an opportunity now with these 7 or 8 races to go before the chase, get a win, and who knows, you might be in.
15 minutes into practice, Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski, Juan Pablo Montoya, David Ruderman, and David Gilliland, the top 5.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, all season long, live on Speed.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why each year we bring you the Free Fuel 5000, giving away thousands of gift cards and giving one lucky driver 5,000 gallons of free fuel. Just get a Sunoco decal, get spotted with it, and you win. Why are we giving away so much?
Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world. For the past 10 years,
in less time than you need to make a bag of popcorn, you can become an organ donor. All it takes is 90 short seconds out of your life to one day save someone else's.
Good buddy, Tone got his money up, worth millions, still back up, kid looking for me while you're staring at the angel with death. Lion, lion, pants on fire, you burning up like Command Rex. This is architect music, verbal street opera, poppin' S-Man, Fluid got the projects booming and D&D.
Don't miss X Games 17, July 28th through 31st. Catch all the action on ESPN3.com with Xfinity Internet. Call us today at 1-800-XFINITY.
I'm Jamie McMurray, driver of the #1 Bass Pro Chevy. Join me in uniting for my hometown, Joplin, Missouri, by getting your band at Bass Pro Shops to support disaster relief efforts.
Busy day here on Speed. Sprint Cup practice now, nationwide practice later, and the Cup car is going to qualify late this afternoon. Kurt Busch quickest in this opening practice. Carl Edwards is 6th. Matt?
Already been on the racetrack, like you mentioned, top 10 in practice. So, Carl, when you look at racing here at New Hampshire on Sunday, what's probably one of the most underestimated factors to success? Aero?
I think so. I think that, a lot of times you come to this flat 1 mile racetrack and you think, if we get our car perfect, we'll be able to march through the field. But if you come off pit road in a bad position, it's really difficult aero-wise to work past guys. They can pin you down. You'll be underneath them just sliding. Steam will be coming out of yours because you just can't make something happen. So hopefully we can focus on this qualifying session with our Ortho Fusion, start up front and not have to deal with that.
Now, this is a home game for Roush Fenway Racing. You always end up having functions down in Boston, but you're also kind of like a human GPS. Any issues this past week at maybe a toll plaza?
I was hoping you weren't going to bring that up, but yes, we are here. The Fenway's home, Boston. It's huge for us. But I met my match, all right? And he works at a toll booth right outside of the Boston airport. My trainer, Dean, from CTS was with me, and he wants to hire this guy because I asked him for directions. And when I tried to cut him off, he said, "You going to tell me or am I going to tell you?" I said, "Okay, I'll listen." And I tried to cut him off again, and he said, "Listen to me. The only way you're going to figure out where you're going is if you listen to my directions." I said, "Yes, sir." So the toll booth guys here in Boston are very, very helpful. Do not interrupt them. They'll put you in your place.
Now, his cousin isn't named Bob Osborne, is it?
Exactly. He might be a distant relative of Bob's. That's probably right. But we got where we were going, and I got put in my place.
I'm just not sure what to make out of that interview.
Well, what I make out of it, having been one, drivers will interrupt you.
So we told you Carl is 6th. Here's his teammate David Reagan 30th in the momentum category. Win at Daytona, top 10 at Kentucky, and here's a team trying to stay in the top 20 in points to make the chase. And this is a track that they probably circled as one they need to get through. Not the best when you look at David's resume.
I think that win at Daytona was just what this kid needed. How many years have we been saying, Larry? 2 or 3, this is a breakout year, breakout year. What he needed was that confidence. And that win at Daytona, I believe, gave him a shot of confidence that could just carry him right into the chase.
Right when we started speaking about him, he was 30th, but on that last lap, he jumped up to 20th. He's run a total of 10 laps, and I think back to how well he ran at Richmond in the spring. There's a lot of similarities between Loudon and Richmond. This is the same car he finished 4th with, same tire that we ran at Richmond and Phoenix, so should be a good racetrack for him.
What are they saying right now, Ralph?
I just spoke to some of their crew guys, Adam, and they're in qualifying trim right now, so I'm not really surprised to see him jumping up the speed chart.
So it's almost like what he and Drew Blickensderfer did was what we spoke about at the top of the show. They got one race run in, got a little bit of information, and then flipped it over to qualifying trim for the rest of this practice session.
You want a little state of comparison? In 2010, David Reagan had one top 10 finish through the first 18 races. That 8th place run last week at Kentucky, his 6th top 10 of the year. So this is a team that has no doubt stepped up their game, and it's paying big dividends. 38 cars has been a hot seat lately. You had Tony Ave driving it on the road course at Sonoma a few weeks ago. Sam Hornish Jr. was in at Pocono, and this weekend J.J. Yaley driving the 38 for Front Row Motorsports.
Yeah, and the reason J.J. Yaley is in it this week is Travis Quapple, who is the normal driver for this car, was scheduled to run in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series race in Iowa. But after they did the deal with J.J., Travis is not in that truck. Todd Bodine is in that truck. Travis will be back in this car at Indy. And Front Row Motorsports has a third car they've started this week that Jeff Green's in, the 55 car. That's the car that Jeff Green is in here that Yaley will be in at Indy.
You know, Larry, think about a new crew chief on this 16 car. I always had a theory. Every time I changed crew chief, it cost me $1 million. Because, and you know this, how many times have you gone in to work on somebody else's race car? I don't see how the man drove this thing. I got to cut the snout off. I'm going to have to put this snout on. I got to put these spindles on. I got to change this. I got to change that. Is that not true?
It is true, but I think that the ace in the hole with Matt Future that you see there on the left, he is a Roush Fenway guy. He has been there in the trenches with Greg Irwin and with these guys, so I think he's already in line with their procedure. I think the big thing, and it doesn't make Greg Irwin a bad crew chief. It doesn't make Greg Biffle a bad driver. You said it. They just got off of the same page with each other. It happened with myself and Dale Earnhardt. I'm sure it happened with you and crew chiefs you had. Doesn't make either one of you a bad guy. You just aren't on lines with communication.
Yeah, when people working on your race car, and here's a perfect example, when people working on your race car lose confidence in you as a driver, when they start working on you more than they do the car, then that's when you got to make a change.
Well, we talk about confidence and what it means, and we've had a couple of good examples early in this practice. David Rudiman, David Reagan, and now you go to the other side of the coin. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has struggled the last few weeks, no doubt about it, and he enters here with needing to make something happen. And I think a lot of it goes to confidence. And the good news, Darrell, is he had a couple of good runs here last year.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he finished 4th here last year. And, you know, last week in Kentucky, he was running pretty good. But then when he came down, they were going to fuel only, and he locked up the left front tire, slid it, and then when he went back on the racetrack, it blew out.
Yeah, he was running in the top 10, made a pit stop, and then, as Darrell mentioned, the tire issue. 22 minutes into practice, Kurt Busch continues atop the board.
Tonight, the Granite State will be rocking when the wildest party in racing lights up Loudon, and Joey Logano stops by for some fun. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from New Hampshire tonight at 7 Eastern on Speed.
So, your seat good? Get the mirrors all adjusted? You can see everything okay? Just stay off the freeways, all right? I don't want you going out on those yet. Just leave your phone in your purse. I don't want you texting. Okay?
Daddy, okay?
Okay. There you go. Be careful.
Thanks, Dad.
Call me, but not while you're driving. We knew this day was coming. That's why we bought a Subaru.
This guy I met online, he could be...
What if a disaster strikes without warning? What if life as you know it has completely turned on its head? What if everything familiar becomes anything but? Before a disaster turns your family's world upside down, it's up to you to be ready. Get a kit, make a plan, be informed today. Learn how at ready.gov.
We are the face of Comcast. I'm a perfectionist. At least I try to be.
At Comcast, we solve problems.
If we don't resolve the problem the first time,
we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
You're a customer, you deserve it. If you're a new customer and you're not satisfied with our services,
you can get your money back in the first 30 days. It's a phenomenal thing to offer to our customers.
We're only as good as our word. And our word is good.
Whether it's giving you a $20 credit if we're late or 30 days to try us out, at Comcast, we're all about the customer. And that's always guaranteed.
Brent brings you an inside look at what is happening now in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. No one better at this track when it comes to wins than Jeff Burton. 4 times he's gone to victory lane. For more stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed. So there is dominating a race, and then there is laying it on him. Burton's got a history of doing that here, huh?
Yeah, he did. He had all 300 laps here back in, what was that, 2000?
Yeah.
But here's a cat that he would just like to finish in the top 10. Oh, forget a win. Could I just get a top 10, brother?
I saw Todd Barrier this morning as crew chief, and I said, hey, have a good weekend. And he said, boy, we need one.
No kidding.
And if you look back at his last 2 races here, in 2010, he had top 5 runs going in both of them. Got caught up in a crash late in one of the races, and then the fuel mileage deal beat him in the other one.
I think that might be one of the frustrating things for Jeff Burton is he's been pretty competitive for about 3/4 of a race. But it seems like almost inevitably that last quarter of the race he gets into some kind of trouble, usually not of his own making, but gets knocked out.
His teammate is probably feeling the same pain because he has fallen the 12th in the points. He's had back-to-back DNFs. But this is a good racetrack for Clint Boyer. 2 wins here. And Ralph, he's also making his 200th career start here this weekend.
Yeah, quite a few, isn't it? He's a little loose right now, Larry, and he's having trouble getting the throttle when he goes up and off the turns. He steps on that throttle, and he's just having a real hard time getting that car to hook up.
He's got Good Sam on the car this weekend. And, of course, they're a part of the Camping World Group. And they'll set you up any way you need when it comes to RVs, and I'm sure they're proud to be on with Boyer this weekend, who has had so much success here at New Hampshire.
Yeah, this team just doesn't want to come in here too high.
You couldn't resist, could you? So you got two of the Richard Childress Racing cars that we have seen, Burton and Boyer, and now Kevin Harvick, who fell to 3rd in the points last week.
You know what that comment he made will get me in the garage area in the morning? Will you please tell DW?
I meant on a high. They're on a high. They want to come here on too much of a high.
Let's go to Matt.
And the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. back in the garage here. He's never won here, but he had top 10s in both races a year ago. Jr. saying on the first run that the car just pushed tremendously through the center and rolled over on the right front on exit. They made some changes, went back out. He likes the direction they're headed. It has much more of a feel like he had here a year ago. A little bit loose on entry, but his biggest issue, guys, is down in turn 4. He feels like that they either ground the racetrack or maybe something was spilled, or he said, and I quote, something weird going on with the pavement. Just no grip, no rubber there, but his exit off turn 2 is very well. So they have a lot of positive notes here off the past 2 runs on the 88, so they like the direction they're headed. He's 21st on the board.
Yeah, you can see a difference in the color of the racetrack there. It looks like part of it's sealed, part of it wasn't, or been patched or something. But, you know, Larry, ever since we went to this car, this COT car, Dale Jr. has had one common complaint every week. Falling over on the right front. There's always something about the right front. That's because this car just feels like it's top heavy.
Yes.
It feels like it rolls over more. I think that's something that really aggravates him every week.
Now you see in the garage area that the drivers and the teams, they're parked by how they are in points. You saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88 right next door to Ryan Newman in the 39. Hard to believe that's the only 2 drivers in the top 10 in points that's not been the victory lane in 2011.
All of the top 7 have won. You got Junior and Newman, who are in the 8th and 9th positions, and Denny Hamlin, 10th, of course, has a victory winning at Michigan last month. And here's Mark Martin, former New Hampshire winner. In fact, won the first ever pole for a race here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
This is a good race. This should be a good racetrack for Mark. And for this team, this is a team that Dale Jr. drove for last year, so they got some good notes for here. Mark likes, this is a Milwaukee kind of a feeling racetrack, and Mark was awesome in that old racetrack.
But he's a lot like Joey Logano, A.J. Allmendinger, sitting back there 19th in the points. Needs to win a race.
He's in the top 5 in this practice session.
So where's the best place to be this summer? I'm going to say leading the way with Ford. It's only the best-selling brand in America. When you're cruising around town in a Ford Fusion, you're cruising in style. And on the highway, you're getting 33 miles per gallon. Plus, Ford Fusion was ranked the most dependable among midsize cars by J.D. Power and Associates. So when's the best time to get a great deal? That'd be right now.
Now, during the Ford Best Place to Be sales event, get a Fusion with 0% APR financing for 60 months.
The Ford Best Place to Be sales event. It's a great place to be.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
Prevent costly transmission repairs with the proper maintenance. Using Z-Max micro lubricant in your trans fluid prevents harmful deposits and varnish buildup that can cause slipping and premature wear.
Z-Max doesn't replace the transmission fluid, it works with the fluid to penetrate and clean areas where other transmission fluid can't.
Z-Max Transmission Treatment. Pick some up at Kmart today.
Z-Max Transmission Treatment. It'll save you money.
Z-Max. It's in the science.
Hi, I'm Ray from Safe Light. A chip is 1,000 micro cracks waiting to spread. One big bump and crack. We'll have to replace the whole windshield, but not if we repair the chip first. With Safe Light's exclusive resin, it fills the tiniest cracks. It bonds stronger, lasts longer than other resins. Pretty strong, huh, buddy? And we guarantee it for life. Plus, thanks to her insurance, a repair was no cost to her. Why risk it? Schedule now.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Just under an hour remaining in the opening practice of the weekend for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series here in Loudon, New Hampshire. Kurt Busch at the top of the speed charts, and right behind him his teammate Brad Keselowski. Got to be feeling good, Ralph.
Well, it says right here, Adam, man up at the magic mile on the back of his Miller Lite Dodge Charger. But you know, Darrell, he was out here just this last run, about 2 laps in. He just about lost it. He drove it straight back in here to the garage area. Doesn't necessarily mean that anything's wrong with the car. Sometimes you just got to get your driver in gear, don't you?
He may have wanted to get out and work on his outfit, you know, if the car was that bad, loose. But you know what? I love this kid. Hear him last week. Did you hear him in the nationwide race last week talking to David Hyder, Kevin Harvick's crew chief? Dude, I'm not going to let you pass me. And I know you're listening, so I can run us both out of gas, or we can settle down here and you can follow me. He was talking. He knew that Hyder was listening, so he was telling him, you can do whatever you want to, but you're not going to pass me.
As you see Bobby Labonte on track, what impressed me last week about Brad in the Cup race, not that he led all those laps, but the fact that they had radio communication issues. And here's a driver that had the presence of mind to check the scoring pylon and know when he needed to pit next. I mean, there's a guy that was listening when he had his meeting with the crew chief on race morning.
He's a sharp kid, but he didn't know that on top of the roof was loose and on the door was pushing. He still had to figure that out.
Minor detail, right?
You know, a real feel-good story with Bobby Labonte. Before the season started, Bobby and the 47 team, they visited 6-year-old Jordan Jimsick in the hospital, who was fighting leukemia. And she was in need of surgery and a bone marrow transplant. And what they did, they started working on the awareness of being swabbed. And a match was found for Jordan. She recently had the bone marrow transplant, and she just returned home from Washington, D.C. How about this? Cancer-free.
It's good news. And I know Bobby and everybody with this team certainly touched by that story, and he'd love to go out this weekend and deliver something positive on the racetrack. You know, the Camping World Truck Series was meant to race in a place like Iowa, don't you think? I mean, you think of trucks, you think of Iowa, where they're going to do it tomorrow night, and it's going to be good. Don't miss the Camping World Truck Series live from Iowa Speedway. It happens at 7:30 Eastern Time, and you can see it right here on Speed.
Chris Devoto be doing the setup, and I think Chris Devoto, she's an Iowa girl. That's a home game for her.
Certainly is.
Tony Stewart, 30th right now in practice. He has turned 14 laps. When you look at those two numbers, it tells me he's probably working on the car in race trim right now.
Seem to do that. That seems to be their pattern. They get out there, run some laps, get the car underneath Tony. I think that's smart. I mean, you know, if the car is uncomfortable in race trim, and it's not going to be very comfortable when you go to qualify if you're going to try to pick up some speed. So I like this. That's the way I would do it.
I can almost make a prediction if they stick with their pattern. Probably with about 15 minutes to go in practice, they'll make one mock qualifying run, and that'll be the feel that Tony has when he has to qualify a little later on this afternoon.
And as Larry pointed out off the top of our show, been doing a lot of racing in recent weeks where you show up, you practice, you qualify, and then you race. This weekend, you have a 90-minute practice session, qualify later today, and then 2 more practices tomorrow to get it dialed in for Sunday.
And that's the way it should be. I mean, I think it improves the quality of the race when you can get on the racetrack and work on your race setup and not have anything else on your mind on Saturday before the race, I just think that makes the car better. I think it makes the racing better.
Saw Tony Stewart, a two-time winner here at New Hampshire, and Jeff Gordon has been very good at this racetrack as well. Sprint brings you an inside look at what is happening now in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. We told you Gordon good here at New Hampshire. How about over 1,200 laps led? That's the most all time. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed.
You know, Adam, we always compare racetracks to other racetracks. You know, I could say it's a little bit like Milwaukee, Larry. It's a little bit like Richmond. I think it's a little bit like Phoenix. But I think if you throw all those together, this cat on the screen right here, he's good at all those. I don't know about Milwaukee. I don't guess he's ever been there. But certainly at Phoenix, we know he won there. And this track has some of those same characteristics.
Jeff Gordon right now 22nd in practice. Kurt Busch went out early, went to the top of the board, and he has stayed right there.
You deserve world-class emergency roadside service. Good Sam Emergency Road Service has performed over 1.5 million rescues to date. Developed and road tested for RV owners who demand the best, we also cater to truck, motorcycle, and passenger auto owners. Good Sam does not charge extra mileage for towing your vehicle to the nearest repair facility. Call 866-GO-GOOD-SAM today and pay just $56 for the first year. That's a savings of 50%. You must act now to take advantage of this exclusive offer. 1-866-GO-GOOD-SAM. Call now.
Last year, the U.S. used enough plastic water bottles to stretch around the Earth over 190 times. Each Brita filter can take up to 300 of those bottles out of the equation.
Announcing America's favorite cereal is now Honey Nut Cheerios! Yep, America's favorite! So we're celebrating the Honey Sweetness Crunchy Oats and, hey, don't forget me! Honey Nut Cheerios! Make it your favorite too!
Dry hopping? I don't know, but that sounds kind of fun.
I have no idea.
Dry hopping is really an additional step that we take to make Boston Lager.
Dry hopping is aging the beer on a bed of fresh hops.
After the beer has been fermented and it sits on hops for a full 3 weeks, adds a really nice citrus, piney, floral notes without adding any bitterness.
Boston Lager. You can taste the hops. It has a very distinctive taste.
It goes down smooth, but it also has flavor.
Sam Adams Boston Lager. It's delicious.
Hey, Kurt, it's Kyle. Hey, you got a minute?
Not really. Kind of busy.
You've got to check out the new NASCAR.com race view. I mean, these new virtual graphics make my car look almost real. Did you know fans can customize this to follow me
all race long
and listen to my in-car
audio? And now my fans
can even watch you try to keep up with
me in the new head-to-head view. I mean, how cool is that?
Check out the brand new and dramatically improved race view, only at NASCAR.com.
Kurt, hey, Kurt.
When you're racing for fans as hardcore as ours, you don't ask for respect. You take it.
Jamie McMurray, one of the 46 cars that has been on track for the opening practice session of the weekend here at New Hampshire. Kurt Busch quickest, Brad Keselowski, Juan Pablo Montoya, Mark Martin, David Rudem in the top 5. And as we say that, Regan Smith jumps up to 3rd on the board. He is out working on his car in qualifying trim.
Well, we talked about a little bit of relationship between this track and Richmond. Remember, Regan sat on the outside of the front row at Richmond back in the spring in qualifying.
And this kid has been a qualifying machine in 2011.
But it is kind of ironic. The race he won at Darlington, I think it was his worst qualifying effort all year long. I think he started like 28th, but didn't matter at Darlington. He had the right strategy at the end.
Which brings us to a point, and we heard from Carl Edwards on this a little bit earlier. You know, this is a short track type feel when you come to New Hampshire, but aero can play a big role here, can it not?
You know what? It's like I went to the Prelude to the Dream, and I walked down there and I look at those cars, and they are, I mean, they look like wedges. I mean, it's the nose all swooped out and little wicker bills here and gurney lips there and all kind of little, that's on a half-mile dirt track. And those guys told me they take those cars to the wind tunnel occasionally to be sure that they have a pretty good aero package. So aero is important anywhere. When you start going 80, 90, 100 miles an hour, aero becomes a factor.
Let's check in with Matt.
Kevin Harvick has run 16 laps during this practice session, sits 20th on the board, and what they have done is, after 3 changes on the previous time back in the garage, they've actually shuffled their issue from exit back to center of the corner. Now the car much better on exit, a solid feel, but now the car is tight through the center, so they're talking about what other changes to make. But he also made a comment about how he felt like before that the tires were skipping, kind of slinging it on exit. They have fixed that, but that's one of the different things that we're hearing up and down the garage league.
And on a flatter racetrack like this, and particularly one that kind of has a tendency to rubber up, and you see how dark it is, and at some point it's probably had sealer put on it. All those things start to come into play about the camber issues, Larry. How much camber have I got in that right front? Because that's what really makes that thing cut. The inside edge of a tire is like a knife. And if you get it on that edge, that thing will cut through the corner. But if you go over the edge, it'll tear the tire up. So a real balancing act. Sometimes you have to change A-frames, the length of the A-frames, the bump stop, how much it moves. Pretty technical stuff that my buddy here knows more about than I do.
Well, and you wrap that in. You were talking about air pressure, DW. You get so much pressure buildup over a long run in here. Talking to some of the teams, they will start the left side tires down for a race run. 10, 11, 12 PSI. The tire almost is rolled over in the early part of a run, and when you damage a tire, even though it may show up, it might not show up to lap 30 or 40 in the run, where you've done the damage is right at the beginning when the pressure's down and all that camber's working on it that Darrell was just talking about.
Now, the flatter the racetrack like this, the more critical that camber gain, all those issues become. And then when you drive into these corners at such a high rate of speed and you jump on the brakes, that front end goes through all kind of monkey motions with its trying to settle down and set on those bump stops. And you got to have that all timed out right.
You know, Darrell, you're talking about Milwaukee, and I know Kurt Busch and Steve Addington, this 22 team, who's still at the top of the speed charts about halfway through this practice, they spent 2 days testing at Milwaukee over the last couple of weeks preparing for this race here.
As Kurt pulls into the garage, here is Paul Menard. A Wisconsin native, 17th right now. He has turned 14 laps in practice today.
Paul sitting 16th in the points, 43 out of the top 10. Slugger Labby in that group from Richard Childress. Brand new race car for Paul here this weekend.
And this is a team that came out of the gate strong and really carried the flag for Richard Childress Racing, and they've been on a bit of an uptick here in the last month or so. Impressive what this team has been able to accomplish.
I like the way that Childress handled that deal there. This time when he added the 4th car, he didn't try to go out and hire a bunch of new people and put a team together. He just told Paul and Slugger, y'all just come on over to my place. We'll give you some cars and equipment that you need, and y'all go race.
Yeah, because I think a lot of those guys from Richard Petty came with them.
Came over there with them, yeah. So it's been sort of a smooth transition, much better than what they did the last time they tried 4 cars.
Martin Truex Jr. from this part of the country, a lot of experience racing up here at New Hampshire.
Now, he's won here in the Nationwide Series back in 2005. He won 2 of the K&N Pro Series East races. His dad, Martin Truex Sr., won the East race here in 1994. And oh, by the way, his younger brother Ryan won here last year in the East race. So all 3 of the Truexes, they've won at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
They sort of own this joint, don't they?
Yes, they do. They love racing here.
I'll tell you a driver who's owned this joint when it comes to qualifying. Juan Pablo Montoya, no stranger to success when it comes to pole day here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. He won the pole for this race last season. In fact, has won 2 of the last 3 here in the Granite State.
And I think this is a driver and a team that we will watch closely over the next 2 or 3 weeks. 13th in the points, still well inside the top 20. Think he'll run well here. Oh, by the way, we go to Indy in 2 weeks. Oh, by the way, in a month, we go to Watkins Glen. So this team by no stretch is out of it just yet.
And don't forget Pocono, where he was in the top 10 last month. Good time of year for JPM. He's 2nd in this practice.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show.
ACDC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York.
This is the highway to hell.
Dan Neal rips up the new Ferrari 458. And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
Nice to meet you and you and you.
Okay.
Very slowly.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
We're in the mood for amazing seafood tonight.
Pan-seared just for us. Anybody? You know, sizzling shrimp and scallops.
Perfectly seared tilapia made to order. On an all-you-can-eat dinner buffet.
For around $10. Heads up.
Only Golden Corral would serve up endless made-to-order pan-seared seafood. It's incredible shrimp, tilapia, and scallops with your choice of amazing sauces. All on our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10.
$10? Bam!
Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
Is your computer running slowly?
I heard Alan got hurt on his bike.
Yeah, man, he got cut off by a car.
Is he all right?
No, he went down really hard.
Man, is he going to court?
Yeah, he's got to, man. He's got to pay those bills, find somebody to take care of him.
And how's he going to find the right lawyer who handles motorcycles?
We are the face of Comcast.
I'm a perfectionist. At least I try to be.
At Comcast, we solve problems.
If we don't resolve the problem the first time,
we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
You're a customer, you deserve it.
If you're a new customer and you're not satisfied with our services,
you can get your money back in the first 30 days.
It's a phenomenal thing to offer to our customers.
We're only as good as our word. And our word is good.
Whether it's giving you a $20 credit if we're late or 30 days to try us out, at Comcast, we're all about the customer. And that's always guaranteed.
Back at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, over halfway through practice for the Sprint Cup Series. Saw teammates Jeff Burton, Kevin Harvick discussing things. Track's been a little bit quiet here in the last 10 minutes or so. Marcus Ambrose out there, David Rudiman making laps.
Hey, my new crew chief, we're looking at David Rudiman right now, but I just noticed Greg Biffle. His new crew chief got him up to 5th on the board.
Yeah, a few changes.
That's what they were.
The top 5.
You know what? It looked to me like they were coming in here. They ran the car like probably Greg would have brought. They probably brought the car here just like they always have, just like the old setup. But then I'm sure that the new crew chief got in there and said, "Look, let me try a few things."
Casey Kane is 31st right now. They've turned 21 laps, Ralph.
Yeah, they're pretty much done with the race trim. Casey, from the guys working on the car and you out of it, I assume we're switching over to qualifying trim now?
Yeah, we made a couple runs there, about 4. In race trim, and it went all right. I was really loose, couldn't get forward drive, so we tried a couple things, didn't really make any gains, but we might have a direction now anyways, and try some qualifying stuff here, try to be good for this afternoon.
All right, he'll take a quick break and climb back in.
Did you see that clock up there? You know who that's up there for? That's not up there for the team. It's up there for the driver. Because you used to come in and say, how much time we got left? How much time we got left? Can we make this change? Can we make that change? You got to hurry up, man. We only got 10 minutes left. Driver sits there and watches that clock. He knows how much time he's got left.
Well, and I think this is the time of the practice. There were just a few minutes ago. In fact, we're almost there now. Joe Nemechek's out there at the 87. But where the teams like Casey Kane's team, they're making that change from race trim to qualifying trim. This will give you an opportunity to make a couple of practice qualifying runs.
Casey led 110 laps here last year before losing an engine. Talked about Jeff Gordon's success here. He and Dale Jr. visiting in the garage area.
You know what? Dale Jr. talking to Jeff Gordon there. I can think of no one better to go over and say, look, let's talk. Help me out here a little bit. You know, whether it's how to drive the track, setup wise, you can never learn too much. I don't care how good you are. And when you got somebody as smart and as good as Jeff Gordon is, and you can learn a few things from him, I think that's valuable.
It is nice the way Rick Hendrick has set things up when you look how he's got it tiered off. You got the ultimate veteran in Mark Martin. You got a guy like Jeff Gordon who has enjoyed so much success at so many different places, like you pointed out, DW, a 5-time champion in Jimmy Johnson and Dale Earnhardt Jr. I mean, he's really got a nice structure of drivers.
Yep. And then we know Casey Kane will become part of that camp next year in 2012, actually replacing Mark Martin in the 5 car.
And speaking of Jimmy Johnson, here he is. Defending race winner. Took it to victory lane at New Hampshire last season. And he, like Kurt Busch, has a sweep here. He won both in 2003, Darrell.
Yeah, we were having a debate on Twitter the other night about, at the ESPYs there, who was the best athlete. And me and Keselowski and a whole bunch of us, we were really upset that it wasn't Jimmy Johnson. That, he's won 5 championships in a row against the world's greatest drivers. How could he not be the athlete of the year? He wasn't, but he was driver of the year, so I guess that's some consolation.
Yeah, driver of the year, well deserved. Wednesday night, the car show with Adam Carolla is all new. AC/DC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York, and the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks. I'm just reading the copy, Larry. Don't miss the car show Wednesday night at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, only on Speed. And Darrell, if you want to know what it means for the boys to try and teach chicks about handling sticks, just watch on Wednesday night, okay?
Gonna have to.
See, DW and I have a saying, we don't know if we've sprung it on you just yet. We don't have a good feeling about that. But we don't have a good feeling about what happened to Kyle Busch last time off turn 4. You could see the black mark. He definitely got in the outside wall.
Yeah, he kissed it.
That was not in the script.
But you know what? I think since I've known this kid, at some time or another, he's a lot like Greg Biffle used to be. At some time or another, he's going to try to find out where that wall is. It's almost like he's got to know the limits, and it's that way in his whole life. He's got to know the limits to everything.
Yeah, I mean, I tell Brandon all the time, if you never step across the edge, you'll never know where the edge is. Just don't do it in our car.
Saturday, the trucks invade Iowa for an all-out battle in the Hawkeye State, where one wrong move can be disastrous.
Oh, contact!
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Iowa, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why each year we bring you the Free Fuel 5000, giving away thousands of gift cards and giving one lucky driver 5,000 gallons of free fuel. Just get a Sunoco decal, get spotted with it, and you win. Why are we giving away so much?
Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
We stay 2 times at a hotel. Who wants a free night? Free night! Free!
You ask for free, we give you free. Right now, when you stay 2 separate times at any of these Choice Hotels, you'll earn 1 night free. Book today at choicehotels.com.
Juicy Johnsonville sausage, made with only premium cuts of pork since 1945. Johnsonville. Sausage is all we do.
Yoo-hoo! Hello? It's water from the drinking fountain at the mall.
Great tasting tap water can now come from any faucet, anywhere. Introducing the Brita bottle with a filter inside.
37 minutes remaining in practice here at New Hampshire for Sprint Cup teams. Brad Keselowski on track, currently 3rd. He has put 8 laps on the board. And we should point out, 46 cars here this weekend. 3 will not make the race. Qualifying later this afternoon here on Speed. And this the practice session that will set the qualifying order later today. And when you look at the drivers that are quick, that must get in on time, J.J. Yaley, 18th overall, but quickest of the go or go homers. David Stremme, Joe Nemechek, Michael McDowell, and Mike Skinner, the fast 5 of that group that has to get in on Speed.
I'll tell you one thing I do remember about this racetrack. When this thing sits here for a little while, and you're one of the first guys that has to go out to qualify, woe be unto you. So this thing gets to be a handful, buddy. And the other issue that I always struggle with here was whether to go on tires that were maybe buffed in a little bit or sticker tires. It seemed like guys that could go later could go on the stickers and do okay, but if you go out early, you might want to put those tires on ride them around the racetrack and not put a lap on them, but just knock the new off of them.
I would not be surprised that if we don't see some drivers, some teams actually scuff their left side tires for qualifying. Been seeing that a lot with this tire combination at places like this, like Richmond and Phoenix. Chad Knaus and Jimmy Johnson, they're renowned for doing that, putting a little bit of time on their lefts.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. on track, 11th now. He's top 10 in points, but this is a team that has got some work to do to make the chase. When you look at the top 7 drivers, I think all that group feeling pretty good about their chances of being in the chase. And when we come back here to New Hampshire, we'll be in the postseason. So does that change your mindset and thought process this weekend?
Yeah, I think it probably does. I mean, you know, if certainly if you're not very good, it gives you a chance to test, try something, and if you are, well, then refine what you got. But I'm watching Junior's car. I see why he says it feels like it's holding the right front. The left front of the car is too high in the air. It looks like the car is kind of rolled down on the right front and picking up the left front. I think that's why he's complaining a little bit.
Now, that was a practice qualifying run for Dale Earnhardt Jr. in this 88, and he jumped all the way to the left side of our scoring monitor up to 11th. So he had him about 20, 21, 22 laps of practice for the race, and then now they made that qualifying run.
Bobby Labonte has turned 20 laps in practice. He is 39th right now. Other drivers in the top 10 that have not been there all day long. A.J. Allmendinger is now 4th. We told you about Regan Smith, who's in the top 5. Jamie McMurray up to 8th. Joey Logano 10th. Kyle Busch is now in the 9th position. Some drivers that we hadn't seen in the top 10 that are there now. And here's former Nationwide Series champion Jeff Green, a 3rd car this weekend for Front Row Motorsports.
And I think, as I mentioned, talking to this group this morning, this car is going to run more races. This is the car that J.J. Yaley is scheduled to drive at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in 2 weeks. These guys finally get an off weekend next weekend, and then it's 17 in a row. The next off weekend will be Thanksgiving weekend.
Now, see, this car is, it's up on the left front just a little bit, the 36 car here. You can do a couple of things. Great big sway bar, bigger sway bar, or a little more rebound in that left front shock.
Racing Electronics is offering speed viewers a year-long inside deal. Reserve your next race scanner or fan view online for any NASCAR race and save $10. Visit speed.com/deals and click on the Racing Electronics banner for more information. Just over 30 minutes remaining in the opening practice session from New Hampshire. Kurt Busch continues at the top.
NASCAR Race Day rocks Loudon. Points leader Kyle Busch joins us live. We'll debate how his career stacks up to some of NASCAR's greats. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. Sunday at 10 Eastern. Live on Speed.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Do people use smartphones to do dumb things?
Send. That is the weekend.
Yeah, dog.
Will allow me to crack the bubbly.
Don't mind if I do.
Is a gentleman with a bro stash invited to this party?
Only if he's ready to rock.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Just because I'm a car guy doesn't mean I don't care about the environment.
I also care about doing things right.
And what I'm leaving behind.
Valvoline Next Gen. Recycled oil made from a breakthrough process to exceed industry standards. See how Next Gen recycled oil is better than new oil. Go to Valvoline.com.
Dad, why are you getting that? Is there a prize in there?
There's a prize, all right.
Inside every box of Cheerios are those great-tasting little O's, made from carefully selected oats that can help lower cholesterol.
Is it a superhero?
Kinda.
It's Christmas in July at Aaron's, and your present is a $50 Aaron's gift card. Use it to take $50 off anything you buy or $50 off your first month's payment. But hurry, Aaron's Christmas in July ends July 31st. So go to Aaron's.com/July and get your Aaron's gift card today. And remember, when you want a guaranteed low price on name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers, you don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's.
With enough talent and dedication, any of these race cars can take a NASCAR home tracks driver wherever they want to go.
Oh, how quickly things can change. While we were in break, Carl Edwards jumped up to 3rd, but he is not the fastest. David Rudiman right in front of him, and Regan Smith, the new man, atop the chart in practice. That puts Kurt Busch back to 4th now.
That's what always makes you mad when you're out there and you practice, and the guys haven't made a qualifying run yet, and you say, I think we're in pretty good shape. Next thing you know, you start falling down that board and you're over on the right side before you know it.
So did Kurt just radio into Steve Addington and say, let's go back and make a qualifying run again?
Gotta see if we can pick up anything.
And that's what he may be on here right now, so we'll see if he can pick up.
Car looks good, man.
His fast time's a 28.71 so far. That's a 28.78. In the run before that, he ran a 73. So looks like right now this car is locked into the 28.70s with each run he makes.
28.61 is pretty steamy. A 65 by Rudman, a 69 by Edwards, 71 there by Kurt. So tight. And look at there, Larry. 1, 2, 3. 3 guys ran a 74. Keselowski, Biffle, and Allmendinger all ran 74s.
So what I'm possibly smelling is, considering the track record is 28.51 set by Brad Keselowski last September.
It's out of here.
I believe it's going to go down.
It's going down today. I guarantee. You know, this is a little bit stickier tire than they had here last time. So that makes sense that the speeds are up a little bit.
And we got a little bit of cloud covering right now, so that gives the track a little grip.
Optimal, man. This is optimal.
Jeff Gordon joining the Fast 10. He jumped up to 9th, and to add some perspective, his lap 28.81.
I know that Jeff Gordon, of course, he won in Phoenix, as we mentioned, and then he won here just a few weeks ago. But if you look at his last 6 races, quietly, I mean very quietly, he has 5 top 10 finishes. So, I mean, he's pretty effective each week.
And, you know, last week, Darrell, he was a lap down, used the wave around, and messes around forever and ends up finishing 10th. And he's had a handful of races this year where at the end of the day you look at the stat column and you say, how in the world did he finish there? How much confidence does that give a driver to know when it was all over you made something out of nothing?
See, that's one of those situations where you know you got a great driver, you know you got a good car, and you know you got a smart crew chief. Use them all. And that crew chief does that. He puts you back. He knows to take that wave around. He knows when to do, when to put tires on, when to stay out. That's the guy that makes you look good at the end of the day. When you struggle and you come from behind, it's usually because things he did in the pits with the crew chief, making the right calls.
And Adam, in those same 6 races I mentioned, Jeff Gordon, as we look at Paul Menard, probably on a practice qualifying run, Jeff Gordon has moved from 16th to 7th in points. So that's what I mean by just nice and steady, nice and quiet.
And you talked about Montoya going to some tracks where he feels comfortable. I think you can put Gordon in that category. Indianapolis, Pocono, where he just won, Watkins Glen. I mean, he's going to be feeling good about what's on the horizon when you look at the upcoming schedule.
Yep, and he's sitting there with 84 wins. The next one, 85, will put him in the 3rd place all time and the winningest driver in the modern era.
You rooting for or against him on that, Darrell?
All for him. I want him to win 100. That's what I'd like to see him win 100.
He's going to have to hurry to get there. If he does, it would be an impressive way to end his career. Paul Menard 24th right now. Regan Smith continues at the top of the board, and here's Brad Keselowski. Spent the early portion of this practice 2nd. He is now 6th. And one of the drivers doing double duty this weekend. Of course, he ran both the Nationwide Sprint Cup race last week at Kentucky, won in NNS competition, and was outstanding on Saturday night. And you got to believe he'll be a player both Saturday and Sunday this week.
Well, I just got to tell you something. I've seen a lot of things in racing in my time, but what happened at Penske overnight is the most amazing thing I think I've ever seen. I mean, teams that were struggling couldn't even, a driver that was irate. This little guy here looked like he could drive a Nationwide car, couldn't drive a Cup car. I mean, they were all over the map.
You know, I talked to his crew chief, Paul Wolf, just this morning in the garage area, and he said, yes, obviously the operation and the organization's made a turnaround, but he said it is unbelievable how well the communication between Brad Keselowski and Kurt Busch is right now. Kurt Busch, for the first time in a long time at Penske, feels like he has a teammate that he can help, but that can help him too.
Help me, help you.
Brad Keselowski 3 points out of the top 20 entering Sunday.
Saturday, the trucks invade Iowa for an all-out battle in the Hawkeye State, where one wrong move can be disastrous.
Oh, contact!
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Iowa, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson.
Don't be scared. I've done this before. Show me your teeth. Open your mouth, boy. Show me your teeth. Show me what you got. Show me your teeth.
Shark Week, all this week on Discovery.
Brought to you by the California Academy of Sciences, presenting Snakes and Lizards, the Summer of Slither, now through September 5th. Tickets available at calacademy.org.
We are the face of Comcast.
I'm a perfectionist. At least I try to be.
At Comcast, we solve problems.
If we don't resolve the problem the first time,
we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
You're a customer, you deserve it.
If you're a new customer and you're not satisfied with our services,
you can get your money back in the first 30 days.
It's a phenomenal thing to offer to our customers.
We're only as good as our word. And our word is good.
Whether it's getting you a $20 credit if we're late or 30 days to try us out, at Comcast, we're all about the customer, and that's always guaranteed.
An hour and 6 minutes has gone on the clock in this practice session for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. A mixed bag so far. Some teams working on both qualifying and race trim, and when you look at the right side of the scoring monitor, it's quite obvious some teams yet to go to qualifying setup.
Number 4 just went to number 4.
From 38th, making his first qualifying
I just said they need to do something. They're struggling.
And number 42 went to number 1 while we were away. Juan Pablo Montoya out quickest in this practice session.
Tom to the top.
Yeah, he bettered Regan Smith by 1/100th of a second to a 28.60, over 133 miles an hour average around this flat 1 mile track.
We tell you, Montoya has won the pole here for 2 of the last 3 Sprint Cup Series races. As you take a look at Casey Mears, 24th in this practice session, only 9 laps for Casey, and he's one of the few that are still in single digits when it comes to laps around here in this practice session.
Adam, we're 9 100ths away from breaking the track record.
They spice it up a little bit. Light fluids, no question she's going to go down later on this afternoon.
Mears jumped from 24th to 21st, and now we look at A.J. Allmendinger, who sits 7th in practice, and he has made 24 laps. See his best lap, 28.73.
Matter of fact, this last little bit of practice here will probably be a lot like qualifying. There'll be somebody going to the top every time somebody goes out and makes a qualifying run.
That is what's great about qualifying. You can see it this afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern time, and tonight you can hang out with this guy, Joey Logano. Clint Boyer also going to be a part of the big party here in New England. Join the fun with NASCAR Trackside from New Hampshire, 7 p.m. Eastern time, exclusively on Speed. Pretty good lineup tonight you guys got.
It'll be a fun, you know, every week it's fun. We get some of the best guys. They come on, and it's a real relaxed atmosphere, and they have fun and get to talk about all the things they're doing, and I enjoy doing that show a lot.
Joe Logano's run a total of 20 laps in this 20 car. Right now he's 15th. It's about a 10th and a half off of what his fast lap is. He just ran a 28.99 in this 20 car. Brand new race car for Joey. They recently, like Kurt Busch, spent a couple days testing up in Milwaukee.
And Joey, another one of the drivers double dipping this week. He will be in nationwide competition here tomorrow. Dale Earnhardt Jr. just running a fast lap. He's up to 20th. That last time around, 28.97, his fastest lap of the day, a 28.92.
Let's see if he got the attitude of the car a little bit better. Pretty good on corner entry right there, but it's still got that left front up in the air just a little bit too much.
You can see it.
Yeah,
you can see that
it's almost picking the wheel up off.
But it's doing exactly what he described earlier.
Roger.
Ralph?
Down here with Juan Pablo Montoya. And Juan, right now you're number 1, and the guys are talking about how this is a race you've always seemed to run very well at. What is it that allows you to feel so comfortable here?
We've got a really good setup here. You know, our Target Chevy, you know, it's always fast here for some reason, and it's good. You know, last year we were good. We were not, I think, great. You know, we made a lot of work, you know, for this car, and I think we got a really good car here.
And this is a time of the season where you got to start feeling pretty confident too, because you've run well here. You've got Indy coming up, Watkins Glen right around the corner. An opportunity for you guys to make some big moves.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you still got to score the points and get to the ends and try to get some wins. You know, as I thought, I think our Target team right now is looking pretty strong. And altitude, Kentucky was a good week for us. We've been struggling lately in the mile and a halves, and we really, with that test on Thursday, really helped us out.
They were very fast up there, guys. They got caught out with some penalties at the end. A little bit of controversy there, but boy, were they fast Saturday night in Kentucky.
See, I think that I really love, I always have, and I've been a big supporter of opening a track a day early. Not every week maybe, but occasionally let the guys come in and do what they did in Kentucky. Put telemetry on your car, run 2 cars, do whatever you want to do on Thursday. The reason for that is you're already going to be there. You've got the right tires, you're at the right track, you got other cars there to get rubber on the track. It's such a great test when you can do that, and these teams need data. The only way they can build these cars and fix these cars and make them better is if they acquire data on the tracks they're going to race at. So I liked what they did last week, and just heard Juan say it helped them a lot.
David Rudiman third. His teammate Martin Truex Jr. went to 4th right behind him. Matt?
Big night back in May for the 78 team from Colorado and Reagan Smith. Currently, though, they are second on the board. An early race trim run, the car was tight. They swapped over to qualifying trim. They made 2 runs, and the car was free. They tried to tighten him up again. Now he's out on another Q run. We'll see exactly what his feedback is. And Dean, you were talking about the 33 car. They swapped over to qualifying trim, so we should see a big number. They're hoping post soon.
Well, Regan Smith, that second practice qualifying run paid off because he goes to the top of the charts at a 28.53.
And now we're only 2 100ths away from the track record.
And while he was making that run, Jeff Burton also on track in that 31 car. You see him just below Smith on track there, is now 4th. He ran a 28.65.
See what Regan runs on this second lap. Slows down a little bit, but I think he actually having to go around Jeff Burton in another car maybe hurt that lap. I've seen some drivers pick up on their second lap. We were on Joey Logano earlier. He definitely picked up about a 10th from lap 1 to lap 2 of his practice qualifying run.
So we reset the top 10 now in practice with about 18 minutes to go. Regan Smith at the top, Montoya, Rudiman, Jeff Burton, Martin Truex Jr. the top 5. Casey Kane, who had gone as high as 4th, is now 6th. Carl Edwards, Kurt Busch, A.J. Allmendinger, Brad Keselowski, the top 10 as we close on 1 hour and 13 minutes of practice complete.
I really like the direction that Michael's team, MBR, is going in. I mean, you got Rudiman sitting there in 3rd, and you got Truex sitting there in 5th. I know they've made some drastic changes to their cars and made them much, much better, and it's really showing up.
And David Rudiman said that in the media center after the race. He said, like that car that he finished 2nd with, which was Michael Waltrip Racing's first top 5 of the year. He said it wasn't a brand new car, but it had a lot of things incorporated into it that they've been working on for several weeks.
And you know what he said, like all drivers do when they finish 2nd? If I'd only had 1 more lap.
Yeah, so apparently the engineers who built the 2011 F-150 just got back from a road trip to the future with your new truck engine, okay? It's a bit of high-tech genius called EcoBoost, with stuff like direct injection and piston cooling jets. It kicks out power and fuel economy. Try 420 pound-feet of torque and, from our pals at the EPA, an estimated 22 highway miles per gallon. That's Eco and Boost. We got both, they don't. This is the future. This is the Ford F-150.
Tell me about Castrol GTX with Dry Shield.
Helps stop particles from building up as deposits.
How?
Well, first it attracts particles.
Like a mermaid song to a lonely sailor?
Right, then it captures them.
Like a Venus flytrap.
Like a black hole.
Like a black hole in a Venus flytrap.
Then it disperses them like a T-shirt cannon.
Like a snowblower.
Like polyisobutamides. Okay, like a snowblower.
Sounds powerful.
Stop small particles
from becoming big problems.
Do you always?
Yes.
Right.
Help stop deposits before they start with Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
Transformers are back, and so is the Bacon Cheddar Ranch Tender Crisp at Burger King. Crispy bacon, rich cheddar cheese, and creamy ranch dressing. Not even the end of the world will make you put it down. The Bacon Cheddar Ranch Tender Crisp. Get it before it's gone. See Transformers Dark of the Moon, now in theaters.
Announcing America's favorite cereal is now Honey Nut Cheerios! Yep, America's favorite! So we're celebrating the Honey Sweetness Crunchy Oats and... Hey, don't forget me! Honey Nut Cheerios! Make it your favorite too!
Witnessing the sheer spectacle of NASCAR inspired Neil and his friends to share their passion for speed and power. One customized ringtone at a time. Now each call reminds them that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
The RCR boys starting to put on a show late in practice. Clint Boyer just went to the top of the board with a time that would be a new track record if he can back it up later today in qualifying. A 28.50. Jeff Burton in the top 10, and Paul Menard just jumped up there as well.
Yeah, that was good, Sam.
The only guy that's not in the top 10 out of the RCR bunch is Kevin Harvick, who, when you look at the numbers, don't believe he has made a practice qualifying run yet.
We've been talking about this track record, and already we're officially halfway through 2011. 18 races down, 18 to go. We've already set 3 track records already this year, and we only set 4 total in 2010.
New crew chief just jumped up to 3rd.
Talked about Harvick. He's now jumped up to 10th.
Biffle just went to 3rd over here.
Yeah, Greg's the only Ford right now in the top 10. Carl Edwards is 11th, his teammate.
Time for Biffle, 28.59, and now he slips to 4th as Kurt Busch goes back out and makes another Q run. He's 28.57 in 3rd. Matt?
And Adam, one factor for our crew chief and driver up at the booth to equate is the fact that, yes, we have cloud cover, and going by some of the different information down here, the track temperature has cooled down about 16 degrees from the start to where we are now in practice.
That's a lot of grip when it cools down that much.
Yep.
A lot of grip.
We talked early in this show about Tony Stewart and their agenda. Race runs, race runs, race runs, and then go out and make a practice qualifying run. Stewart right now 40th. He's made 31 laps. Denny Hamlin 43rd. He's made 30 laps. Both are very good at this track. I got to believe here in a minute or two they're going to shoot way up to the top of the board.
Yeah, well, we see some of these guys, that's all they're doing. We just saw Kurt here go out. Now he popped up to 2nd quick again. He's been right there at the top this whole session. Some of these guys just decided to do qualifying runs only, and others have other agendas. But I believe Stewart and Hamlin both will ease on over on that left side when they get down to making a qualifying run.
Man, Carl Edwards working hard there coming off the corner.
Yeah, if you remember, Matt Yoakum reported at the very top of the show that Kurt Busch and Steve Addington and that 22 team, that's all they were going to work on is qualifying.
And Adam, that's really what you fight here. You've got 850 at least horsepower, and you're trying to make that car turn up off that corner and stay wide open in the throttle, and that's the challenge, to have enough forward and get the car would have turned through the middle of the corner and still have adequate forward bite so you don't do what Carl just did.
But one of the keys here, and maybe the key, getting off the corner because of how long the straightaways are.
Yeah, you don't have to backpedal with that throttle. And what'll happen, we'll hear it especially in those 2 practices tomorrow. We'll hear it in the race. Well, you've got me turning better in the middle, but now I'm too loose off. Okay, I'm turning good in the middle, but now I'm too loose off. You're always trying to fight that teeter-totter and that balance between the middle and the exit of the corner.
We told you Denny Hamlin would jump. He has. He was outside the top 40. Right now, driver 11th, 20th on the board. Clint Boyer still at the top of the chart.
Thursday.
Hop in. We'll go for a ride and find some Freightliners.
Rob takes you behind the scenes of a trucking powerhouse.
This is kick butt.
See how heavy duty is made on an all-new American trucker. Thursday night at 10 Eastern, only on Speed.
So? It's only one Diet Mountain Dew left. Love the taste of Diet Dew.
Brace you for it.
We could do that.
Hold on!
The whole thing!
Bring it!
Diet Mountain Dew. Diet tastes better on the mountain.
This tastes so good.
Show off!
We now offer phone service.
On Friday, July 15th, SpongeBob will go from Sub-Zero to Total Hero.
We made it! Hooray!
SpongeBob's Frozen Face-Off, the brand new special premieres Friday, July 15th at 8, only on Nick.
Enjoy 13 acres of family water fun in Boomerang Bay, free with park admission. Visit cagreatamerica.com for Great America's exclusive hot summer special online offer with tickets as low as $34.50 for a limited time. California's Great America is open daily.
We are the face of Comcast. I'm a perfectionist. At least I try to be.
At Comcast, we solve problems.
If we don't resolve the problem the first time, we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
You're a customer, you deserve it. If you're a new customer and you're not satisfied with our services,
You can get your money back in the first 30 days.
It's a phenomenal thing to offer to our customers.
we're only as good as our word. And our word is good. Whether it's giving you a $20 credit if we're late or 30 days to try us out, at Comcast, we're all about the customer. And that's always guaranteed.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series practice from New Hampshire brought to you by CreditReport.com. See your credit score in seconds. CreditReport.com. Less than 10 minutes to go in practice from New Hampshire, and we have a new leader in this session. Ryan Newman to the top of the charts, 28:47.
Yeah, he ran a second lap there at a 28:52, which was still quite the lap.
And he leads all drivers with 4 poles here at this track. Sunday, the Ultimate NASCAR pre-race show hits high gear on speed. Point leader Kyle Busch joins us live. We'll debate how his career stacks up to some of NASCAR's best. And NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, comes your way live from New Hampshire at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday morning, only on Speed.
It's good news for Ryan Newman. He's at top of the sheet here, but it's also good news for Tony Stewart. If Tony happens to need some help, I know where he can get it.
Yeah, Tony's still 41st. And he's turned 31 laps, and we'll see if he makes a practice qualifying run here in the last 8 minutes or so of practice and jumps closer to the top of the board.
Wasn't that long ago, Montoya was the quickest at a 28:60. That lap there, 28:77. So he stays 6th quickest with this 42 car.
These little cars are digging around here today. The track's got a lot of grip in it. They got that new tire right side. Got a little more grip in it. Running some super fast speeds around this place.
Jimmy Johnson, a 3-time winner, is 21st. And keep in mind, qualifying later today here on Speed at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. They will go out in reverse order of how they practice. Andy Lally right now the slowest in this session. He would be the first out. And Ryan Newman, as we told you, quickest, would be the last to make a qualifying run.
Now, Darryl, you were talking about the disappointment that Jimmy did not get Athlete of the Year the other night, but I thought it pretty impressive that earlier this year, Forbes named Jimmy Johnson the most influential athlete of all sports.
Yeah,
so.
not just in NASCAR, in all sports, and that's why I was a little disappointed he didn't get Athlete of the Year in the ESPYs the other night, because this guy's done things that nobody else has ever done or ever even dreamed of doing.
And quite honestly, things that it's going to be hard to duplicate.
Yeah, never thought I'd see it.
Right now,
Jeff
he's
Gordon
21st quickest.
Gordon, a 4-time champion, 3-time winner here. Led more than 1,200 laps at New Hampshire. That's more than any other driver. And as we close on the end of practice, we can tell you Jeff Green is the quickest of the go or go homers. Ralph?
Adam, they made a few adjustments on the 42 and tried another qualifying run for Juan Pablo Montoya. He said they really slammed the splitter down this time, which made the car push a little bit, and it was just a little bit more of an evil handling machine that time around. He lost a couple of tenths. So whatever they did, that's not going to be the direction to go. They'll change it back for qualifying later this afternoon.
But quite honestly, the faster you try to go around this place, the more you're going to find handling issues, I think.
No problems for driver 43. He jumped up to second on the board right behind Newman, but look at this, 28.47, 28.47.
Yep. The difference is actually 8 1/1000ths of a second. Newman is a 4.71. Allmendinger is a 4.79. It's going to be a tight qualifying session because you look at Ryan Newman at a 28.47, and I'm going to go back to Dave Blaney, who's 28th at right now a 28.86. That's only 4/10 right there from first to 28th, and I guarantee it'll get tighter when we actually get into qualifying.
And of course, you know, if you're at the top of the sheet after practice, go out last qualifying, that's even some more good news. Because trust me, going out early here, I don't care. This track always slowed down the first, I don't know, 8 or 10 cars that go out. It was almost impossible to run your back up your practice speed. This place just changes that much just sitting here.
You know, the good news, Darrell, and I still think it will change a little bit because there'll be a 10-minute window, but the good thing is Nationwide Series final practice almost butts right up to qualifying. I think there's about a 5 or 10-minute break.
That will help, definitely help.
Talked about Jeff Burton's woes in 2011, a 4-time New Hampshire winner, 13th in this practice. Teammate Kevin Harvick up to 9th now. Harvick's best lap of the day, 28.62.
You know, Jeff made his 600th career start a couple races ago. He made his very first Sprint Cup start here back in July of 1993. Actually, the first time we ran the Sprint Cup cars at Loudon, New Hampshire.
How about that? 8th in points this time a year ago. He's 25th right now. Ryan Newman, the best in practice with 5 minutes left.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, ACDC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York.
This is the highway to hell.
Dan Neal rips up the new Ferrari 458. And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
Nice to meet you and you and you. Very slowly.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
Get the most out of your engine with a product that's scientifically proven to work. Z-Max, a micro lubricant that removes engine deposits and soaks into metal. That creates less friction and heat, which gives your engine more of the good stuff. Better gas mileage, lower emissions, increased horsepower, reduced wear on vital engine parts. Tested, proven performance. But don't take it from us, take it from the man himself.
I know it works, and I put my name on the line on that, and I mean it.
Z-Max, it's in the science. Pick some up today.
After we stay 2 times at a hotel, who wants a free night? Free night, free night.
You ask for free, we give you free. Right now, when you stay 2 separate times at any of these Choice Hotels, you'll earn 1 night free. Book today at choicehotels.com.
Charcoal went out already? Forget it. There's more barbecue time in every bag of Kingsford charcoal. Kingsford. Slow down and grill.
Respect doesn't just come from a name. Respect doesn't just come from a number. Respect isn't about where you come from, where you've been, whether you're old school or whether you're new school. Because when you're racing for fans as hardcore as ours, you don't ask for respect. You take it.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
We have gotten the 2-minute warning in Sprint Cup practice. Tony Stewart saving it till the end, goes out, makes a practice qualifying run, jumps to second. Told you about Denny Hamlin, similar strategy. He's 16th right now, and while we were away, Clint Boyer went to the top with a 28.37. That is laying it down.
That's real good, Sam.
Yeah, good to about a 10th and a half to the tune of the old track record, which is the current track record right now.
Is that 2 times you've used that line in this practice?
It is, but it just keeps getting better.
We need to load it up again for
They always told me,
okay?
if it was good once, you go ahead and do it again. It was always, we still got to be good.
I definitely like that one better than leaving here on a high, though.
And I'm sure Clint Boyer does, too.
Well, hey, I didn't make it up. I didn't make that one up.
See Carl Edwards on track. He's 19th right now in this practice session. And as we go under 1 minute remaining in practice, you got Boyer at the top, Stewart, Newman, Allmendinger, Kurt Busch, the top 5. Regan Smith, Greg Biffle with his new crew chief, Juan Pablo Montoya, Denny Hamlin now up to 9th, and Casey Kane complete the top 10. How about Matt Kenseth back around
How about that
37?
27? The 27 car just jumped up there too. He's up to 5th.
Yeah,
Menard.
I gave the top 10, and Paul Menard had to go and screw it up. He's 5th now.
And they're gonna. It's a gold rush here at the very last few minutes.
Kenseth jumped up to 29th, but still on the right side of our scoring monitor with this 17 car. But, you know, back to Tony Stewart and Ryan Newman, 2 drivers so much need to win a race. They're winless in 2011. Ryan Newman with that 4th place finish at Kentucky, just inside the top 10. Tony Stewart outside the top 10. And now, a little bit of, I'd say a few meetings in the front of the haulers as this practice is over. So
Good fun competition when you look at the Stewart-Haas camp. David Reagan, one of the last to complete a run here, ends the practice session in 21st. Anybody jump out at you here, guys?
Those first 5 all under the track record, the current track record. That's pretty impressive.
A lot of those drivers didn't make a run till late, like Tony Stewart and Denny Hamlin.
Casey Kane ended up 11th. There you see Harvick and Gordon, 2 drivers that have enjoyed great success here.
Woo, look at Jimmy Johnson. Holy coly, 24th.
We've got nationwide practice coming up. Right now, it's NASCAR Live and John Roberts. Thanks for being with us from New Hampshire.
Adam, thanks. We are now officially in the second half of the NASCAR Sprint Cup season. Race number 19 brings us to the Magic Mile, and NASCAR Live is coming your way next. It's one of NASCAR's 2 trips each year to the Northeast. Northeastern race fans have made a pilgrimage to this New Hampshire Motor Speedway for years. This is race number 33 at this track, and once again, race number 19 of the season. That means we are edging closer and closer to the cutoff, and next time we come back here, we will be in the chase. Welcome, everyone, to NASCAR Live, presented by Geico. Glad you could be with us as Speed continues to bring you another full weekend of NASCAR coverage. Let's take a look at the menu, see what's coming up today, and a lot of action on and off the track going on around here. Nationwide Series, final practice, 1:30 Eastern Time. Sprint Cup Series qualifying comes your way at 3 o'clock Eastern. Trackside, presented by Walmart at 7, and that features Clint Boyer. Speed Center at 8 o'clock wraps up the entire day in motorsports. Here's what's coming up on this edition of NASCAR. We have so much for you to cram in 1/2 hour. We first of all are going to break down Sprint Cup Series practice that ended just a few moments ago. We'll tell you who was fast and who was still looking for some speed as the Sprint Cup Series has qualifying coming up in just a little while. Also, with Kyle Busch's Kentucky win, we now have just 8 races to go before the chase cutoff. Kyle is in great position, but there are some other drivers on the outside looking in who have time running out on them. And how about a little Twitter war of words? We'll tell you exactly what's going on between one of the stars of the NFL and the stars of NASCAR as we go into the media center. And also, this is a great racetrack for Clint Boyer, perhaps his best. He has won here twice, and he really needs to get one if he wants to be in good position when it comes to chase time. Want to welcome in Jeff Hammond. And Jeff, I know you've been coming to this racetrack for many years. Tricky little track because it's flat, different kind of setup, but also a different challenge for the drivers.
It really is an adaptation. I mean, that's the thing is right now, a lot of these guys have got to figure out how to, change everything from Kentucky. You come off Kentucky, 195-mile-an-hour laps. Here, all of a sudden, you're back down to this flat racetrack. You don't have the banking to catch you like you did at Kentucky. So you got to redefine your driving style. This is a driver's racetrack. He can really make or break what the crew chief does and how the crew works through it, because if he floats it in that corner like he's supposed to, lets it roll the center, picks that throttle up, this can be a fun racetrack. Otherwise, it can be a nightmare.
Got to have a little magic to win at the Magic Mile. Let's take a look at practice, see who was fast, the top 5 in speed so far as we head into qualifying. How about Paul Menard, Jeff?
I mean, not a really big surprise. This should be a good racetrack for he, because, again, driving for Richard Childers Racing, they've been good at this racetrack. You got to believe that Clint Boyer, Kevin Harvick, along with Jeff Burton, they're going to be sharing the secrets of the setup.
This has been a great season so far for first-time winners, and in this top 5, we have 2 potential first-time winners on our hands with Paul Menard and A.J. Allmendinger as well.
Right now, A.J. Allmendinger, he's got to close the deal out. He's been fast in a lot of practices, get that good qualifying and starting position, but he's got to be able to close the deal come Sunday.
Ryan Newman has always done fairly well on this racetrack over the years. 18 races, 2 victories, and 4 poles at this racetrack, so he's somebody to watch when it comes to qualifying this afternoon.
Right now, he's a white-knuckle driver in a lot of different ways. He's hanging on to that 9th position as far as the points are concerned. He needs a win to go with that point position to feel good about when he gets back here later in the fall.
And we remember what happened to his boss, Tony Stewart, last time we were here. That was a very bad situation for them, running out of gas towards the end of the race in the chase, but nonetheless, he's second fastest.
But it's good to see him come back and have a good setup right now, be this fast early in practices again. He's another one of those drivers. He's outside that top 10 position, needs a win real bad, JR.
We talked about Clint Boyer just a moment ago about how he needs a good run, and he's starting off the weekend great. He won here last time we were here in the chase, and he was the fastest in practice.
Last year's win came with a little bit of a dark cloud over that win. Again, remember, he got penalized shortly thereafter that. He probably could have been more of a contender if he hadn't had that penalty coming in here, so I think his whole team's looking for a little bit of redemption.
And they are holding on to what little glimpse of the chase they have left right now, so they definitely need a good run this weekend. Now let's go down in the garage area for our Geico Pit Report and check in with Randy Pemberton. Randy?
Hey, thanks, Johnny. I'm down here surrounded by tires, and more tires. That's been one of the big topics of discussion in the Sprint Cup garage area just about all season long. And that's because of the 18 different races that we've run so far. It seems like Goodyear brings a different tire combination to just about every racetrack, and that seems to have made the notebook rendered almost useless by even some of the best race teams. Now, there's some good news and some bad news when you talk about that here at Loudon. This tire that they've brought here, it has been run before, but not at this racetrack. It was run earlier this year at Phoenix. It was also run at Richmond. So you might want to look back into the notebooks and see if, in fact, your driver had a good run at Phoenix as well as Richmond. And if he did, he may very well have a good run here. Now, nothing else has changed. They get 5 sets of Goodyears for practice and qualifying. That all remains the same. So the question is going to be, whose notebook on this set of tires is going to help them perhaps win this race or certainly get a good finish? Jeff, Johnny?
The thing is, Randy, with this new tire, the construction and compound should give these guys better grip. This is one thing they've always worked on when you come to this particular racetrack, because it has no really banking. The adjustments that NASCAR, that Goodyear made to help this try to make these guys happy has to do with getting more grip on the right side as well as the left side, JR. So the drivers so far have told me the tire does feel better here, so it should be for better racing come Sunday.
And we could all use to get a grip.
Every time, buddy, just any time.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here on NASCAR Live, presented by Geico. When we come back, we will hear from Mike Helton, get his take on the traffic troubles from Kentucky Speedway, and we'll also talk about some of the competitors with 8 to go before the chase.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at funaiamerica.com. And by Denny's. America's Diner is always open.
Saturday, the trucks invade Iowa for an all-out battle in the Hawkeye State, where one wrong move can be disastrous. Oh, contact! The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Iowa, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
You could save a bundle with Geico's multi-policy discount. Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
Geico. Saving people money on more than just car insurance.
Still at the office? Man, you need a vacay. Don't have to go far for fun. Ride a dune buggy or scuba diving. Pow! I make it easy. You make it fun. So many super destinations, such low rates.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
Golden Corral's new pan-seared seafood cooking station is now open. Chefs are standing by. It's delicious shrimp made to order. It's tilapia seared to perfection right before your eyes. It's all part of our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10, only at Golden Corral.
How following your passion always puts you right where you're supposed to be. NASCAR home tracks, where what happens on the track is just part of the story.
NASCAR and the American farmer are working together to bring us American ethanol, the right choice for the future of our sport, our country, and our planet. It's a brand new race day.
Welcome back, everyone, to NASCAR Live, presented by Geico, coming to you from the Magic Mile at Loudon, New Hampshire, a tricky, flat racetrack that can be flat-out devastating to somebody who is hoping to make the chase. Now, last weekend at the inaugural event at Kentucky Speedway, there were traffic troubles that caused some fans not even to be able to get in to see the race. Now, NASCAR and Speedway Motorsports have vowed to fix this problem. They say they're taking it very seriously, and as Mike Helton told the media earlier today, they have all hands on deck.
We take what happened last weekend very serious, and immediately conversations opened up between NASCAR, the track, Speedway Motorsports, from the highest of levels on the NASCAR side and the highest of levels on the Speedway Motorsports side. Jim France, Brian France, Lisa Kennedy, Bruton Smith, Marcus, everybody's engaged in this topic, and the intent is to find out exactly what happened so that a cure or fix can be determined. And we will not rest until we have figured that out. As you know, we're in that time of the year when we are working on the next season's calendar, so the timing of this is very important as we wrap up the sanctions for 2012. But it was very unfortunate that it happened, and we're sorry for the fans that were touched by that unfortunate episode, and we will not let this fall to the wayside until we get resolution to it.
And we, of course, will keep you up to date on any information we get out of the Kentucky Speedway as they try to solve that traffic problem. Right now, let's take a look at points. And Jeff Hammond, we got a logjam up at the top right now. There are guys who are pretty much guaranteed a spot right now, you can safely say. Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards, and Kevin Harvick are sitting pretty. So is Kurt Busch, Jimmy Johnson, and Matt Kenseth. But then you get down to your danger zone a little bit.
You really do out there. You know, even with Jeff Gordon right there, the biggest thing he's got going for him are the 2 wins in that 7th position. But then all of a sudden we see Dale Jr. and Ryan Newman. They're going to start sweating bullets, because what we're talking about there, 21 points ahead of the guy in 11th. Denny Hamlin, he's right there on the edge, but he does have that 1 win to kind of, you know, make him feel a little bit more confident.
And here's what's interesting about this year. The old wild card, Tony Stewart's still winless, but he is in the chase as of right now by virtue of his 11th place position in points. And the other guy that's in by virtue of a win is David Reagan.
Yeah, and the thing about Tony's situation right now, again, he can stay in 11th, but if Brad Keselowski steps over in that 20th position. All of a sudden, Tony Stewart is out of the chase, so he needs a win. You see Juan Pablo Montoya, Greg Biffle right in there behind him, Clint Boyer. All these guys, they won in 2010. They don't have a win right now. This is one of those places when you come to, as far as Tony Stewart and especially Clint Boyer, they've got to be feeling good about everything.
Now, you never want to be on a downward slope in NASCAR racing, but especially not at this point of the season. Right now, that's where Dale Earnhardt Jr. finds himself slowly declining in points right now. And take a look at the points drop and the finishing positions over the last 4 races. And Jeff, 3rd, 7th, 7th, 8th. That's not the direction you want to go right now.
No, if he was a Major League Baseball player, he'd be in what? A slump right now. He needs to turn this thing around. He needs to break out. Here's a good racetrack for him, but he's going to have to dig in really deep, because I'm telling you, guys like Tony Stewart and a lot of other race car drivers, they smell blood. They know he's in trouble. They're going to try to push him out of that top 10 if at all possible.
And coincidentally, some of those drivers who really need a good run here have had great success at this racetrack over the years, especially last season as well. Now, Ryan Newman's a guy who needs a good run as well, and he's always raced well at this track. Clint Boyer, out of 10 tries, he's got 2 victories.
Yeah, again, we take a look all through that right there. Jeff Gordon, he's still not 100% locked, because, again, with those 2 wins, he's got to feel pretty good, but he wants to be up there high enough in those points, because if he has to use them for his wild cards, he doesn't get an opportunity to take those bonus points over. That's something we don't want to overlook. Those bonus points, because those wins are huge, especially with this new point system.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. with the 8th place and the 4th place finish is one of those handful of drivers that had top 10 finishes in both races here. And let's take a look at Junior in practice, Jeff. And you know, this one great way to stop a slump is easily enough to have a good run, but it's a lot easier said than done.
It is, and again, when you come to a racetrack where you feel kind of comfortable and you can have such a big influence, we talked about that earlier. This is a driver's racetrack, JR, and if they can get this car close, if all of a sudden, you know, Steve and the guys over there, if they can get it kind of set up the way he needs it to make it roll through the center of the corner, you know, he'll have a great opportunity to have a solid run and put himself in a position to win. Now, right now, this qualifying, he says you're 16th, but the thing is, when you come to this particular racetrack, folks, you need to qualify up toward the front. Being in the top 5 is huge. All of a sudden, the wins that have come from this racetrack have come out of that top 10 qualifying position, so that's the number one thing they've got to do as we get ready to roll into qualifying a little bit later on. Get a good qualifying position.
23 races for Dale Earnhardt Jr. at this track, and he's finished in the top 10 in almost half of those races. We got a lot more coming your way here on NASCAR Live, but first want to remind you there are only 8 races left until the chase for the Sprint Cup begins. Who's likely to get in and who's likely to fall out? As the pressure to win mounts, go to speed.com for the latest inside stories, columns, rumors, and photos and videos, and news as well. Coming up here on NASCAR Live, we will talk live to Clint Boyer, driver number 33, has had a great record of this track, and he needs a good run this weekend. We'll be back.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, ACDC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York.
This is the highway to hell.
Dan Neal rips up the new Ferrari 458. And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
Nice to meet you and you and you. There you go. You go very slowly.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
If you or a loved one.
It's the Red Hot July sale at Eagles Nest Harley-Davidson, July 15th through 17th. Used bikes on sale, live music, wear red, white, and blue and get a free raffle ticket. Up to 65% off discontinued motor clothes and parts. The Red Hot July sale at Eagles Nest Harley-Davidson, July 15th through 17th.
Liberator Medical helped me get my life back. They can do the same for you.
Liberator gave me back the freedom I haven't had since I started using catheters.
It was a life-changing phone call. No more antibiotics.
Call now to qualify for up to 200 disposable catheters per month for little or no out-of-pocket costs. We'll take care of your Medicare and insurance paperwork and billing.
Call 1-800-664-8906. 1-800-664-8906.
It's the Red Hot July sale at Eagles Nest Harley-Davidson, July 15th through 17th. Used bikes on sale, live music, wear red, white, and blue and get a free raffle ticket. Up to 65% off discontinued motor clothes and parts. The Red Hot July sale at Eagles Nest Harley-Davidson, July 15th through 17th.
Welcome back, everyone, to New Hampshire Motor Speedway. There's the big prize at the end of the day on Sunday, and also makes us wonder if we really do need one more tool on this hill. Probably not. But anyway, we're getting set for qualifying a little later on this afternoon, and also NASCAR nationwide practice as well. And one of the busier guys in the garage area right now is Clint Boyer, and Randy Pemberton is standing by with the guy who scored 2 victories here so far and wants to add another.
He certainly does. Led 177 laps here in the fall race. Clint, and you were fastest on the board in practice here today. That's got to make you feel good.
Yeah, I guess that 60,000 wasn't too big a deal last time, but thankfully Good Sam Club came on board and sponsored us for this weekend. It's a fun weekend. It's a fun racetrack for me. It's an action-packed weekend. I love coming up here. Obviously we run well up here, but I love all the action that happens on the racetrack. The touring race, the modified race, the nationwide race, cup race. There's just a lot of racing for a fan to get in on the action.
Yeah, no question about it. Great racetrack. Hey, we talked a little bit about it in this show that this tire has been run at Phoenix and Richmond. Is there anything about those racetracks that you can bring to here, knowing that you've been on the tire before?
Well, Phoenix, we run really well and got caught up in that wreck like on the 5th lap or whatever it was, so didn't get a chance to really see how it played out in the race. But man, I tell you, showed up a little bit off, and had to work through it. Got the car a lot better. Had to tighten up quite a bit from, basically where we were last year. But got her dialed in, and she's pretty fast at qualifying trim. So hopefully we can keep it up there.
Hey, real quickly, I know Jeff Burton was up in there talking to you. What were you guys discussing?
Just talking about qualifying trim versus race trim. He was really good in race trim, and probably the class of field in race trim. And then obviously we were quickest in qualifying. So just trying to compare notes a little bit, driving notes, and then obviously chassis setups and things like that. And actually we were picking on Dylan more than anything, if you truth be told. That's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, no question. All right, Clint Boyer getting ready to make his 200th start here this weekend at New Hampshire, and he's been a very busy guy, and he'll be on trackside. So if you're a big Clint Boyer fan, you want to turn into trackside tonight.
And we are big fans, so we will be tuning in tonight to see Mr. Hammond there as well. Now, Jeff, take a look at his points drop over the last 3 races. Again, not the direction you want to be heading in.
No, you don't want to start happening, especially this period, this close to the end when, it's only 8 races, and it sounds like that's a lot, but it's not that far before we get to Richmond, so you don't want to be on a downward slump. Good racetrack for him. He's the last time anybody won a race from the pole was here in 2007, and that was Clint Boyer doing that. So maybe he can get on the pole today and get started off in the right direction.
And that is not the image Richard Childress Racing wants to see for that number 33 car, because they've had so much success here before. And Jeff, in 10 races to win twice, that really makes his batting average pretty darn good at this racetrack.
He's extremely good here. And again, he's got a lot of confidence. When we talk about that coming into a racetrack, if you know where all the bumps and the humps are, and you know how to kind of float the car in, it gives you an advantage. And I think he's already talked about the car wasn't like he wanted it when he got here, but he and Shane Wilson, they're able to kind of make the right adjustments. That's what you need to kind of, again, keep boosting that confidence that you need when you need a desperate race like this. I think they need to win here this weekend really bad.
Jeff, there are so many great programs in and around NASCAR, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation is certainly one of those. Last weekend at Kentucky Speedway, we got a chance to have a very special visitor come and talk to us. 12-year-old Caleb Kaysen was with us at the racetrack, and among his experiences, he got to chat with our own Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Hammond prior to the trackside show. This is a really great program, and we want to send out a special thanks to Funai for making that visit possible. It was a definite great experience for us as well as Caleb, and I know you had fun doing that too, Jeff.
I tell you, that's the best thing of my job. It's having an opportunity to come and spend time with kids like that and feel how much, how excited they are to be here at the racetrack and to hang out with the drivers and get a chance to come backstage here with the speed talent and everybody that works with speed. It's just a great part of my job, and I love it.
That's a great program, and another program is Speed Center, and this weekend our good friend Lee Diffie is holding down the fort back at our Charlotte studios for the rest of what's going on in the world of motorsports. Let's send it to you, Lee. Take it away, mate.
Thanks, JR. While you've got everything covered in Loudon, we've got everything covered right here in the Speed Center. And let's start with the Camping World Truck Series. And Germain Racing and Randy Moss Motorsports have teamed up to put reigning series champ Todd Bodine in the number 5 truck this weekend in Iowa, replacing Travis Quapple. Both teams were going to miss the race due to lack of sponsorship anyway. On now to MotoGP and practice for Sunday's Grand Prix of Germany. Earlier today, lots of crashes in the first session, including championship leader Casey Stoner and Valentino Rossi. Both going for wild rides, both okay. Hey, speaking of wild, Marco Simoncelli atop the timesheets in both sessions. In F1 news, controversy over restricted blonde diffuser usage last weekend at Silverstone has been resolved. The FIA, the motorsports governing body, with the consent of all the teams, announced that off-throttle diffusers could be used for the rest of the season. There you have it, you're up to date, but stick around. Nationwide practice is next on Speed. Sprint Cup qualifying is at 3, and we'll go back to Loudon and NASCAR Live right after the break.
Tonight, the Granite State will be rocking when the wildest party in racing lights up Loudon and Joey Logano stops by for some fun. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from New Hampshire tonight at 7 Eastern on Speed.
After we stay 2 times at a hotel, who wants a free night? Free night, free night.
You ask for free, we give you free. Right now, when you stay 2 separate times at any of these Choice Hotels, you'll earn 1 night free. Book today at choicehotels.com.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
After we stay 2 times at a hotel, who wants a free night? Free night, free night.
You ask for free, we give you free. Right now, when you stay 2 separate times at any of these Choice Hotels, you'll earn 1 night free. Book today at choicehotels.com.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. And brought to you in high definition by Funai. Funai, fun and innovative. Experience more at funaiamerica.com.
Wednesday night, the car show with Adam Carolla is all new. AC/DC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York, and the boys get driving lessons to some beautiful students. Don't miss the car show Wednesday night at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, only on Speed. Well, earlier this week, NFL receiver Golden Tate sent a tweet out saying, how can Jimmy Johnson, as a NASCAR driver, compete against other athletes for an award because he's not an athlete? And although Jimmy Johnson was not offended by the comment, it stirred up an age-old debate, and Jimmy just wants to set the record straight.
I'd just like to show him around, see if we can show him what our sport is about and change his mind. And then there might be other athletes out there that think the same, and they're all welcome to come out. I know we'd all love to host them and show them around. So I have no hard feelings. I mean, everybody has an opinion. I don't like it when people express their opinion without knowing. So if he comes and finds that we're not athletes and has a different opinion if he was to attend a race, that's fine. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
The thing I like about Twitter is just the fact that it's short and sweet and to the point, and it's kind of one of those things as to, if there's something going on, you feel like talking about it, then you can. If not, you can roll right over it and move on to the next day. So it's just for me, I feel like it's very convenient to do. You don't feel forced to do something, and with our stuff on Twitter, it's always been nobody's ever asked us to do it, so nobody really pushes us to do anything, and it's just worked because it's natural. And the easy part about it is, you can communicate with the fans and answer their questions or get them stirred up or push something through or whatever you feel like doing that particular day or whatever they're wound up about. It's very simple to be a part of it.
How much do you enjoy tweaking people on Twitter?
Which it depends on. Yesterday I wanted to send a couple tweets and they were like, no, I don't think that's a good idea. So I sent them anyway.
No question, Twitter is a great way to get people stirred up. But, Jeff Hammond, you have been behind the wheel of a race car. You have carried a tire. If anybody thinks those aren't athletes out there, come on out. We'll show you.
They really, that's the case right now. A lot of these guys, they don't understand. They play hurt just like any other athlete does. The thing about a race car driver, I've seen guys sit in there, get burned with broken bones, and they still got to start these race cars. You don't have a backup like you do in a lot of other sports.
Exactly, and these guys go out there in very, very tough conditions. They get their bodies thrown around those race cars. They get hit, and you'd be hard-pressed to find a good race race car driver that's not in great shape right now for the Edge?
Hey, I'll take Mark Martin, for example. I take his abs against any other athlete, any other sport.
I haven't seen my abs in years, so I wouldn't know. We're going to take a quick break here on Speed, but when we come back, we will have Nationwide Series final practice for you. Stay with us, everybody.
Sprint changes the game again with America's first 3D phone. Now anyone can watch and shoot video in 3D.
Cut, guys. We're not making effective use of the 3D technology. I think I can help. You stand over there and film Daddy while I for serve.
What was that?
That was 3D gold. That's what that was.
Let's make homemade 3D the next big thing. The new HTC Evo 3D, no glasses required, only from Sprint.
Amazing. Inspiring. Breathtaking. Every chase, every race. This is Magnavox. See what you've been missing. Magnavox, engineered in Japan by Funai.
Still at the office? Man, you need a vacay. Don't have to go far for fun. Ride a dune buggy or scuba diving. Pow! I make it easy. You make it fun. So many super destinations, such low rates.
That's amazing! You know what else is amazing? How easy it is to save money on motorcycle, boat, or camper insurance with Geico. Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, ACBC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York.
This is the highway to hell.
Dan Neal rips up the new Ferrari 458. And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
Nice to meet you and you and you. You go very slowly.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
Welcome, everyone, to Nationwide Series Final Practice. One last chance for these teams to tune up and tune in to the Magic Mile here at Loudon, New Hampshire. We have a beautiful afternoon and a great weekend on tap. 8 drivers will be doing double duty this weekend, racing in the Nationwide Series and the Sprint Cup Series as well, and they will be busy over the next couple of days. But then again, that's the way they like it. As long as you're out here at the racetrack, these guys want to work, and their job is to get as many positions as they can on the racetrack and perhaps bring that trophy home. Hello, everybody. I'm John Roberts. Thanks for joining us here once again for Nationwide Series Final Practice. Let's take a look at the menu, see what is still to come today, and a lot of action on and off the track here. Nationwide Series practice in a matter of moments. Sprint Cup Series qualifying, where they'll set the grid for Sunday. That happens at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Trackside, presented by Walmart, features Clint Boyer. Speed Center at 8 o'clock with Lee Diffie will wrap up the entire world of motorsports. Want to welcome in once again our good friend Jeff Hammond. And Jeff, this is one of those practice sessions that's a really good practice session because this is about what it's going to be and during race conditions as far as the weather goes.
Yeah, that and another part of the thing is, Jared, don't forget, this is also the time they've got enough rubber down the racetrack because the Cup cars have already been out there. They've had their practice session, so a lot of the rubber is already built up on the racetrack. It'll give guys like Elliott Sadler and Reed Sorensen, who are battling this point situation, you know, an opportunity to get their cars really dialed in and ready to race come Saturday.
Let's take a look at the points as they run right now in the Nationwide Series and see who is on top and who is poised for the championship, and that's got to be Elliott Sadler. It is great to see ESAD in that position right now.
Yeah, but the thing that's kind of interesting is both these guys at the top of the points right now, they're swapping it back and forth every other week. So who can ever come out here with the best finish? And right now for Elliott Sadler, he wants to get the victory lane more than anything else. He's leading the points with no wins so far.
And this year you have to declare which series you are going to run for a championship in, so we're going to have a very clear champion in the Nationwide Series. Let's go down to Randy.
Yeah, and it might be this guy standing to my right, Trevor Bain. Trevor, you're going in for happy hour right now. We were just talking a little bit about this racetrack. You don't have a lot of experience on a lot of racetracks, but this track has been good to you.
Yeah, it really has. I've run 2 Camping World East races, are now K&N East Series races, and then I ran a nationwide race here. One of those K&N races we were leading and ran out of gas. The second one we were leading and had a by caution and finished second. And I think the last nationwide race we were top. So it's been pretty good to us. We're working on this Ford Mustang today, trying to make it better where we can have that kind of run again. But I think we need about a 10th more, and then we can get this number 16 NES in-car up to the front.
Well, give us something specific. What are you guys working on? What's it not do? We always hear, easy in, roll through the center, give me some more bite coming off. What is your car doing or not doing that you want it to?
Well, we fixed most of the parts except for one. I just need to be able to carry more speed through the center without it snapping loose. I'm kind of tight, but if I just put a little bit more wheel into it, then it gets really loose. So we're working at that, trying to get the roll of the car right. And if we can carry more speed through the center, then that adds up down the straightaway too.
Obviously, you're feeling great now, too?
Yeah, I feel good, man. It's a good time to be in New Hampshire. It's great weather out here, and I feel good. So.
All right. Good luck in practice. Good luck in the race.
Right,
Johnny?
thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot, Randy. It's always good to see Trevor Bayne back at the racetrack right now, especially with that smile that he always has on his face. We are moments away now from NASCAR Nationwide Series practice. And Jeff, let's put you back up on the toolbox here, the pit box rather, and see what are you looking for in this practice session.
Again, I'm looking for try to get all these little problems worked out. You've gone through this first practice session. You know basically what you've got. As Trevor's already pointed out, they're working for some center speed, so that's what they're going to focus in on. Make maybe some shock adjustments, maybe a little bit of a balance as far as the weight's concerned, front to rear, as far as that's also getting the car where it will return to that center. That's what's important. We got variable banking here, 2 degrees to 7 degrees of banking, but the thing he also touched on, long straightaways, 1,500 foot long. You've got to get a good launch if you want to be competitive getting around this racetrack.
And basically flat when you talk about that little bit of banking. Let's take a look at the first practice speed, see who was fast. The gentleman you just saw getting into his car, Kevin Harvick, in the 33, he led the way.
Well, the thing is kind of interesting. When you look at all the records here, you see Kevin Harvick, you see Kyle Busch's names on a lot of the columns because, Kevin's been fast in qualifying. He's won a race here before. Kyle Busch is one of the very few guys that's ever won 2 races in a row here at this racetrack. So I'm not surprised to see him up toward the front, nor am I surprised to see Brad Keselowski's name, our defending champion from 2010. These guys have got solid teams and solid efforts behind them.
Let's check back in now with Randy Pemberton for one last thought before practice. Randy?
Yeah, they're getting ready to strap in and buckle in. All the drivers getting in behind me there. Casey Kane has just climbed aboard the GoDaddy number 7. Danica Patrick not here this weekend. Also, just a little reminder here, we talked a little bit about it. You did, Johnny, the fact that you had to pick which series that you were going to go for the championship in. But that does not mean that the Cup drivers aren't going to be out here and in force. And they certainly are here this weekend. There are 8 of them in the Nationwide Series race, and they're looking to kind of steal that win and cherry pick a little bit on the Nationwide regulars, but we'll have to see, and we'll know that here tomorrow.
Randy, thanks a lot. And Jeff, when you look back at some of the decisions and rule changes that were made this year, I think pretty much everybody you talk to around the garage area really liked that change about having a true Truck Series champion, a true Nationwide Series champion.
No, I agree with you right there. And the thing is about this change is when we saw the speeds earlier, we saw a lot of the Cup regulars up there toward the front. But how about Reed Sorensen, number 2 in points, right in there amongst them? I don't think anybody right now is scared of these guys coming over, especially Reed and guys like Elliott Sadler.
And it's good to see Elliott Sadler on top of the points right now. And as Jeff said earlier, he is looking for that win. We got to take a quick break here from the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. But when we come back, Adam Alexander and company will have Nationwide Series final practice. Stay with us.
It's Christmas in July at Aaron's, and your present is a $50 Aaron's gift card. Use it to take $50 off anything you buy or $50 off your first month's payment. But hurry, Aaron's Christmas in July ends July 31st. So go to Aaron's.com/July and get your Aaron's gift card today. And remember, when you want a guaranteed low price on name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers, you don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's.
Just because I'm a car guy doesn't mean I don't care about the environment.
I also care about doing things right and what I'm leaving behind.
Valvoline Next Gen, recycled oil made from a breakthrough process to exceed industry standards. See how Next Gen recycled oil is better than new oil. Go to Valvoline.com.
You know those lucky dogs who have that perfect amount of gray hair that everyone loves? Now you can be one of them. Touch of Gray combs away a little gray without getting rid of it all. Touch of Gray. Get the best of both.
Hey, sport. Still at the office. It's almost the weekend. Don't have to go far, spend much to have fun. I've got hotels everywhere. Go snowshoeing or lobster diving. Pow! Pow-pow! I make it easy. You make it fun. Pow! More destinations to follow your passion anywhere. And with the power of POW, your passion could be on me.
With an eye to the future, America's farmers bring us a renewable energy solution that will strengthen American business, as well as our nation's energy independence. American ethanol, from America's cornfields to America's racetracks. It's a brand new race day.
Speed's busy day from Loudon, New Hampshire continues. It's final practice for the NASCAR Nationwide Series presented by One Main Financial. And as the cars roll out for nearly 90 minutes of practice, we tell you things are gorgeous in New England. 82 degrees. Yeah, there's a slight breeze just to keep you cool. Mostly sunny skies, not just the forecast for today, but throughout the remainder of the weekend. Certainly glad to have you with us here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway with Kyle Petty and Larry McReynolds. I'm Adam Alexander. So we've had 24 nationwide races here at the Magic Mile. And in the first 23, we had 23 different winners, and then Kyle Busch went and screwed it up last year, Larry.
Well, every Nationwide Series race weekend, we have a story that we were going to follow. If you go back to Kentucky last week, we were following Joey Logano, Kyle Busch's teammate, who was going for 4 consecutive poles and race wins at Kentucky, came up a little short. I think when you look at the fact that Kyle Busch is the only driver to repeat here as winner, and what he's trying to do is tie Mark Martin for the most Nationwide Series wins at 49. Quick in practice earlier, I think that's the guy we're going to be watching, especially in that race tomorrow.
And when you look at guys that might have a chance to knock him off, Larry talked about Joey Logano. Yeah. This is a good track for him. Kevin Harvick is here, and last week's winner, Brad Keselowski. Kyle,
look, it's not a cakewalk for Kyle Busch, and I think Kyle understands that. And it's getting tougher and tougher. When you look at these guys that run, when you look at Kevin and how he ran last week, when you look at Brad and how he ran last week, these guys are putting together a lot stronger nationwide program, and they're coming in and they do cherry pick. Don't get me wrong. We're talking Cup drivers. There's also nationwide drivers like Reed Sorensen, like Jason Leffler. Guys like that can win this race too. So it's a little bit tougher on Kyle than just coming in here and knocking Mark off the top of the heap.
Yeah, 24 previous races here in the Nationwide Series. There's always an asterisk. This is the first race with this new Nationwide Series car here. So that difference.
The track, a tough animal as it has always been, and now we get our One Main Financial track description. Those long straightaways and flat corners, what jump out at you, Larry?
Flat. That's the best way you can describe it.
And that's not even flat from the driver's seat. That's off camber. That's banked the other way. And because the straightaways are so long and you carry so much speed in the corner, we're used to Cup drivers or nationwide drivers or guys that drive stock cars are really used to having a little bit of bank to catch you when you get there. But there's nothing to catch you there when you get to these corners.
And as they hit the track for practice, the man who is the point leader in the Nationwide Series, Elliott Sadler. For more on him, we go to the garage and Wendy Venturini.
Thanks, Adam. We know Elliott Sadler had a good week off away from the racetrack. He spent some time with his family in the Outer Banks on vacation. Well-to-do for the points leader, but when he came here, he knew it was back to business. He said it's not one of his favorite racetracks, but he knows one thing's for sure. Track position is going to be key this weekend. They are testing in this practice session, working on old tires to make sure their car is good on the long run. They feel like the medium to older tires are going to be the key to win this race. He has two starts on this race car, and the chassis he's running today, they've had both top 5 finishes at both Iowa and Richmond. Elliott Sadler hopes to keep that top spot when we head out of New Hampshire. Bob Dillner?
Well, Wendy, Elliott Sadler's car owner here in the garage area is Kevin Harvick. You know what? He's very good here at the Magic Mile. In 10 starts, 9 top 10 finishes, and a victory. Well, in the garage area here, the 22 and the 33 are parked side by side, and they were 1 and 2 in practice, with Kevin Harvick leading the first practice and Brad Keselowski second. Keselowski says, hey, my car is really good, and the two teams in here in the garage area kind of razzing each other a little bit of a rivalry. Basically, the 22 bunch said, hey, we hung it up and finished practice before they even turned that lap. Let's see what we do in this practice, the final one before we get to tomorrow's race.
A little bit of razzing in the garage area. How about what Brad said last week? Did you hear what he said on the radio? Brad's running along out there, Kevin's catching him, and Brad comes over the radio and says, hey, Hyder, which is Harvick's crew chief, I'd hate to be the man to run Kevin Harvick out of gas here at the end of this. That is perfect, man. That's one of the coolest things I've ever heard right there.
Because he knew that more than likely David Hyder, the 33 team, was scanning their radios so they would be able to hear what he was saying.
Yeah, that's a little bit of jab, a little bit of razz. That's got to be pretty cool to be down in the garage area with those two teams right now, because that's probably continued.
Talked about Elliott Sadler coming in as the point leader, 4 points behind Reed Sorensen, who was 5th in the opening practice here earlier today. And Reed 2nd among the cars that have been on track early in this practice session.
Yeah, Reed making his 150th Nationwide Series start here this weekend at Loudon.
Reed Sorensen found his way to victory lane earlier this season, getting it done in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, on the road course. In fact, he's a part of that Turner Motorsports operation. You look at all 3 of their victories this year, they came on last lap passes. You got Reed Sorensen doing it on the road course in Wisconsin. Justin Allgaier did it at Chicagoland. And Mark Martin, who runs this car on a part-time basis, able to get a last lap pass en route to victory at Las Vegas early in the season.
Reed was 5th quickest in that first practice, and that was one of the teams, a lot like several of the Cup teams, that went to Milwaukee and tested a few weeks ago to get ready for this race.
Carl Edwards, surprisingly 17th in practice 1 earlier today. He won this race back in 2006. Carl, a 4-time winner in nationwide competition here in 2011.
I think that he was that slow on that first lap. We were talking about this during Cup practice. For race runs, you start the air pressure so low that when you're in a race run, it's probably going to be your 4th or 5th lap.
Yes.
That'll be your quickest lap of the run. It's jumped up to 2nd.
Exactly. And you got everybody watching at home, watch these cars as they get halfway down the straightaway from that shot that we have of them traveling down the backstretch. You can see the left side tires. Look at the yellow part on the tire and how it wrinkles up. That's the low tire pressure. And when you go out on low tire pressure, it's like driving with a flat tire. It truly is like driving with the tires flat. And it takes just a little while. You see that left rear kind of wrinkle as that thing bounces. And as the tire pressure comes up, you get that platform, then you get used to it and you can run fast.
Talked off the top about Kyle Busch, 3rd in practice here this morning. Kyle on track right now, 7th, and he has turned only 1 lap in this session. He will likely make a jump here as he completes lap number 2. 5 career starts here, and we told you about back-to-back wins, the only repeat winner in the NASCAR Nationwide Series here in the Granite State. Talk so much when you come to New Hampshire about the Roush Fenway organization and this being a home game for them. Spent a lot of time in Boston at Fenway Park watching the Red Sox. And how about that paint scheme for Ricky Stenhouse Jr.?
Good looking paint scheme. I think they had a big event over there at Fenway Park earlier in the week.
So many of these guys have been over and taken batting practice. Some it goes pretty good, and for others, not so much.
I was going to say, nice paint job if you like baseball. What are you talking about, batting practice? I can see these guys taking batting practice.
Brad Keselowski, the fastest early here at New Hampshire.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, all season long, live on Speed.
As City Financial, we were always there to help our customers with personalized loan solutions. Now, as One Main Financial, that commitment remains the same. How do I know? I work there, and I live here.
The adhesive brand trusted by dads is the same adhesive brand trusted by professionals. For over 50 years, Loctite has formulated adhesive products for some of the world's most challenging jobs. Loctite. Trusted performance, proven results.
Is your computer running slowly?
When I heard the bike start up, I can't really explain it. I just knew it was like, yeah, that's something that I want to have a career in. The instructors there really make sure that you understood what you were doing. It makes you feel like you could do anything. If that's your passion, working on bikes is your passion, just pursue it. Don't let anything or anybody hold you back. It's like the best feeling in the world. It is totally worth it. My name is Shonda, and my school is Biotech.
Get on the fast track to a career. Turn pro at Wyotech. 1-800-843-0146.
Don't be scared. I've done this before. Show me your teeth. Open your mouth, boy. Show me your teeth. Show me what you got. Show me your teeth.
Shark Week, all this week on Discovery.
Brought to you by the California Academy of Sciences, presenting Snakes and Lizards, the Summer of Slither, now through September 5th. Tickets available at calacademy.org.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Nationwide Series practice from New Hampshire, presented by One Main Financial. Your needs, your goals, your dreams. And brought to you in part by Diet Mountain Dew. Diet tastes better on the mountain. And by Touch of Gray. Gets rid of some gray, never all. 8 minutes into final practice for the Nationwide Series. Brad Keselowski is quickest as we go to the garage, and Bob Dillner.
And Adam, here's what Trevor Bayne and that 16 group are fighting with this car right now. In the earlier practice session, earlier today here at Loudon, he was snappy. He said he turned the wheel about a 1/16 of an inch in the center, and it would just get wicked loose. Well, during the interim, in between the practice sessions, they made a lot of changes to the front end of this race car. But now he said he feels upon entry like it's laying over, and it's really creating a big push as he heads into the corner, but it's still really snappy loose in the center once he puts some wheel in it. So right now, Chris Andrews and this team trying to figure out how to get Trevor Bayne comfortable inside that race car.
Well, we talked about it for an hour and a half during Sprint Cup Series practice. The balancing act you walk here at this fairly flat 1 mile racetrack is getting the car to roll through the middle of the corner and then get good drive off the corner. And you'll almost keep teeter-tottering back and forth.
And the driver affects that a lot. And Larry knows that as a crew chief. A driver that'll drive in harder, stand on the brakes, load those front springs, and make that thing do something a little bit different. And then as the race starts and you start backing that corner up and you start backing off and letting the car roll free, it's like, my car won't turn, Larry, my car won't turn. Well, you're not driving it as hard, you know, and it's funny how the driver input really affects a racetrack like this.
Justin Allgaier, a winner last month at Chicago, has had a tough time since then. 3 of the last 4 finishes outside the top 10, the lone exception when he finished 5th at Daytona a couple of weeks ago.
You know, this little Nationwide Series season is clicking right along like Sprint Cup, and you think about those finishes he's had. Yeah, he's 4th in the points, but that's 43 points out of the lead, which is basically a full race by the numbers of the point system today.
And you know, you talk about not the finishes that he's had, you know, except for a pint of fuel, then he wins at Road America. You know, I mean, there's races where they've run good. They just don't have the finishes to show for it. And I think as a team, when you're a team that runs well and don't have the finishes, you can live with that because you know their finishes will come because you're hammering, you're knocking on that door. But when you have 6 or 7 top 5 or top 10 finishes and you know you just fell into them, you know that team's got a lot more work. His team's right there on the cusp of really breaking through that.
Yeah, they've got the easier of the 2 problems to fix. Just ride the wave.
And here's a guy, Eric. I think Eric's had a pretty solid season. He's not done anything spectacular, but he's not been that bad. And it's one of those deals where I think if they click, as this thing begins to get into it, they're going to hit on something. And this is a team that can get on a streak. And I think Eric's a driver that can get on a streak and win 2 or 3 races.
Eric comes in here 6th in the Nationwide Series point standings after 18 races. And Larry, something you and I talked about a couple of weeks ago is the changes to the point system and how it has really opened the door for these nationwide regulars to make a big impact on the series.
And it's kept a very tight points battle, and I think this points battle is going to stay tight to the bitter end at Homestead Miami Speedway in November.
And Bob, Eric Almirola 7th early in this session.
7th in this session, but they're still battling the same problem that they had in the initial practice session out here earlier today. And you're watching his teammate right there, Casey Keene, in the number 7 car. But Eric Almirola, very tight in the center. But the problem for him is it doesn't turn at all. It just slides up the racetrack right to the wall. And you saw that out of the 88 car in the previous run here that he's just coming into the garage area for right now. Casey Keene having a little bit of a similar problem out on the racetrack right now. So both cars are junior motorsports cars, and both cars battling the same problem around this tricky 1 mile oval.
And our point leader, Elliott Sadler, right now in the 11th position. When you look at final practice, perhaps he's trying to find some speed. More from New Hampshire after a break on the Motorsports Authority.
Tonight, the Granite State will be rocking when the wildest party in racing lights up Loudon, and Joey Logano stops by for some fun. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from New Hampshire tonight at 7 Eastern on Speed.
Strength to maintain maximum horsepower 60% longer than Castrol Syntec in our extreme tests. Castrol Edge. Now, with titanium fluid strength technology, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
The nice thing about the
Manteca! Manteca Trailer and Motorhome is Northern California's largest RV dealership. It is an established leader in sales, service, and parts, with thousands of parts. 30 service bays specially designed to save time and money, rentals, storage, RV services, and of course, a vast selection of new and used RVs and trailers. Click below to learn more about what you'll find at Manteca Trailer and Motorhome in Manteca.
Gentlemen, time to get close. You can't shave close if your beard is laying down.
Electric Shave stands up whiskers for an up to 52% closer shave. Lubricates skin too.
Smooth cheeks.
Electric Shave.
Get close.
Bug bites, poison ivy, and sunburn? Relieve the pain and itching fast with Gold Bond Maximum Relief Anti-Itch Cream. 2 maximum strength medicines cool and soothe pain and itch on contact. Gold Bond Maximum Relief. The quick fix for almost every itch.
Watch the best of NASCAR on Speed shows online, on demand. Go to the video section of speed.com or NASCAR.com each weekend for interviews and race recaps from your favorite speed programs such as Trackside, Race Day, Victory Lane, and more. About 15 minutes into an hour and 20-minute practice session for the NASCAR Nationwide Series. They were on track earlier this morning. They will qualify tomorrow morning before racing for the 19th time this season tomorrow afternoon.
See Jason Leffler in his 38 car right now. He's 14th, but one of 3 of the Turner Motorsports drivers that's in the top 5 in points right now.
Kenny Wallace on track. He is 13th in practice and appears to be headed for the Nationwide Series garage for some changes. And here's last week's winner, Brad Keselowski. The man who won the championship 1 season ago had not won in 2011 until last week at Kentucky, and he was pretty dominant on Friday night in the Bluegrass.
You know you're dominant when you're talking junk to the guy that's running to the crew chief on pit road when the guy's running you down. And they were dominant. And you know, he's been good off and on this year. There's been places that another team that just didn't have anything to show for it. Go back to Kenny Wallace there a minute ago, showing him going in the garage here. Kenny's had a phenomenal year. You know, you look at a guy who got 4 laps of practice at most races last year and then would just qualify a car and do the best he could with that team. They put together a program over the winter, and he's been top 10, top 5. Is he top 10 in points now?
Top 10 in points.
Top 10 in points.
And top 10 in 3 of the last 5 races.
I mean, and they just keep, their strategy works, and they're just a good, solid top 10 or 12 time.
I'm going to pile on this top 10. Kenny Wallace has 7 top 10 finishes in 2011. How about this? From 2006 through the end of 2010, he had 7 top 10 finishes total.
And you know, it's like he didn't forget how to drive. He just needed to get with a team that had the equipment and could give him something, and he's got it now.
What kind of progress they making today, Bob?
I'll tell you what, Kenny Wallace is ear to ear with smiles down here in the Loudon garage area. They've got the front end of that car very comfortable for Kenny. He said the changes that we made don't make it hop as much as in the first practice session. So now crew chief Scott Zipadelli says they need to work on rear grip and get a good drive up off the corner. But guys, remember this, and Kenny pointed out to me right before he climbed in the race car here for this practice session. He said this is the 20th anniversary of his first ever win in the NASCAR Nationwide Series. He came back here at the Magic Mile in 1991, and I said, how's it make you feel, Herm? He says, old.
Kenny, one of the 7 drivers entered this weekend that has a win here at New Hampshire, and if memory serves me right, when he won here, it was a 300-lap race. That's earning your money in those days.
It was, and it was a standalone event because the Nationwide Series raced here 2 or 3 years before we came here with the Sprint Cup Series.
Joey Logano, first time he ever came to a Sprint Cup weekend, was right here at New Hampshire. Of course, he's from New England. Got his first career win here in the Sprint Cup Series, and I'm sure he would love to back that up and put a tally in the W column in nationwide competition as well. What's Joey got to say, Wendy?
Well, the changes that crew chief Adam Stevens made from the first practice to this session, Joey Logano reported that it was harsher over the bumps in this practice session, especially going into 3. He was sliding that right rear. So Adam made a left front spring change and went back to what they had in this practice session. And so far, it sounds a little bit better that Joey's more comfortable with this kind of setup than what they originally had.
Larry, Joey, one of those drivers, obviously doing double duty this weekend, running both tomorrow and Sunday afternoon in the Sprint Cup race. And I believe, I don't talk tires a lot, but I believe same tire for both nationwide and Cup cars this weekend. Does that help you more as a driver when you get the extra track time knowing you're running the same tire as we see the drivers that are going to run both days?
Well, quite honestly, there's no question. When you're on the same tire combination, it not only helps the driver, but it helps the two teams almost share notes. But we've said this a lot since this new car came out. I think the feel of this new car is much closer to the Sprint Cup Series cars. In fact, there were some drivers at some tracks that started shying away from doing double duty because the feel was so different between the old Nationwide Series car and the new Sprint Cup Series car.
So here are the top 5 as we close on 20 minutes of practice complete. Brad Keselowski, Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards, and Brian Scott back to New Hampshire in a moment.
So, it's only one Diet Mountain Dew left. Love the taste of Diet Dew. Brace you for it.
We could do that.
Hold on! The whole thing! Free it!
Diet Mountain Dew. Diet tastes better on the mountain.
This tastes so good. Show off!
I was in high school when I bought my dream car. Working on that car is where my dyno tuning business started. We max out horsepower and performance. Nothing but the best goes into these cars. That's why we fill up at the local Citgo. I know performance, and that's good gas. And it's guaranteed. In high school, we had a lot of fun in that car. Luckily, there aren't any pictures.
Citgo. Good gas, guaranteed.
Got it. Don't be the last to know. Get it faster with 4G. It's the network of possibilities. AT&T.
The most important part of owning a vehicle is proper maintenance. And proper maintenance begins with Z-Max. Z-Max is a micro-lubricant that soaks into metal. Using Z-Max in your engine will reduce friction, heat, and remove harmful deposits. Plus, adding Z-Max to your fuel system will help maintain gas mileage and reduce emissions. Z-Max will reduce wear on vital engine parts and help extend the life of your engine.
I know it works, and I put my name on the line on that, and I mean it.
Z-Max. It's in the science. Pick some up today.
With enough talent and dedication, any of these race cars can take a NASCAR home tracks driver wherever they want to go.
Good to have you with us from Loudon, New Hampshire. It's Nationwide Series final practice presented by One Main Financial. Brad Keselowski continues quickest. Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch right behind as we hear from Wendy Venturini.
The 32 of Reed Sorensen has made some quick adjustments and is getting ready to head back on the racetrack. As you documented earlier in practice, guys, the first few laps he was free as the pressures went up. That went away, and he also added some more rear brake on the racetrack, which made his race car a little bit better. He said the most chatter was in the front tires, and that's the most chatter he's had all day. His biggest concern right now was the fact that chatter is even as he gets on the gas, and that's what Trent Owens is trying to change for him. Bob Dillner?
Wendy, 11th quick for Justin Allgaier right now, and I spoke to him right before he got in the car for this practice session. He said, honestly, we were pretty good in the first practice session, but at the same time, every change we made to the car really didn't make a difference. Well, in this practice session, he's been tight in the center in his couple runs on the racetrack. They've made the center better, but honestly, the exit's still tight. He can't get that car to turn. They're changing the right front spring in the car right now.
And I think if you are tight on the exit with one of these Nationwide Series cars, especially with them being significantly down on horsepower, with the tapered spacer and the smaller carburetor versus a Sprint Cup, these straightaways are long. It just kills the straightaway speed. It'll make you look like you've got 100 less horsepower than someone that's turning good, staying in the throttle off the corner.
Haven't talked a lot about the Joe Gibbs Racing Camp, at least not this member of the JGR bunch. Brian Scott is fourth right now, right behind Kyle Busch. Joey Logano also in the top 10. And, you know, so many times in NASCAR, Kyle, the numbers at the end of the day don't tell the story. That's certainly the case with Brian Scott. So many times you check in at the midway point or the three-quarter mark of a race and they're in the top 10, top 5, and just don't have the finishes to show for their work.
You know what? But that's the growing process. And Larry's seen it, and we've all seen it as you come in. As from a driver, from a team, it doesn't make any difference. A lot of drivers and teams are good in the first third of a race, and then they disappear in the second third. You've got to be there in the last third of the race. But if you can run good at the first of the race, you know you can run good and race these guys. You've just got to learn how to race. And I think that's what Brian Scott's learning right now, is how to race a complete race. How many times do we see guys come out of the Nationwide Series and they're good for half a cup race, but then they fall off the second half? They have to learn how to race a cup race, and Brian's just learning this right now.
And certainly there is a steep learning curve when you go from trucks to Nationwide like Brian has. And Kyle Busch has made the transition fairly easy. Wendy?
And yes, he's making it look easy in this practice session, but still not good enough for the 18 team. Jason Radcliffe, the crew chief, asked that Kyle Busch get a little bit more out of his race car, get more better lap times. According to Jason Radcliffe, it wasn't quite what they wanted. Keep in mind, they are third in this practice session so far. Kyle said when he got tight, then it got too loose, so it was one extreme to the other with this race car. He doesn't know what Joey Logano is doing to keep those lap times right now, but he said, I cannot do that with my race car. And so the adjustments are being made here in the garage area by the crew chief, Jason Radcliffe, and the 18 team, hoping to get him a little bit better, especially that loose off the corner.
And Wendy, what I just watched them do backs up what he's saying the car's doing. He's loose. What they were doing is there's lead in that frame well to get the car to the weight that it has to be. They were moving that weight ahead, which will tighten the race car up, put more front percentage into the race car as far as weight.
And as Wendy pointed out, Kyle's got a fast car. It just doesn't stay fast. And if you're going to be good at this place, you got to be good over the long haul.
But what I found interesting also, she mentioned Jason Ratcliffe, the crew chief. I talked to Jason this morning in the garage area, and he said, Larry, of course, they've won the last two races. He said, it never fails. We struggle and struggle and struggle in practice, and it seems like this is one of those tracks. In one of those races, it always comes to Kyle, and obviously he's there at the end.
This is one of them, huh? There's so many.
Yeah, one of many.
Yeah, but it's just like we're talking about Brian Scott, and the difference is between Brian Scott and Kyle Busch is Kyle understands the race and adjusts his style accordingly, and he can make up a little bit. When the car's not exactly right, Kyle is one of those drivers that can make up and carry it on his back. And we've heard him say before, I just couldn't carry that car any farther than third place. But by God, he probably had about an 8th place car to get it to third.
Truth be known.
Trevor Bayne came back from illness. He was 3rd at Chicago, 5th at Michigan. Hasn't been in the top 10 since. Here are the top 10 in this practice, led by Brad Keselowski.
Use an oil as durable as Quaker State, and there's no telling how many miles you'll go. But here's what'll happen when you get there. Reach 300,000 miles with eligible Quaker State motor oils, and we'll give you a check for the Kelly Blue Book trade-in value of your car. And you keep your car. No other motor oil has the molecules to make a commitment like this. Only Quaker State. Real, durable oil.
Still at the office? Man, you need a vacay. Don't have to go far for fun. Ride a dune buggy or scuba diving? Pow! I make it easy. You make it fun. So many super destinations, such low rates.
Did
Did you know you should review your insurance every year or two? There are big differences between specialists and non-specialists when it comes to RV coverage. For example, the Good Sam Vehicle Insurance Plan offers $3,000 for personal belongings, optional full replacement cost coverage, and more. RV customers who switch save an average of $349 a year. Auto customers save an average of $442 a year. This means better coverage at a lower price. Call 1-866-SAVE-A-LOT. Speak to one of our insurance specialists.
You can see why millions of people trust Good Sam's Vehicle Insurance Plan.
Hey, Kurt, it's Kyle. Hey, you got a minute?
Not really. Kind of busy.
You've got to check out the new NASCAR.com race view. I mean, these new virtual graphics make my car look almost real. Did you know fans can customize this to follow me all race long and listen to my in-car audio? And now my fans can even watch you try to keep up with me in the new head-to-head view. I mean, how cool is that?
Check out the brand new and dramatically improved race view, only at NASCAR.com.
Kurt, hey, Kurt.
Speed, happy to have you along for the ride as the NASCAR Nationwide Series practices for the final time this weekend here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. See Casey Kane on track. He's turned 12 laps in this session, and he is currently 12th.
You know, what's pretty impressive about this 17 that they've had 5 different drivers, including Casey Kane, who ran last week for him in Kentucky, running here this week. Same car that he finished 4th in Kentucky. All 5 of those drivers, including Dale Earnhardt Jr., Danica Patrick, Ron Fellows, Josh Rice, and Casey Kane, they've had top 5 finishes in that car this year.
And that's a real testimony to how good that operation is. Of course, that's a team car to Eric Almirola, who is top 10 in this practice. And joining in there, Stephen Wallace, who is 6th right now in that 66 car. He enters the weekend 8th in Nationwide Series points, but surprisingly, only 2 top 10 finishes through 18 races in 2011. "30 minutes into this session, and Bob Dillner has a report on Jason Leffler.
And Adam, it's very interesting listening to Jason Leffler's radio right now. Basically, he's 14th quick right now, but he says opposite of so many people in this garage area right now, he's really loose upon entry, and he's talking in particular about the seams on the racetrack. And he says once he gets caught on the seams down in 1 and 2 or 3 and 4, he cannot turn the car back over those seams because it's way too loose. So right now they're changing the front sway bar on this car to try to tighten him up just a little bit so he can turn down to the bottom.
I want to go back to something that you said, because it just struck me as all of a sudden. And we talk about the 7 car having 5 different drivers. And we talk about the 7 car being a teammate to an Eric Almirola. All right, and now let's go to Turner Motorsports, and we look at a Reed Sorensen, or you look at Al Geyer and those guys. You know, they have an opportunity to work with the same driver week in and week out. You're my teammate. Larry McReynolds is my teammate. We get that relationship. We can build these 2 teams and make them stronger. Do you think that's harder on Eric's team to have to work with multiple drivers, even though the team, because so many multiple drivers have so many different feels and different setups? You know, it almost takes Eric's team and sets them off to the side, and even though it's a 2-car team, he almost has to be a driver that reacts as a single-car driver because he's having to deal with so many different drivers. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
No question.
Yeah. I mean, I've never really thought about that with some of these teams. Even though there are multiple teams out there, if you keep rotating a driver through, the crew chief is guessing, you know, if I've got Tony Stewart 1 week and Casey Kane 1 week and Dale Jr. 1 week and Danica 1 week, the driving styles and how they approach the track are 4 or 5 different ways. So that's got to be a little bit harder on Eric's team to really get a baseline or to get help from that second team.
Yeah, it's probably only a small snapshot gain of what's going on that particular weekend only.
Yes.
But certainly it's a challenge for Tony Stewart Jr. in that 17, knowing you've got a different race car driver
I can't imagine
on any given week.
I can't imagine that.
So how many races has Kevin Harvick won in the Nationwide Series in 2011?
How many?
He hasn't yet. That's
kidding.
surprising, isn't it?
Well, he shouldn't have pitted last week, but that's Brad Keselowski made him pit.
He's 2nd in this practice session, Wendy.
Leave it up to Kyle to stir the pot. Well, Kevin Harvick is happy right now with his race car, and his lap times are really good, according to his crew chief, David Hyder. Now, they've continued to make this race car better and better from the first practice session till this afternoon. He said it still needs to be a little bit tighter, as Kyle Busch pulls out. The right rear spring change that they just made Kevin Harvick said he does not like it as much. It felt a little bit too rigid and did not turn as well. So they are going to be probably going back to the last changes before this last run out, guys.
Well, he may not like the fact that he hasn't won this season. Kevin Harvick, though, 198 top 10 finishes and 273 career starts in the Nationwide Series. That guy's had some success in NNS as well.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, ACBC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York.
This is the highway to hell.
Dan Neal rips up the new Ferrari 458. And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
Nice to meet you and you and you.
You go.
Very slowly.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't bad.
Sorry.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
Oh, Rudy, you're so nice to me.
Well, no more Mr. Nice Guy.
Oh, and you're funny too, that's cute.
Mike, there's nothing funny about it. I'm the new Aaron spokesperson now, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Did you empty my bedpan? Hey.
I'm the man.
Yeah, Mr. Butler's here, come on.
Okay.
You stand right here behind me, the official Aaron spokesperson, handpicked by Mr. Ken Butler.
What a suck up.
Action. Remember, when you want a guaranteed low price on brand name furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers,
you don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's.
If you had a choice between
transmission, $3,000. Engine repair, $3,700. Air conditioning, $900. Car and truck repairs are very expensive. But with a vehicle extended service plan, you're protected if something goes wrong.
Towing and rental charges are covered too.
And if you're one of the first 100 callers today, you'll receive a discount, but you have to call now.
1-800-356-9091. 1-800-356-9091. The password is Firebird.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Bill Schaefer, co-inventor of the Splash Wash, did. He came up with the idea while watching his children play. InventHelp submitted his idea to Whammo, maker of toys like the Frisbee and Hula Hoop. To find out how InventHelp can help you try to submit your idea to companies, call for free information. Bill Schaefer made a financial gain with his invention. Bill's experience is not typical, and most inventions are not successful.
For your free inventor's information, call 1-800-521-3800.
Speed's coverage of NASCAR Nationwide Series practice from New Hampshire, presented by One Main Financial. Your needs, your goals, your dreams. 24 races here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway in nationwide competition. Kyle Busch has won the last two. In fact, Joe Gibbs Racing has won the last 3 races here. Tony Stewart going to victory lane here 3 years ago.
It's one of several tracks that Kyle Busch has won in all 3 series. He's also won the last 2 NASCAR Camping World Truck Series races here, and then he won here in Sprint Cup back in July of 2006.
Kyle had a great weekend last week at Kentucky. Won the truck race Friday night, 3rd in the Nationwide Series race on Friday. Both he had to come from the back to do so, and of course he dominated the inaugural Sprint Cup race on Saturday night. Brad Keselowski, the quickest in nationwide final practice, and now we get an update from the rest of the world in motorsports. We head to our Charlotte, North Carolina studios. It's a Speed Center update with Lee Diffie.
Thanks, Adam. As you well know, mate, it's very busy here in the Speed Center, so let's get started, and we go right to Europe. MotoGP practice for this weekend's German Grand Prix. Casey Stoner, World Championship leader, down on just lap 2 of the opening practice session, and so too Valentino Rossi, who injured his right arm and shoulder. Marco Simoncelli atop the timesheets in both sessions. In the Camping World Truck Series, Germain Racing and Randy Moss Motorsports have teamed up to put reigning series champion Todd Bodine in the number 5 truck this weekend in Iowa, replacing Travis Kvapil. Both teams were going to miss races due to the lack of sponsorship. Rally now, and the final round of the Rally America National Championship heads to Maine for the 20th running of the New England Forest Rally. The championship is on the line. Antoine Lestage trails leader David Higgins by 10. The champion will be crowned tomorrow. We're going to send you right back to Loudon and nationwide practice after the break. Sprint Cup qualifying is coming up at the top of the hour at 3.
Saturday, the trucks invade Iowa for an all-out battle in the Hawkeye State, where one wrong move can be disastrous.
Oh, contact!
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Iowa, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
You know those lucky dogs with that perfect amount of gray hair that everyone loves? Now you can be one of them. touch of gray combs away a little gray without getting rid of it all. Touch of gray. Get the best of both.
You like who you are, the man you've become. And you learn something along the way about the world and yourself. This is the age of knowing what you're made of and knowing how to get things done. So why would you let something like erectile dysfunction get in your way? Isn't it time you talk to your doctor about Viagra? 20 million men already have. With every age comes responsibility. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. You didn't get to this age by having things handed to you. This is the age of taking action. Viagra. Talk to your doctor. See if America's most prescribed ED treatment is right for you.
And you can even pick your payment date for the loan.
You do that?
I do.
Ready, Daddy?
Yes. City Financial is now One Main Financial. Personalized loan solutions that still focus on you.
38 minutes in, the final practice for the NASCAR Nationwide Series here at New Hampshire. Reed Sorensen on track. He is 7th right now on the board, 2nd in points entering this weekend behind Elliott Sadler. And how about this? The point leader has changed in 5 of the last 6 races. It's going to be fun going down to the wire. Bob?
Well, in the garage area here in the Nationwide Series, we have 2 females, and they are parked right next to each other. Jennifer Jo Cobb has run the series this year, and Angela Cope making a start here at the Magic Mile. 27 years old, and right now she's battling a little tight condition inside that race car. They're moving some of the slugs on the A-frame on the front end of this machine, but Angela Cope is actually a twin. Her sister, Amber, is also here in the garage area. She will get in the car here, this same number 44 at Iowa later on this year, as well as possibly Atlanta. But guys, that last name, very familiar. How do you know that last name? Remember, these are the nieces of Derek Cope, a former Daytona 500 winner.
And Bob, Derek is going to race in the Nationwide Series, and Angela was telling me this morning this will be the first time that she's going to race against her uncle.
And Derek, by the way, got his first career Nationwide Series win here in May of 1994.
94. No way. And you know, Derek came up through the Winston West program. Won Winston West, ended up winning a cup races at Daytona and at Dover. You know, okay, I'm going to go off on another tangent here. I love going off on tangents. All right, here we are with Jennifer Jo Cobb and Angela Cope. Why don't we make as big a deal out of them as we make out of Danica every week? Just a question. Just a question.
Are you looking for an answer?
I'm asking you guys. I mean, every time Danica shows up, it's the return of whatever. And now all of a sudden we got these 2 girls that are trying and running and not the greatest equipment in the world. But why don't we make as big a deal out of them? Why do we single people out to make a big deal out of them?
I 100% agree with what you're saying. And this is not what I'm feeling, but I think the reason is what Danica has been doing.
What has she been doing?
Racing in the Izod IndyCar Series. I think that's part of it.
Okay.
And let's face it, who has she been driving for?
That was what I was coming
I'll give you that. All right, so it's marketing on marketing on marketing is what we're doing. Okay, I got you. I'm good. I'm good now.
Angela ran a nationwide race at Iowa earlier this season, and tomorrow the trucks invade Iowa for an all-out battle in the Hawkeye State where one wrong move could be disastrous. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Iowa. It's tomorrow, 7:30 Eastern Time, live on Speed.
I'm not sure I want to stick in this Kyle Petty box of snakes.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
Danica Patrick has had 3 top 10 finishes in the last 4 races.
Good for her. What'd she do that first year?
I told you I didn't want to go there. Why did you give me that note?
Take that note back. No, and she has. She has shown massive improvement. I'm going to give her that. That first year when she came here, I didn't think she even knew where the racetrack was. I'll be honest. But as she's come back to these racetracks, and that's what I've said before, when she comes here and makes that total commitment to run here, I think she's going to be a factor, and I think she's going to be good. But she's got to come here. It's tough going back and forth from one series to the other, and I get the knock that I knock on Danica all the time. But the thing is, I look at her more as a gimmick sometimes than I do as a race car driver. But I think in recent months, coming here and driving for Junior and driving that 7 car. I think she showed at Daytona, she's shown at some of the other places that she's been, that she can run with these guys. But to do it competitively week in and week out, you're not going to cherry pick Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick and Joey Logano. You're not going to come in here and beat these guys on one-off deals. She's got to do it consistently.
Well, and let's face it, if you're going to make it in this day and age of NASCAR racing, and Larry, you know this with Brandon, you better take advantage of every asset you have. Danica, outstanding on the marketing side, has become a very good spokesperson for sponsors. And that is one of the many reasons why she has been over here. And I think, as you pointed out, she has made great progress, which never hurts.
But one thing to add to that, Adam, and I think this is where at least Danica has made a smart move by making sure she's in good equipment when she comes over to NASCAR. The thing I have hammered on Brandon, we have to make sure we look at quality and not quantity, because in today's NASCAR, you get one shot to get it right. You don't get a second or third chance.
Now back to the action on track. We're
just
over halfway through.
That's just a little sidebar for everybody on Twitter.
You know,
just to get going. You know what I mean?
Every time you come up here, you got that stick. You know what I mean? And Reed Sorensen still 7th. The car any better, Wendy?
It is. It's a lot better for Reed Sorensen. He said that chatter has gone away and the car feels good. It's good as anybody else's lap times, according to crew chief Trent Owens. Now, their plan is to scuff some tires before this end of the practice. The only concern now for Reed Sorensen, he said the carburetor runs really great on the racetrack. However, when he comes down pit road and he's pulling it in the garage, it's a little rough, he described it. And he said it has a little bit of a miss as they're pulling in. So they're going to check that carburetor as well when Reed comes back into the garage.
But I do find it interesting that they've elected to maybe scuff some of their tires, just put a little bit of time on them. We actually saw some of the Sprint Cup Series drivers right before practice ended, Jeff Gordon in particular, putting about a lap on the tires he plans on qualifying on.
And you know what? I think I saw it at Kentucky last week. We saw that same thing, guys going out and rolling in tires before qualifying. First time I'd seen it in a long, long time. The guys just wanted to knock the shine off the tires.
Talked a lot about Turner Motorsports today. Certainly Reed Sorensen, who is 2nd in points. Justin Allgaier, who's 1. Jason Leffler, a series veteran. Mikey Kyle driving the 30 this weekend for Turner Motorsports. For him, his 3rd start of the year, limited schedule. And I'll tell you, this is a kid that's got a lot of promise. Spent a lot of time in the ARCA Racing Series, and hopefully he'll do well here this weekend.
Yeah, he basically raced in ARCA 2009, 2010, set on 2 poles and had a win, but this will be his first time to race anything at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
He's 18th, very respectable for his first trip here.
You can definitely see these cars. They're very aggressive with the shock package. You've got these long sweeping flat corners, these long straightaways. There's a few bumps, and these guys know, get them down on the ground, be aggressive with the shock package, but at the same time, we heard a couple of drivers complaining about the seams. The more aggressive you get, the more you're going to feel bumps and feel seams in the racetrack. Adam, aren't you glad we didn't call this a 1-mile paperclip, considering Kyle's mindset right now?
Don't.
I was going to call it a paperclip on steroids.
Oh, I knew that was coming too. It's a racetrack, people. It's a racetrack.
It's a racetrack that Brad Keselowski has gotten good at. He has jumped out early, completed 19 laps in this practice session. Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, Brian Scott, Carl Edwards joining him in the top 5 as you look at the point leader.
Tonight, the Granite State will be rocking when the wildest party in racing lights up Loudon and Joey Logano stops by for some fun. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from New Hampshire tonight at 7 Eastern on Speed.
We're in the mood for amazing seafood tonight.
Pan-seared just for us. Anybody? You know, sizzling shrimp and scallops.
Perfectly seared tilapia made to order. On an all-you-can-eat dinner buffet.
For around $10. Heads up.
Only Golden Corral would serve up endless made-to-order pan-seared seafood. It's incredible shrimp, tilapia, and scallops with your choice of amazing sauces. All on our endless dinner buffet, still for around $10.
$10? Bam!
Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
Just because I'm a car guy doesn't mean I don't care about the environment.
I also care about doing things right.
and what I'm leaving behind.
Valvoline Next Gen, recycled oil made from a breakthrough process to exceed industry standards. See how Next Gen recycled oil is better than new oil. Go to Valvoline.com.
The adhesive brand trusted by dads is the same adhesive brand trusted by pit crews. For over 50 years, Loctite has formulated adhesive products for some of the world's most challenging jobs. Loctite. Trusted performance, proven results.
I love racing. I love to rock. And I love to refresh. Life on the road feels like home because a Dollar General is never far away.
You could see Darius Rucker live at Chicagoland Speedway and win a 2011 Toyota Tundra. Coca-Cola's Race, Rock, and Refresh sweepstakes. Enter for your chance to win at DollarGeneral.com.
Just over 30 minutes of practice remaining for the Nationwide Series in preparation for tomorrow's New England 200 here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Kyle Petty, Larry McReynolds, I'm Adam Alexander. Glad you're with us for NASCAR on Speed. Busy day. And the Sprint Cup cars on track for 90 minutes. Early this afternoon, they qualify later today, and sandwiched in between the final opportunity to tune it up for the Nationwide cars.
Joey Logano, we talked about him a little earlier in this 20 car. Right now he is 9th quickest. He has run a total of 21 laps so far.
We talk about a busy day on track. It's been that for Joey. One of the 10 drivers slated to do double duty, running both Nationwide and Cup. And the busy day doesn't end with his qualifying run later this afternoon. He'll be on speed tonight for the biggest party in New England. He and Clint Boyer are going to be on NASCAR trackside. You can join guys like Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Hammond. I believe Steve Burns is in town this weekend, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 Pacific. It's trackside from New Hampshire, only on Speed. Eric Almirola 10th right now. In fact, let's run down the top 10 drivers with about 30 minutes to go in final practice. Brad Keselowski went out early, laid down a fast lap, and he has stayed at the top of the board. Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, Brian Scott, Carl Edwards complete the top 5. Stephen Wallace, Reed Sorensen, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Joey Logano, and the aforementioned Eric Almirola in the top 10. And Larry, earlier we were talking about scuffing tires for tomorrow's race. That's one part of the tire strategy equation. The other is tire management, because you are limited in the Nationwide Series on how many sets of tires you get, not for the race, but for the whole weekend.
Yeah, it's normally 6 sets, which quite honestly, for a 200-lap race here tomorrow, that's a lot. These guys are going to fight for track position a lot more tomorrow, I think, than they are for fresh tires.
Elliott Sadler, 14th right now. Wendy?
Carl Edwards is 5th in this practice session, finds himself in the garage area right now. Mike Beam was reading lap times on that last run out for Carl. And finally, Carl came over and said, what do we need to be running from Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch? And Mike Beam responded that they needed about a 10th more out of the race car. The changes have helped Carl on entry. The center off is where he felt he needed a little bit more. There was a question from Carl whether they have slowed down or the track has slowed down, in which Mike responded that he thought the track has slowed down. But no doubt, Carl Edwards thought about it for a minute, came back on the radio and said, I have a good idea of what I need to do to get another 10th out of this race car, which is the changes that Mike Beam and the 60 crew is making right now. Bob?
Well, Wendy, how about Stephen Wallace right now, 6th on the board, and I just leaned my head in the window of that car and I said, how is it? He says, honestly, it's really good right now. Just tight in the center, just a little bit. So they changed the front sway bar on that race car to try to loosen him up right in the center just a little bit. But right now, Stephen Wallace, he's looking pretty good here at the Magic Mile.
But that's one thing, I mean, you cannot be tight in the center, just like we said earlier that you can't be tight off the corner. That car has to really rotate, turn, and point the other direction through the middle of both ends of this racetrack.
Here's a look at Andrew Ranger, 22nd in practice, 1 start this season, and it was a pretty good one. 6th at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Best ever finish in the Nationwide Series, 3rd at Montreal 2 years ago.
But I think that pretty much is his forte, is road racing. That's what he has done most of his career.
You know, and this is a place, you know, honestly, I look at Juan, when Juan came in, and some of those guys that were road race guys and came from that type of formula, they picked up on racetracks like this because it was all about setting yourself on the entry to get off on the exit. And I think a lot of times that's what Cup drivers or stock car drivers forget that point. And when you see a guy come in like that, you say, how does Juan Pablo pick up on a place like this? How does this kid Ranger pick up on a place like this? It naturally fits their driving style because the way you float the car off in the corner and get the car positioned for a late apex, then drive down the straightaways. We talk about turning, forward bite. That's all road racing is. Turning in the center and getting that forward bite up off of it. So they excel at a place like this.
See Justin Allgaier on track. He's coming into the garage area. 8th is where he is in this final practice. Brad Keselowski still quickest. As you look in on the point leader, trying to make some changes to the race car.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, AC/DC's Brian Johnson races through New York. Move it. And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
Sorry.
That wasn't bad.
Sorry.
Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
The Intimidator, the King, Smoke. If you want to be a legendary NASCAR Sprint Cup Series driver, you'll need a good nickname. And while rookie Trevor Bayne isn't quite a legend yet, we can give him a head start in the nickname department. Because with Unlimited from Sprint, you can text, tweet, or post one at no extra cost. Together, we can give this speedy newcomer a name he'll never outrun. Unlimited from Sprint, only $79.99 a month.
If you had a choice between
cook up a new kitchen. Say I do to the perfect wedding. If you can picture it, you can do it with the U.S. Bank Home Equity Line of Credit. Apply today at any U.S. Bank branch, usbank.com, or call 888-444-BANK. U.S. Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When I heard the bike started up, I can't really explain it. I just knew it was like, yeah, that's something that I want to have a career in. The instructors there really make sure that you understood what you were doing. It makes you feel like you could do anything. If that's your passion, working on bikes is your passion, just pursue it. Don't let anything or anybody hold you back. It's like the best feeling in the world. It is totally worth it. My name is Shonda, and my school is Biotech.
Get on the fast track to a career. Turn pro at Biotech. 1-800-843-0146.
25 minutes left in Nationwide Series practice. In Loudon, New Hampshire, Kenny Wallace on track. Right now he is 16th of the 36 cars that have been out in this session. 42 entered for the race tomorrow. Race 19, the New England 200.
See Toyota on the side of this 09 car. I've talked to Kenny's crew chief, Scott Zeppedelli, earlier, and he said that they are getting a ton of technical support from Toyota. They go to their place up there in Salisbury about once a week and really work on some things. And like him and I were talking, you know, sponsorship dollars are huge, but you almost can't put a price when it comes to that type of technology to help your racing program.
No, you can't. No, and that's right. You can't, even if the sponsor gives you those dollars, you can't just go buy it. Somebody has to let you through the door. Toyota has let these guys through the door. We're looking at Carl here, you know, and I look at all the stuff that, you know, I mean, we've seen Carl on the cover of, you talk about all these wins and all this stuff. See him on the cover of ESPN, the magazine. You see all the stuff he does. He rides this bicycle like 9 million miles. Let's see where this guy, Showtime Tate. What's his name? Showtime Tate? Hey, give me some love here. Yeah, my stat guy there. From Seattle, of all freaking places, all right? Says that stock car drivers aren't athletes. I just want to line him up one time with some of these guys and drop him in a race car at 140 degrees, bumper to bumper, door to door, like they do at Daytona and that kind of thing, and then say, okay, what about this is not athletic? What about this is not mentally, physically? It's a competition, it's challenging. You know, I mean, if we're going to go back to it, then, you know, what did Hemingway say? That bullfighters and race car drivers were the only true athletes because you put your life on the line when you go play the game. Everything else is just a game. This is competition. And so you don't have to, Showtime, wherever you're at, shut it up.
You don't have to put Carl Edwards in a race car to prove that he is an athlete. Wednesday night, the car show with Adam Carolla. is all new. AC/DC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York, and the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks. Kyle Petty's done that. Don't miss the car show Wednesday night at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, only on Speed. Here's a look at Mike Wallace on track. You know, we talked about Kenny, but Mike has enjoyed some success this season as well. Had his season best start last week at Kentucky. That just a couple of weeks after his season best run. Finished 5th at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin on the road course at Road America. He's 20th in this session.
His car owner, Johnny Davis, and this race team, I doubt there's anybody in any of these garage areas that work any harder than they do. Just honestly to get to the track. So to have runs like that qualifying run, it does so much. Johnny was telling me this morning that he just invested a lot of money in some of the Chevrolet SB2 engine pieces because they're still running, or in the R07, they're still running the SB2, which is quite honestly a fairly outdated engine. The SB2 hadn't run it in a number of years in Sprint Cup.
Elliott Sadler, the point leader, 14th quick in this practice session, and they've only turned 13 laps. Wendy, what's the story?
Yeah, it's been quite a long practice session so far for Elliott Sadler. We started the practice. I told you guys how this wasn't necessarily his favorite racetrack, but they knew what they had to accomplish in this practice session. Then we even saw Delana Harvick, the team owner, come down and talk to Elliott Sadler because you can just hear on the radio communication things aren't going the way they want to on the 2 car. He said it's way too tight, especially from the middle off. It's really pushing and has lost a lot of front grip throughout this practice session. Getting to the center, the car is chattering real bad and he can't get off the corner. These are all things that are putting Elliott Sadler 14th in this practice session, and they really want to get some more speed out of it.
Wendy points out, Kyle, that New Hampshire, not one of Elliott Sadler's favorite tracks. Very similar situation to earlier this year at Richmond. And before the race, Elliott said car owner, friend Kevin Harvick came to him and said, here's what I want you to do. He went out and executed and finished 4th. What a huge benefit for Sadler as he tries to win this Nationwide Series championship, to have a guy like Kevin Harvick to gain some knowledge from.
Exactly, and I think that's the point. When you have a teammate that you can glean knowledge from, that you can take from that team and understand that, it makes your team better. And there's probably places that Elliott gets around better than really, honestly, Kevin Harvick does. That he just naturally falls into that rhythm and it helps his racetrack. And that was my point when we were talking about Eric Almirola, is to look at him, he can't get that from that other team sometimes. He has to pick that one driver that runs the most races and glean that information from him, because it's hard to just jump back and forth from driver to driver.
Right now, Brian Scott is 4th, so the numbers look good. Bob, what are they saying about the car?
Well, right now the car, like so many other people in the garage area, is still a little tight in the center, but check out that right there. That is a Sprint fan view. And Brian Scott, each time he comes in the garage area, asks for that fan view. He's watching the times, the lap times, and he's also watching how these other cars are getting around the racetrack so he can see if somebody else is doing something that he is not, and vice versa. Right now you can see he's actually looking at some of the times of some of the top cars around this racetrack right now. But I just spoke to his crew chief, Kevin Kidd, and he said, honestly, we're very, very happy right now. And the kid's not flustered too bad. This kid needs a good run here in the Nationwide Series.
And I'll tell you something else that they're doing. If you look at this radio right here, the radio that he has in the car, other teams can scan what they're saying when he's on the racetrack. So we're seeing this with more and more, especially Sprint Cup Series teams. This is a different style radio. When they come in, they're sitting in the garage area where he and Kevin Kidd can communicate without other people scanning them. They use a different style radio just to do the communication within their team where no one else can hear it.
That's good, isn't it? How many times have you heard a driver coming in and he says, I'll tell you what I'm thinking when I get there, you know?
Exactly.
When you come to CarQuest, you'll find the quality parts you need and the service you deserve, along with the peace of mind that you've come to a place you can trust, where our people are happy to share their expertise to help you get it right. Whether you're a Saturday superstar or one of our many professional customers, when you deal with any of our 3,000 CarQuest stores, you'll discover an experience as exceptional as our products, plus the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. Great products, great prices, and something more at CarQuest Auto Parts.
I've been an unpaid spokesman for Z-Max for over 25 years.
I'm still passionate about the business, still building cars
and loving every minute of it. Z-Max not only improves performance, but it improves emissions. It'll improve your mileage. It penetrates the metal. Z-Max works in any type of vehicle. I've got my reputation to protect. I recommend Z-Max because I know it works.
Still at the office? Man, you need a vacay. Don't have to go far for fun. Ride a dune buggy or scuba diving? Pow! I make it easy. You make it fun. So many super destinations, such low rates.
Of course, only a trained professional should be trusted to handle these highly specialized tools. And that ends the live portion of our tour. Who wants to watch a video?
He's broken records and shattered the laws of physics, but when Travis Pastrana meets the NASCAR Nationwide Series, it might be his biggest challenge yet. The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series, something new around every turn.
Here's the thing about winning. It's way better than losing. At NASCAR.com/hologram, everyone who enters their hologram code wins an e-gift every time. You can't lose.
Starting to get down to it here for the Nationwide cars in their final tune-up for tomorrow's New England 200. Not much has changed at the top. Brad Keselowski, Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, Trevor Bayne, Brian Scott, the top 5. Then you got Carl Edwards, Joey Logano, Eric Almirola, Steve Wallace, and Reed Sorensen, the top 10. Qualifying tomorrow morning, race tomorrow afternoon. Number of drivers heading back to the garage for adjustments. One who has gotten his changes made and going back out, Michael Annett, 18th right now in this practice session, but this a team that has looked really good in recent weeks, Larry.
Yeah, they hired Rick Vires as the crew chief, and he's been with them now for 6 races. Now, Michael has 4 top 10s this year, but all of those, including finishing 7th in Kentucky, they've been in the last 5 races. So Rick Vires, Michael Annett certainly meshing well together. And Rick Vires actually got his first win as a NASCAR Nationwide Series crew chief back here in 1999 with a driver named Elton Sawyer. So Rick a little familiar with winning races in the Nationwide Series.
And Elton Sawyer, I believe, now is working in the Grand Am Series as a
I think he is.
Operations guy for one of the teams over there, a competition director, something like that.
He helped put the Red Bull deal together and did a tremendous job of organizing and structuring and putting people in the right places. I thought he did a great job of doing that, and I think a lot of people saw what he did there, and he's gone on to Grand Am to do some of the same stuff there. He could drive a race car too, man.
Oh, yeah.
He really could. He never really got in the best equipment, but with what he had and what he did, I'm telling you, man, he was good.
But he was one of those guys that he could drive a race car, but he didn't just drive the race car and hang out. He drove the race car and learned every other position to set himself up for a bright future. You talked about what he did at Red Bull, and now very successful over on the sports car side.
Here's Michael Annett's teammate, Steve Wallace, in that 66 car. Trying to see where Steve is actually on the practice sheet right now. He is 9th quickest. He's run a total of 28 laps so far.
Thursday, hitch a ride on an all-new American trucker as Rob gets up close and personal with the most famous and iconic American big rig. It's a Freightliner adventure on an all-new American trucker. Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
Guys, at the top of the show, one thing we talked about is 24 races and 23 different winners. And I think that's easy to say that is a strange occurrence. But I think one reason the Nationwide Series, a lot like the Sprint Cup back in the day, they only race here once a year. And I think so much changes from one year to the next, be it the car, be it the track, be it the Goodyear tire, that just no one driver, no one team's been able to wrap their arms around this thing. And a lot of races here has been won on strategy, be it fuel mileage.
Yes.
Well, you know, and we look at a lot of numbers when we get ready for one of these race weekends, and it was amazing to me how you had drivers, and I'm talking about the Sprint Cup Series here, that were great in the summer race, maybe not as good in the fall, or vice versa, as you see Joey Logano here. This nationwide race for the last few years ran in the month of June. Change a little bit in the schedule. Now they run in July. It's a little warmer this time of year. How much does that change your mindset as a team and driver?
I'm going to say it's a little cooler this time of year for whatever. Up here this time, I mean, I've been here in June when it has just been horrendous. I mean, you thought you were coming from Daytona and going to New Hampshire, and you thought, yeah, man, it's going to be nice, man. We're in New Hampshire. And you come up here and just miserable. And it's been a nice weekend. So I don't think this time, and I'm just saying this race, the way the weather's been has been a nice day. So heat's not an issue right now.
And Kyle Petty will, I think, vaguely remember when we used to have 2 rounds of qualifying. I have seen it be 50 degrees on Friday and 90 degrees on Saturday, right, Kyle?
Hey, I qualified 21st here. Used to do qualifying, they'd take 20. And I qualified 21st, stood on my time from the first day of qualifying, and missed the race the second day. Had to use a provisional. Everybody that went the second day, because it cooled off,
it dropped about 30 or 40 degrees.
Everybody that went run faster, and you're thinking 21st. Everybody's not going to beat me. Everybody beat me. It was terrible, man. Live and learn.
And when these cars qualify here tomorrow morning, say there'll be a lot of grip in the racetrack at that stage of the day.
Well, we know that they have the same format as the Sprint Cup, where basically the slower drivers will go first from the 2 combined practice sessions. So I think definitely going earlier would be an advantage.
See Carl Edwards on track here. He is 6th, and right in front of him on the board, his teammate Trevor Bayne, Bob.
And Trevor Bayne is getting ready, as his crew just put it to me, getting ready for a bonsai run, a mock qualifying run late in this practice session. But what they've been working on prior to this is pretty interesting. They're really concentrating on how this car is going to get around the racetrack in race-like conditions. And basically, he said it's pretty balanced, Trevor did, around the middle of the racetrack and even on the top side. But honestly, Trevor said to Chris Andrews, his crew chief, he said, I could not turn up underneath anybody to make a pass. And that's a very big concern for this team. They're going to go back to the hauler after this and decide what to do to this car to get them to turn a little bit more coming off the corner so they can make some passes. But right now, first things first, a bonsai run around the Magic Mile.
Well, we're down to about, I don't know, 10 or 12 minutes left in this final practice. And this is, even though you can't change a whole lot because of the impound rule, it's good that your driver gets a feel right now for what his car will do in qualifying trim with fresh tires, with tape on the nose, because that's the last thing he'll feel, and that's going to be the next thing he has to do in the morning.
Told you Trevor Bayne was 5th in this session. Some of the drivers that are outside the top 10 right now may be a little bit surprising. Teammate Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Justin Allgaier both outside the top 10, as are Casey Kane. Saw Angela Cope on track, the 44 car right now 34th, and right behind her, Jennifer Jo Cobb, veteran of the Camping World Truck Series and running the NNS race here this weekend.
They're definitely getting some laps in, because Jennifer Jo Cobb in this 13 car, she's run a total of 42 laps. Angela Cope, the other female that'll be in this race tomorrow in the 44 car, has run 43 laps.
So 10 minutes to go in final practice for the Nationwide Series, and it continues to be Brad Keselowski on top.
NASCAR Race Day rocks Loudon. Points leader Kyle Busch joins us live. We'll debate how his career stacks up to some of NASCAR's greats. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, Sunday at 10 Eastern, live on Speed.
I was in high school when I bought my dream car. Working on that car is where my dyno tuning business started. We max out horsepower and performance. Nothing but the best goes into these cars. That's why we fill up at the local Citgo. I know performance, and that's good gas. And it's guaranteed. In high school, we had a lot of fun in that car. Luckily, there aren't any pictures.
Citgo. Good gas, guaranteed.
Ask me. Manteca.
Manteca Trailer and Motorhome is Northern California's largest RV dealership. It is an established leader in sales, service, and parts, with thousands of parts. 30 service bays specially designed to save time and money, rentals, storage, RV services, and of course, a vast selection of new and used RVs and trailers. Click below to learn more about what you'll find at Manteca Trailer and Motorhome in
Manteca! I love to draw, you know, it's really inspiring to me. I was always able to draw pretty well, but was missing, you know, a good structural foundation, and that's what Art Instruction Schools found for me.
Art Instruction Schools has been successfully training artists since 1914. You'll learn at your own pace in the comfort and privacy of your home. So if you'd like to become a better artist, take the first step. Call this number for your art test. There's no obligation. You must be 18 years or older to call.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Nationwide Series practice from New Hampshire, presented by One Main Financial. Your needs, your goals, your dreams. Less than 8 minutes, and Nationwide Series final practice remains. Elliott Sadler, point leader, 17th in this practice session, and we have a new leader, Kevin Harvick, at the top of the board. That would be Sadler's teammate, Wendy.
And you can bet that Elliott Sadler will be talking to Kevin Harvick as soon as they both get out of their race cars, because Elliott Sadler, being 17th in this practice session, has basically been struggling with trying to find the speed and the overall speed in his race car. Just moments ago here in the garage area of the two, we saw them making some spring changes and making some final adjustments to the race car. You see them adding some rubber there to that spring. He had been chattering all of this practice session and was really tight from the center off. That's the condition they've been fighting. He said it was just too tight and was losing front grip, and he couldn't get off the corner. These are all things that are going to give you more speed if you get them fixed, Larry.
Yeah, Wendy, what shows me that they are scrambling is he's only run a total of 19 laps, which is the least amount of laps of any driver in the top 25 in this practice right now, because Elliott has enough experience. He has a ton of Sprint Cup Series starts here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, and he knows in a lap or two, this is not what I'm looking for, guys.
Once, you know, he went out early, and he was one of the first cars on practice. If we go back to the beginning of practice, we saw he only ran one lap when he first went out. He's not the kind of driver that's going to wait for the car to fix itself. He has enough experience, like Larry says, to say, this is wrong. Let's go in, let's change some stuff. So they've worked really hard during this practice looking for stuff.
We told you Kevin Harvick had gone to the top of the speed charts in this practice. Reed Sorensen made a liar out of us. He went out after Harvick and up front. Fast time of the day, 29.60 for Reed Sorensen.
You know, if the weather is right in the morning, and of course, as we mentioned, this is the first time to run this new car here, that the track record, Kevin Harvick set it back in May of 2001 at a 29.13. It's going to be a stretch. We know we're probably going to break the track record in Sprint Cup Series qualifying, but if the weather's nice in the morning, we may get near it, closer than we've been in a long time.
Brad Keselowski spent most of the day at the top of the board. He's third now, Bob.
He is third, and honestly, the team's not happy about that because they were on top of the board, as you said, for a long time. And who topped them? Remember that razzing at the beginning of this practice session? The 33. So the guys went, oh, darn it. But at the same time, they're trying to run out this practice session and actually do a fuel run. And I'm not sure right now because I can't hear them on the radio, but they might have run out of fuel right there, to tell you the truth, because they were trying to guesstimate some gas mileage here. But honestly, for this 22 bunch right now, just a very tight condition in the center.
Well, if I've got a fuel run going, I don't know if I want anybody but Brad Keselowski. He seems to have figured this fuel deal out when you look at his win in Kentucky last Friday night, go back to his Sprint Cup Series win at Kansas last month.
He certainly understands feathering the throttle, doesn't he, Larry?
Or just completely cutting it off.
Cutting it off. Yeah, that's not feather. Let's just cut it off.
Justin Allgaier is 13th, and teammate Jason Leffler just jumped up to third in this practice, right behind Sorensen and Harvick. Heard Bob talk about Trevor Bayne going out and making a bonsai run, and a number of drivers going out late in this session and putting down fast laps. Fast time for Leffler, 29.74.
But I go back to talking about Brad Keselowski in a fuel run. We mentioned earlier a 200-lap race. It is probably a two-stop race. You may see some guys make it in 3 stops, but you know, fuel-wise, you can do it on 2. And I think just like Cup, when you get inside that last fuel window and you've got enough fuel to go to the end and you've got decent tires, you're not coming back to pit road. Track position is just too critical.
Eric Almirola, the most recent of those to make a big jump, was right around 10th. He's now second behind Reed Sorensen with less than 4 minutes to go in final practice at New Hampshire.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, ACDC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York.
This is the highway to hell.
Dan Neal rips up the new Ferrari 458. And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
Nice to meet you and you and you.
No.
Very slowly.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't bad.
Sorry.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
You've reached the age where you don't back down from a challenge. This is the age of knowing how to make things happen. So why would you let something like erectile dysfunction get in your way? Isn't it time you talk to your doctor about Viagra? 20 million men already have. With every age comes responsibility. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. This is the age of taking action. Viagra. Talk to your doctor. See if America's most prescribed ED treatment is right for you.
Once Trevor and his co-workers experienced the sheet metal strafing intensity of NASCAR, their business trips were never the same.
Hey. She's a little loose coming out of the turns, but overall, I think we had a great car today. You guys did an awesome job.
Forfeiting their preferred status was worth discovering that if everything was more like NASCAR, everything would be more awesome.
I thought our boss was going to need a wrecker, but looks like he made it back.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
I'm about ready to put a bow on Nationwide Series final practice presented by One Main Financial at New Hampshire. Reed Sorensen continues to be the quickest. Eric Almirola, Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, and Jason Leffler, the top 5. See Mikey Kyle making a late run, now 14th in that 30 car for Turner Motorsports. Michael Annette's jumped into the top 10 as well. He's 6th. Sunday, the Ultimate NASCAR pre-race show hits high gear on Speed. Points leader Kyle Busch joins us live. We'll debate how his career stacks up with NASCAR's greats. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot from New Hampshire. It's Sunday, 10 Eastern, live on Speed.
Brad Keselowski in the 22 car, winner from Kentucky, back out there probably for one last run as we only have about a minute left. Right now, he is 9th quickest in this 22 car.
Kenny Wallace also has jumped up into the top 10 as we check in one more time with Bob Dillner.
Well, Jason Leffler talking to Eddie Pardue, his crew chief down here in the garage area, and they are much happier right now because I told you Jason Leffler loose, could not turn the car down to the bottom. Well, Eddie Pardue just walked up to me and he said, hey, I think I finally got tightened up, and they did it well because they did it at the right time. They jumped up to 5th on the speed charts.
And the timing, as you said, perfect, Bob, because final practice is over and official. Brad Keselowski spent most of this session at the top. He winds up 9th. Reed Sorensen, the quickest. Eric Almirola, Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, Jason Leffler, all looking good in this practice session when you look at the times.
So you see Reed Sorensen, who lost the points lead to Elliott Sadler after Kentucky, only 4 points behind Elliott. He's the fastest in this final practice.
Talk about the point leader, Elliott Sadler on page 2 and 12th, and Kyle Busch, the man who's won the last 2 races here, 13th in that practice session.
I promise you it'll come his way, though.
I think so, too.
Eventually it will.
That's
Definitely
Nationwide
will.
final practice. Let's go now to John Roberts.
Adam, thanks a lot, and welcome race fans to Sprint Cup Series qualifying here from the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. A beautiful afternoon, and we are now officially in the second half of the season, and that means we are edging closer and closer to the cutoff for the chase for the Sprint Cup Championship. Only 8 races to go, and each weekend begins with qualifying. If you start good, chances are you can finish well here, because 4 drivers have won from the pole position. Most recently, it was Clint Boyer who did that back in 2007. Let's take a look at the menu, see what's still to come today. A lot of action coming your way from the Magic Mile. Sprint Cup Series qualifying. We will have cars rolling in just a matter of minutes. Trackside has Joey Logano, the youngest man ever to win on this racetrack, and also the most recent winner from this racetrack, Clint Boyer. Don't want to miss Trackside, presented by Walmart tonight, and then Speed Center comes your way at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Let's take a look at who was fast in the earlier practice session today, see who could be a threat for the pole, because conditions haven't changed all that much, but it has gotten just a little bit warmer. If you look at the top 3 on the speed chart, each one of these 3 drivers has 2 victories at this racetrack. Clint Boyer, Tony Stewart, and Ryan Newman. A.J. Allmendinger continuing to knock on the door, has started the weekend off in the right way. Paul Menard, Kurt Busch, Smith, Biffle, Montoya, and Denny Hamlin are in the top 10. Jeff Gordon leads all active drivers at this racetrack in all statistical categories by a long shot. Martin Truex Jr. had a good run last week, as did David Rudiman, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Burton, Bobby Labonte, Kyle Busch, the most recent winner, and also Carl Edwards. Let's now get you down in the garage area, check in with Randy Pemberton. Randy?
Well, I've got Chad Knaus, Jimmy Johnson's crew chief, fresh off an hour and a half worth of practice. Give me a sense on what this racetrack is like. You guys have been here before. You've won 3 races. What has changed and what's similar to in the past?
The track is actually very similar. We went out and looked at it this morning. The aggregate, all that stuff looks about the same. The big difference is definitely the tire. The tire is a little bit different than what we've had. Same tire we had in Phoenix, same tire that we had in Richmond. So that seems to be the big difference the guys are trying to get through right now. But all in all, the track looks great, and I think it's going to be a fantastic race.
Now, when you talk about the tires, they've run at Phoenix, they've run at Richmond. Is that something that helps your notebook? You've already got some notes on it, or is this track, because of the configuration, doesn't matter?
Well, unfortunately, we didn't run very well in Richmond, so that one didn't help us a whole lot. So we're still developing that notebook for sure. And I think the big emphasis on this weekend is trying to get a good, solid run in and complete all 300 laps, because obviously being in the chase is a very important race. Not the first race of the chase anymore, but it's right there at the beginning. So to get here, establish that baseline for what you're trying to do for the championship is really important.
Now, recently you've talked about how these races are so hard to call, and a lot of it has to do with the tire and maybe the point structure nowadays. But your thoughts going into this one? Often this is kind of like a Martinsville. Sometimes you see guys on 2 totally different strategies. Will we see that here?
Absolutely, and it's all about that ever wanting track position, and people are going to do everything they can to get it. Even if the tire does fall off here and you make a strategic call to try to get some track position, you can usually hold on to it pretty well. So you're going to see a lot of different strategies, especially if we get a caution, let's say 30 laps into the start of the race. You're going to see a lot of the leaders maybe stay out at that point. You're going to see a lot of guys in the back coming to get fuel and tires, and they'll just be flip-flopping all day long. So it's a tricky race because it's so short. You know, just 300 miles. It doesn't take very long to get through this one.
I don't know how fun it'll be for you, but it'll be fun for us, that's for sure. Chad Knaus. Johnny?
Randy, thanks a lot. If anybody knows how to get around here, it's Chad Knaus with 3 victories on this track. Kyle Busch is your points leader after the win in Kentucky after 18 of the 36 races, and this now means, like Chad said, these guys that are in this top 10 solidly are going to be looking at this to build a notebook for the championship. Other guys are watching just to make sure they get in that chase for the Sprint Cup Championship. Jeff Gordon, you see there with the 2 wins, is solidly in. As of right now, the wild card positions belong to Tony Stewart and David Reagan by virtue of that win. But the guys knocking on the door in the back, Brad Keselowski and Regan Smith, both could jump back in if they could get in the top 20 in points. One of them could potentially inherit that wild card spot. So who knows what's going to happen as we wind this season down 8 races away from that cutoff race in Richmond, when we know who was on the outside looking in and who was running for this year's championship. So who knows what might happen throughout the course of this weekend. That's why you got to watch. All kinds of different strategy coming your way, but coming your way right now is Sprint Cup Series qualifying, as we will set the grid for this weekend's race at the Magic Mile. So stick around, everybody. Keep it right here on Speed. We got you covered all weekend long. On the other side of the break, Adam Alexander and company will have qualifying.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, all season long, live on Speed. Look,
We've all dealt with the itching of athlete's foot. I can't just wash it away. Killing it takes clinical strength. I only use Lotrimin Ultra. Its powerful formula can even cure severe cases of athlete's foot. Nothing cures better. Lotrimin Ultra, the killer cure.
People everywhere are taking a stand and booking on choicehotels.com.
Booking a room online should be easy as pie.
As long as I save 20%.
When I save 20% on my hotel, I do my happy dance.
I have the right to a guarantee that my rate is the lowest on the web. Do I ask for too much?
Nope.
It's your voice, it's yourchoicehotels.com. Get the best internet rate guaranteed and save up to 20% every day. Book now at choicehotels.com.
Thanks to the Venture Card from Capital One, we get double miles on every purchase. So me and the lads earned a trip to San Francisco twice as fast. We get double miles every time we use our card. I'll take these two, no matter what we're buying. And all of those? And since double miles out of fast, we can bring the whole gang. It's hard to beat double miles.
Whoa, dude. Get the Venture Card from Capital One and earn double miles on every purchase every day. Go to CapitalOne.com.
What's in your wallet?
Here at Edge, we know it's important to get ready. And when we're getting ready, we get ready with Edge. It has lubricating molecules to help your razor give you a close shave and less irritation. Edge Shave Gel. Get your edge.
Finding free, officially licensed NASCAR merchandise and gear just got easier. Simply visit NASCAR.com/hologram and enter your official NASCAR hologram code for a chance to score free gear and more great NASCAR offers, or for your shot at a VIP experience.
Time now to set the field for the Lenox Industrial Tools 301. It's Sprint Cup Series qualifying from Loudon, New Hampshire. And good to have you with us at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway, where the weather in New England this weekend off to a great start. 81 degrees, partly cloudy skies, and the forecast for the weekend looks outstanding. Welcome again, everyone, with Darrell Waltrip and Larry McReynolds. I'm Adam Alexander, and if practice earlier today is any indication of what we're going to see in qualifying, Darrell, we're going to get to say those magical words.
Oh, yes. It's a new track record. And I got a feeling we're going to say that more than once.
I would say.
There are a number of guys, I think there were 4 guys that were under the track record in practice. Larry, you know just like I do, when they tune these things up, put a little extra air in those tires, and the driver gives it a little extra effort, we're going to see some really, really fast speeds today, and that's exciting.
And I don't know if I've ever seen such a dogfight in practice to become king of the hill before the end of practice, because I think all these drivers know with the way this weather is that there's no way going late can be a bad thing, and I think possibly we're going to have to wait all the way to the end when Clint Boyer in that 33 car, who's won here twice, including September, I think we may have to wait till he goes out to see indeed who sits on this pole.
And we have done it the last few weeks in the Sprint Cup Series. We go from slowest in practice to fastest, and as Larry pointed out, Clint Boyer going to be the last to roll, and Dennis Setzer will be the first on track as we get going with Sprint Cup Series qualifying here this afternoon at New Hampshire. And there you see Setzer sitting at the end of pit road. He was slowest earlier today in practice, and he is one of the drivers that must qualify in on speed. Scott Riggs will be the second out in the qualifying session. He, too, must make his way in on time.
You know, Adam, this little break, the nationwide cars being on the racetrack, and just this short break right here, that's good news for these guys to go out first, because I've been here when they'd wait an hour or two before we get to qualify, and the track would be absolutely junk. You couldn't get any grip, you couldn't get a bite of, you can get a hold of anything. So that practice right there at the end, and then it's starting the session right up, that's good news for these early guys.
And I guess that's mainly because the track just sits here in the sun and bakes.
Yeah, which, you know, asphalt has oil in it. And as that sun shines down on that surface, it just draws that oil and everything right to the top. And so it takes a few cars to get it knocked off.
Dennis ran a 29.55 in practice. We have 46 drivers here, so when it's all said and done, 3 drivers will not make this show for Sunday.
And the quickest of the go-or-go-homers earlier today was Michael McDowell.
Daryl and I were chatting during one of the commercial breaks. We kind of saw a mixed bag of who ran their fastest lap win. The first lap versus the second lap. Now everybody's on equal ground. They leave pit road from the end of pit road. We saw some guys run their fast lap on lap 1. Daryl kind of felt like it was because they got a running start going down pit road in practice.
Dennis Setzer in practice today had a fastest lap of 29.55. And you see the numbers for lap 1, 29.66 for Setzer, about a tenth of a second off of what he ran in practice earlier today.
And we'll see what he does on second lap. May pick up. Very seldom. I mean, the rule of thumb is you hardly ever pick up on the second lap. Don't know about this tire. Haven't seen what it'll do yet.
One Cup start in 2011 for Setzer. That came at Bristol back in March. And his second lap is faster. How about 29.52, 3/100ths of a second quicker than what he ran in practice earlier today. He's the first of 46 cars to take time.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, ACDC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York.
This is the highway to hell.
Dan Neal rips up the new Ferrari 458. And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
Nice to meet you and you and you. You're going very slowly.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
At Bayer, we're reinventing aspirin for pain relief with new extra-strength Bayer Advanced Aspirin. It has microparticles, enters the bloodstream faster, and rushes relief to the site of pain. It's clinically proven to relieve pain twice as fast. New Bayer Advanced Aspirin.
Charcoal went out already? Forget it.
There's more barbecue time in every bag of Kingsford charcoal. Kingsford. Slow down and grill.
Is your computer running slowly?
We got ADT because I walked in on a burglary once. The physical damage was pretty bad. The emotional toll was even worse. Our daughter had nightmares. What that robber really took from us was our peace of mind. With ADT, we got it back.
Every 14.3 seconds, a burglary takes place in the United States, so rely on the fast alarm response of ADT. A single ADT system can help protect you from burglary, fire, and high levels of carbon monoxide. When an alarm is received, ADT calls the local authorities for help, and you can get this monitored protection plus great local service, all for just over $1 a day. And only ADT offers a theft protection guarantee.
Take it from me, the time to think about a security system isn't after something bad happens. It's before.
Call now and get one of our best values, ADT's Essentials Plus system installed for $99. Hurry and take advantage of these savings. ADT, always there.
From New Hampshire, brought to you by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. 46 cars trying to qualify for 43 positions. Dennis Setzer has already made his qualifying run, 29.521 seconds for Dennis Setzer, who won a truck race here in 1999. And Scott Riggs, the second to go out, he also must qualify on time. And the opening lap for Riggs, 29.61, but a little bit quicker than the opening lap than that of Dennis Setzer. So if he picks up, perhaps he can jump to the top of the board.
Yeah, we'll have to get a few cars in here and see what the average is going to be, whether they pick up on the second lap.
Two top 5 starts for Riggs here at New Hampshire in 9 races.
It's going to be right on top of what Dennis Setzer ran, and he will beat Dennis Setzer by 3/100ths of a second. Right now, Scott Riggs is first in this 81 car.
The numbers for him, 29.499. And we welcome in Chris Neville.
Well, Andy Lally had his best qualifying session of the year just 2 races ago at Daytona, starting 7th. Andy, you were 41st in this morning's practice. What do you need to do to get the 71 in?
We got to get a little more power down off the corners. I'm sure you're going to see these guys as the sun comes out. They're going to be slipping and sliding, coming off of 2 and coming off of 4. We got a ton of forward power under the hood here, and we're just trying to get it to the ground here with these Goodyears. And my TRG guys they're hustling again, so we'll see. With pressure's on, this is like the 8th week in a row, 9th week in a row. We're going to go homer, and it just doesn't get any easier.
Well, there's a new Goodyear tire this weekend at New Hampshire, and Andy told me earlier that he was surprised you could really lean on that right rear a little bit more than the previous tire.
Lally will be the 6th car out in qualifying. The third man to take speed will be Scott Wimmer in the 7. And this car is locked in on speed, and it's expected that Robbie Gordon will be here tomorrow to practice this car and then race it on Sunday. He is off at the Bull Run Rally, a week-long rally across the U.S., and I'll tell you, he's having fun with that, and I'm sure he hopes that he gets a decent spot tomorrow with Wimmer behind the wheel qualifying this afternoon.
And I was reading about that Bull Run. It goes from Las Vegas to Miami, and they utilize some of the finest high-performance cars in the world to do this rally.
I don't think I'd want to be a passenger riding with Robbie across the country in that situation.
No, and I wouldn't want Robbie mad at me either. Remember, what was it, 3 or 4 years ago here when I got a little upset with my brother, and he made tried to throw his helmet at Michael as he was going down the back straightaway under caution. So I wouldn't want Robbie mad at me.
I wouldn't either. I don't know that I'd want any race car driver mad at me, actually.
But then I also think about Robbie when he scooted Jeff Gordon up out of the way to get that win here on that, what was that?
2001.
Yeah.
It's when we ran here on Thanksgiving weekend because this was scheduled to be the race right after 9/11 that year.
Scott Wimmer, quicker on lap 2 than lap 1, but still third of the 3 cars that have been out. 29.694 for the 7 car.
Saturday, the trucks invade Iowa for an all-out battle in the Hawkeye State, where one wrong move can be disastrous.
Oh, contact!
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Iowa, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
Hey kid, this car is sick. Get in!
Gotta win.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
The most important part of owning a vehicle is proper maintenance. And proper maintenance begins with Z-Max. Z-Max is a micro-lubricant that soaks into metal. Using Z-Max in your engine will reduce friction, heat, and remove harmful deposits. Plus, adding Z-Max to your fuel system will help maintain gas mileage and reduce emissions. Z-Max will reduce wear on vital engine parts and help extend the life of your engine.
I know it works, and I put my name on the line on that, and I mean it.
Z-Max. It's in the science. Available at Walmart.
TireRack.com is more than just an online tire resource. We're your one-stop online tire know-how, know-who, and know-what. With TireRack's online research tools, you'll know you're getting exactly the right tires for you, your car, and the way you drive it. Speaking of that, know what else? Our prices are practically unbeatable. And that's all you need to know. Buy your next tires at Tire Rack and experience how we're revolutionizing the way you buy tires. TireRack.com. Research, buy, deliver, install.
There's a new team in the garage. NASCAR and the American farmer are working together to introduce American ethanol, a renewable energy solution that is the right choice for the future of our sport, our country, and our planet. It's a brand new race day.
Tony Raines on track for qualifying here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. He's the 4th car on track and the 3rd in the go or go home category. Scott Riggs currently quickest. Dennis Setzer 2nd. Scott Wimmer is 3rd. And Raines needs to go faster than Scott Riggs' time of 29.49. He's flirting with it off of turn 4.
But you could see that car awfully nervous as he was picking that throttle up in the middle of 3 and 4 off the corner.
How about an identical time to Scott Riggs, 29.499 seconds.
Boy, Larry, it's one thing that's obvious that this tire they brought here this time has got some grip in it. These cars are, I mean, everybody's fast.
And the trend through our first 3 drivers has been to pick up on lap number 2, and same situation for Raines, 0.02 of a second better on lap 2 through turn 4. A little wiggle and at the line. Raines 29:36, so he is the fastest of the 4 that have been out.
Nice job.
Yeah, the next go or go homer that goes out, and we'll see all of our go or go homers in the first 15 drivers to qualify. We'll start locking drivers into this show.
Raines lost a little speed off of 4 here, guys.
He got up a little high. You can see he's just on the edge of the groove up there, and it made the back end step out a little bit, but he stayed after it.
But how loose was he? You could actually see tire tracks that he was leaving right there.
I said he lost speed. Maybe he just gained too much coming off the corner.
Yeah, he didn't let up.
But he kept it out of the wall, and his lap good enough to go to the top of the board and improve his chances of racing here on Sunday. 5th car in line to qualify, Mike Bliss in that 32 machine has shared this ride throughout 2011 with Terry Labonte, and this car in the top 35 in owner points. So regardless of what Mike does in this qualifying run, he is locked into the show.
Well, they had an accident in the Nationwide garage yesterday. His Nationwide team did. The lift door, the car rolled out on the door, and when it rolled out on the door fell to the ground with the car on it. Fortunately, no one was injured, or no one was under it or around it, but hardly ever hear of that happening.
Yeah, I think one of the crew members broke a toe because he was up on the lift gate and jumped off as it was falling, but that was the only injury. And the car didn't really receive any damage to speak of.
Mike Bliss gets the white flag, and he goes to the top at 29:30. 6/100ths of a second quicker than Tony Raines. And as we pointed out, Bliss going to race here on Sunday regardless. He is locked into the show.
He lost a little bit of ground off turn 2. You could see him have to yank it off the wall. You just carry so much speed late exit of the corner here, both ends.
Looks like Mike going to be the only driver not to pick up on lap number 2. So lap 1 will be his of record, 29.303 seconds, and that equates to 129.980 miles per hour.
See, a lot of that, Adam, also has to do with air pressure. Some guys will jack those tires up to where you get that fast lap and then hope for a better second, but a lot of guys go with the anticipation of running 2 laps.
Darryl, I know you're a big fan of the Camping World Truck Series.
Ooh, man.
They're running through the Midwest the next couple weeks, and tomorrow they're going to be in Iowa at the Iowa Speedway. It's going to be good. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series in the Hawkeye State tomorrow evening, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, live on Speed. And now it's time to welcome in the birthday boy, Marty Snyder, with us this afternoon.
Thank you, Adam Alexander. And Tony Raines got out of the car and told me, man, that was a little bit loose. How much of a handful was that in turn 4?
Well, it was pretty close because it got me, sideways enough. I just came down and went down the straightaway, but we weren't quite as good as we want to be in practice, and we tuned on a little bit more. And it could have been better. Obviously, it was too loose, but where we're at with the funds and all, we take a stab at it. And 90 minutes isn't enough for us, but we did our best. And if it doesn't make it, we'll regroup and come at it again.
Yeah, that's the one thing Tony told me. The waiting now begins. They don't know if that time is going to be quick enough to make it in or not, Adam.
Well, they will know shortly if Andy Lowley is quicker than them or not. And he is on the clock, the 6th driver to go out in qualifying, and the 4th go or go homer.
We got a tweet during Nationwide Series practice from someone in Georgia that said possibly this birthday of Marty Snyder is close to that half-century mark. Just not sure. He won't come clean with us.
I got to tell you, when you get close to that age, the rumors start flying, don't they?
Well, I've known him for a long time. Let's put it that way. He's not all that much younger than I am.
So, start to get those AARP applications.
With Darryl saying something like that, it really backs me into a corner over here, you know it? Andy Lowley completes his qualifying run, and he's in the show. 29:31 puts him quicker than Raines, Riggs, and Setzer. The wait continues for those guys in the go or go home category.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, ACBC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York.
This is the highway to hell.
Dan Neal rips up the new Ferrari 458. And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
Nice to meet you and you and you.
There you go.
Very slowly.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
As City Financial, we were always there to help our customers with personalized loan solutions. Now, as One Main Financial, that commitment remains the same. How do I know? I work there. And I live here.
My feet are killing me.
Well, we're here to get you custom orthotic inserts.
Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotic Center recommends the custom fit orthotic that's best for your tired feet. Foot care scientists are behind it.
You'll get all-day relief
for your tired, achy feet.
For locations, see drscholls.com.
If you had a choice between...
We got ADT because I walked in on a burglary once. The physical damage was pretty bad. The emotional toll was even worse. Our daughter had nightmares. What that robber really took from us was our peace of mind. With ADT, we got it back.
Every 14.3 seconds, a burglary takes place in the United States. So rely on the fast alarm response of ADT. A single ADT system can help protect you from burglary, fire, and high levels of carbon monoxide. When an alarm is received, ADT calls the local authorities for help. And you can get this monitored protection, plus great local service, all for just over $1 a day. And only ADT offers a theft protection guarantee.
Take it from me. The time to think about a security system isn't after something bad happens. It's before.
Call now and get one of our best values, ADT's Essentials Plus system installed for $99. Hurry and take advantage of these savings. ADT, always there.
Put his car in the show. 29.257 seconds makes him quickest. Mike Bliss is second, and Andy Lally also will race on Sunday. He is third at a time of 29.60. And another go or go homer, Mike Skinner becomes the 8th car to qualify this afternoon here at New Hampshire.
Now you have to run faster than a 29.368, which is where Tony Raines is at right now. Not sure Mike is just there yet with this first lap.
Uh-oh. You hear him hitting that
rev limiter, which is a lot of times it's a sign of one of two things. You got a good run off turn 4, or you overdrove the entrance to that corner.
Well, if you look at the tracker, he's jumped up there.
Or Mike Skinner's driving your race car. You might want to slow him down intentionally.
But right now, he's a good 2.5 tenths better.
Car looks good, Larry.
Yeah, he's going to go straight to the top with this lap here. I think it may have been more that he got a great run off turn 4 coming to take the white flag.
He was 5th quick on lap 1, but as Larry said, he jumps to the top of the board on lap 2, and he will be here Sunday afternoon. The numbers 29.128 seconds for Skinner. He, Darnell, and Andy Lally, the 3 drivers of the go or go homers that are safe, and the 3 that are on the bubble, Tony Raines, Scott Riggs, and Dennis Setzer, as we send it to Chris Neville.
Well, Marcus Ambrose getting strapped into the 9 car right now. And Marcus, just about 5 weeks ago, you slipped outside the top 20 in points. What do you guys need to do the second half of the season? Is it about race wins, or is it still trying to find a way into the chase?
Yeah, we've got as high as 17th in points. Then we've had a couple of tough weeks, some bad luck, and some difficult races for us. So we know we've got to go out there and win races now, and then the chase will take care of itself. But the DeWalt car's running okay. You know, we had some issues in practice, had quite a swing at it here for qualifying runs, so hopefully it's good and we'll get somewhere close to the front.
His teammate A.J. Allmendinger did well in that last practice. He said he took most of the setup off the 43 and put it on the 9.
So David Gilliland on track, the 9th car to qualify. He's locked into the field. This team inside the top 35 in owners' points. David has made every race this season.
He's had some impressive runs in this car, starting back at Daytona in February. He's running to Sonoma. He's had some really nice runs.
Looks like this is going to be a nice little qualifying run for David. He goes to the top of the charts at a 29.022. For the longest time in that hour-and-a-half practice we had earlier, he was right up there in the top 5 or 6. Like he's definitely working on a little better lap here on lap 2.
Yeah, he has stayed in it without question, and it was paying big dividends till he got to turn 4.
Lost a lot of ground through the middle of 3 and 4 and off, but he becomes the first driver to run in the 28-second bracket, 28.98.
David Gilliland, Mike Skinner, Eric Darnell, Mike Bliss, Andy Lowley, the top 5 of the 9 that have been on track in qualifying at New Hampshire.
Tonight, the Granite State will be rocking when the wildest party in racing lights up Loudon and Joey Logano stops by for some fun. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from New Hampshire tonight at 7 Eastern on Speed. The ultimate NASCAR pre-race show hits high gear in Loudon. NASCAR Race Day. Points leader Kyle Busch joins us live. We'll debate how his career stacks up to some of NASCAR's greats. Clint Boyer discusses making his 200th start at the track where he earned his first Cup victory. And Brad Keselowski tells us if he can ride his recent momentum all the way into the chase. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, live from New Hampshire, Sunday at 10 Eastern. And join the celebration at 8 Eastern with NASCAR Victory Lane, fueled by Sunoco, on Speed.
It's Christmas in July at Aaron's, and your present is a $50 Aaron's gift card. Use it to take $50 off anything you buy or $50 off your first month's payment. But hurry, Aaron's Christmas in July ends July 31st. So go to aarons.com/July and get your Aaron's gift card today. And remember, when you want a guaranteed low price on name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers, you don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's.
Assembling electronic circuit board is a competitive business. Our customers have a very large pool to select from, not only in America, but they can go overseas. It is important for electricity to be affordable so that we can stay competitive. Whenever costs go up, you have to look at cutting back your labor force. I definitely care about keeping my job and keeping the roof over my head. Coal is one of America's most abundant, affordable resources. It helps create jobs.
To maintain maximum horsepower 60% longer than Castrol Syntec in our extreme tests. Castrol Edge. Now, with titanium fluid strength technology, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
Welcome back to Loudon, New Hampshire. This is the Front Row Motorsports portion of the qualifying show. David Gilliland qualified in. He is quickest. Right behind now, the man you see on screen, Jeff Green, who was qualified for his first Sprint Cup race of the year. The numbers for the 2000 Nationwide champion, 29.036 seconds. And here is their other teammate, J.J. Yaley, driving the 38 car this week, and he must qualify on time.
Now, Travis Quaffle will be back in this car in Indy in a couple of weeks. Travis was scheduled to run the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series race at Iowa. They ended up putting Todd Bodine in that 5 truck. So Travis pretty much sitting on the sidelines this weekend.
2 of the 3 Front Row Motorsports cars had to qualify into the race on time, and both have done so. We told you about Jeff Green, and now J.J. Yaley has joined him. His first lap, 3rd behind his teammates, 29.088 seconds, and he's digging for more.
Sometimes when you run that good of a first lap, you try to get a little bit more, and it just doesn't pay off. He's sitting right on top of what he ran on lap 1, though.
JJ's had some good results here. 3 top 10 finishes at Loudon, and his second lap a little bit quicker, but he stays 3rd on the board. Marty?
Well, David Gilliland talking to his teammate Jeff Green. They both make it into the show, and you said you lost time where, in 3 and 4?
Yeah, a little bit in 3 and 4. It was a little tight. I think the sun's been out, and at the end of the practice there, it was pretty cool. So, we just lost a little bit of time, but overall, happy with our speed. We backed up what we practiced with and feel like the track was a little hotter and lost a little grip. So, happy that my teammate Jeff Green made the race and J.J. Yaley made the race. So, all 3 cars will be racing here on Sunday. It's a good feeling for Front Row Motorsports.
An impressive day so far for Front Row Motorsports. They all make it in. And Adam, by the way, the guy who texted you from Georgia, tell him he's much closer to the half-century mark than I am. And you need to deduct about a decade, and then you'll get closer to my age, okay?
Okay, 42. 42, the official count for Marty Snyder.
Thank you, sir.
Look, I saw Marty on black and white TV, okay? He's not as old as Dick Berggren.
For his sake, I hope Dick is not watching this afternoon.
Oh, it wouldn't be any fun if he wasn't. Dick was born when the Dead Sea was just sick.
And we're getting reports that Dick was here today.
I guarantee Dick Berggren's here today.
Oh, yeah.
Casey Mears, the 13th car to qualify this afternoon. the 12th, and he is locked into this race.
Yeah, the only race that Casey Mears has missed this year was the first race of the year, the Daytona 500. They've worked their way into the top 35 in owner points, though. Good little first lap for Casey, 29.027. That's about the second best first lap.
Booty's got him tuned up. He'll be okay. If you just listen to me, boy, he'll be fine.
Back-to-back top 10 finishes for Casey here at New Hampshire. September of 07, June of 2008. And as Larry pointed out, second on his opening lap.
He got a great run. He let that car roll, and when he picked the throttle up, he stayed in it. He goes to a 28.82 on lap 2.
He's the second driver to drop down in the 28-second bracket, and he is at the top of the board.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, AC/DC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York.
This is the highway to hell.
Dan Neal rips up the new Ferrari 458. And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
Nice to meet you and you and you.
You go.
Very slowly.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
People everywhere are taking a stand and booking on ChoiceHotels.com.
When I book a hotel online, it should be simple and easy.
We have the right to take the kids on a wonderful vacation.
As long as I save 20%.
I want to guarantee that my room rate is the lowest on the web.
The new vacation bedtime?
Don't push it.
Oh.
It's your voice, it's your ChoiceHotels.com. Get the best internet rate guaranteed and save up to 20% every day. Book now at ChoiceHotels.com.
If you had a choice between
Bill Brandt Ford is tough on the competition. It's tough to beat our service technicians, tough to beat our parts department, and tough to beat our customers' satisfaction. Our service technicians combine over 250 years of experience. We offer same-day delivery on parts and a free shuttle for our service customers. We work hard to achieve 100% customer satisfaction because we want to be your first and last stop for quality service. From a quick lane oil change, new brakes, or a major repair, Bill Brandt Ford is tough to beat. Bill Brandt Ford is Bill Brandt tough.
If you're receiving a structured settlement from a lawsuit, you know it is not easy to wait for payments, especially when it could be 10 or 20 years before you collect all your money. What you may not know is that you can skip ahead and receive a lump sum of cash now. Call CBC Settlement Funding for a free, no-obligation offer about your structured settlement. Whether you access all or just a portion of your future payments, call the number on your screen and find out how CBC Settlement Funding can help. Call CBC Settlement Funding today.
Back in Loudon, New Hampshire, where David Stremme is on track, 10th of the 11 go-or-go homers to take time, and his opening lap actually put him at the top of the board, a 28.804, and he didn't lift on lap 2, but it will not be quicker. So his lap of record, a 28.80, Stremme is quickest, Casey Mears second, David Gilliland third, and while we were away, Joe Nemechek qualified in fourth. And with Stremme and Nemechek qualifying into the field, that means Scott Riggs and Dennis Setzer will not race here on Sunday. Chris?
Well, Jimmy Johnson won this race last year. Nice little bump and run with Kurt Busch. Jimmy, lots of talk this weekend about this tire. It's the tire that we raced at Phoenix and Richmond. What are we going to see on Sunday here?
Maybe a little bit more comfortable of a car on new tires than on cold tires. We're seeing a lot of guys are putting up their fastest lap on the first lap, and it doesn't seem for them to take as long to come in. And it's kind of been an issue here over the years where sticker tires for the first 3 or 4 laps on a set of tires kind of all over the place, and they seem to be underneath you right from the, maybe it takes a turn or so to get going, but then they're there right away.
A big week for Jimmy Johnson after Kentucky had to run out to L.A. to the ESPYs. Shot back out this way last night.
Yeah, I think that's what I was remembering about this place and why it was so hard to qualify here. The tire we used to run here had no grip for a couple of 3 laps. And apparently this tire is super fast right off the car, right off the track.
And that's what's always made, since they went to them, double file restarts so exciting, is because no one had any grip trying to run side by side down in turn 1 and 2.
14 cars have taken time. The last go-or-go homer, the quickest in practice in that category earlier today, Michael McDowell. He's trying to send Tony Raines home, and he's going to do it. McDowell third on his opening lap, 28.985. He will make Sunday's race here at New Hampshire.
But you know, quite honestly, I think what Darrell talked about has absolutely come to fruition. We know that those cars that went out first, they were the slowest in practice. But I think it took, even with just sitting for 10 minutes, it took about 6, 8, or 10 cars to go to this thing got back to where it was when we practiced.
I know it's been that way ever since I've been coming up here.
Tony Raines, Scott Riggs, Dennis Setzer failed to make the field. David Strimmy, quickest of the 15 that have qualified.
We've been doing this dance for 26 years, right in your own backyard. Isn't it time you packed your camper and cooler, grabbed your friends and family for the biggest ball in New York State? It's family and friends, coolers, campers, and cameras, all at ultra-low prices. So this August 11th through 14th, pack your bags and bring it.
At Bayer, we're reinventing aspirin for pain relief with new extra-strength Bayer Advanced Aspirin. It has microparticles, enters the bloodstream faster, and rushes relief to the site of pain. It's clinically proven to relieve pain twice as fast. New Bayer Advanced Aspirin.
Here at Edge, we know it's important to get ready. And when we're getting ready, we get ready with Edge. It has lubricating molecules to help your razor give you a close shave and less irritation. Edge Shave Gel. Get your edge.
If you had a choice between...
On Friday, July 15th, SpongeBob will go from Sub-Zero to total hero.
We made it! Hooray!
SpongeBob's Frozen Face-Off, the brand new special premieres Friday, July 15th at 8, only on Nick.
Enjoy 13 acres of family water fun in Boomerang Bay, free with park admission. Visit cagreatamerica.com for Great America's exclusive hot summer special online offer with tickets as low as $34.50 for a limited time. California's Great America is open daily.
We are the face of Comcast.
I'm a perfectionist. At least I try to be.
At Comcast, we solve problems.
If we don't resolve the problem the first time,
we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
You're a customer, you deserve it.
If you're a new customer and you're not satisfied with our services,
you can get your money back in the first 30 days.
It's a phenomenal thing to offer to our customers.
We're only as good as our word. And our word is good.
Whether it's giving you a $20 credit if we're late or 30 days to try us out, at Comcast, we're all about the customer. And that's always guaranteed.
The qualifying run for Landon Castle is complete. He is third of 16 cars that have been out. 28.87 for Castle. That is his fastest time. David Strimmy leads the way. Casey Mears is second. Michael McDowell, David Gilliland fourth and fifth as Dave Blaney pulls onto the track. And all the drivers from this point forward locked into the field as they are in the top 35 in owner points. Simply going out, trying to make a quick qualifying run, so they got a good starting spot and a good position on pit road for Sunday.
Yeah, and theoretically, every time somebody goes out, we should have a new pole sitter because this is in reverse order of the way practice went. Slowest first. Theoretically, if you were faster than the guy that just went in front of you, you should be on the pole.
And if all that adds up, if you weren't with us earlier today for practice, Clint Boyer, the fast man in that 90-minute session earlier today.
There's actually a driver about 7 or 8 from the end that I think all eyes will be watching considering his qualifying record here of late. And that will be Juan Pablo Montoya in that 42 car. He's set on 2 of the last 3 poles here.
Opening lap for Dave Blaney puts him 8th at just over 29 seconds.
Excuse me.
That's what he's saying. And you can see how much that hurt him all the way down that straightaway because there's no question he had to get way back out of the gas.
It hurt me way up here.
Actually, I bet Dave said more than that in a race car.
And it's going to be reflected on this second lap as he'll slow down. Right now, he is 8th quickest.
And that second lap for Dave Blaney, 0.3 of a second slower than what he ran in the opening lap. Chris?
Well, a minute ago, David Reagan and Carl Edwards were having a pretty intense little discussion down here. Lots of hand gestures. What were you guys talking about?
We talked about a lot of things. But really, we're talking about kind of where you're losing time on this racetrack. It's really difficult to tell my ortho fusion. I get down in the corner and it feels pretty good in the center. Then I come off the corner and feel like maybe every time I come off, I feel like I could have gone faster in the center. And David and I were talking about that. It's hard as a driver to tell your crew chief here exactly where you're losing time. So we have different theories, but we'll see what happens.
Does any of that have to do with the new tire?
Is this a new tire? Because that would explain a lot. I'm having a little bit of trouble. Seems like everywhere we go, there's a new tire. Is there a new tire tomorrow, or is it the same one today and tomorrow?
I think they have to flip a coin.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. Goodyear, those guys have been working really hard, and I give them credit. They're always trying to make their products better. But I could ask them whether it's a new tire or not. I just drive down the corner and tell them what I think's wrong, and sometimes I think the new tire does throw us a curveball.
Carl Edwards still looking for his first win at Loudon.
Yeah, actually the Nationwide Series and the Sprint Cup Series are running the same tire combination. And compared to what we had here in 2010, it's a slight construction change to the left side, slight construction change to the right side, and a softer compound. The bottom line should be more overall grip. I think that the times are reflecting that.
Yeah, and it's going to help that restart thing you were talking about too, because that's something these guys have struggled with here for a long time, trying to get enough heat and grip in the tires so they could take off without getting into each other.
Brian Vickers, former pole winner here at New Hampshire, and he shoots straight to the top of the board with his opening lap, 28.698. That's over a tenth quicker than what second place right now David Stremme ran earlier. And Vickers appears to be a little bit quicker on lap number 2. Yes, he is. 28.651, the lap of record for Brian Vickers. He leads the way of the 18 that have been out in this qualifying session.
18 cars, and we're within a tenth of breaking the track record. We haven't got to the really fast guys yet.
I think we're going to get there.
I think you're right.
Wednesday night, the car show with Adam Carolla is all new. AC/DC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York, and the boys give driving lessons to some beautiful students. Don't miss the car show Wednesday night. It's at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific, only on Speed.
I found out about that picking up the sticks.
You did?
Yeah. I know what they're doing now.
Don't give it away, Derek.
I'm all over it.
You got to watch.
Here's Matt Kenseth, started on the pole here in 2003, a runner-up finish. A couple of races later, that's his best ever here at New Hampshire. He's the 19th car out in this qualifying session.
Well, Matt has those 2 wins so far in 2011, but he's one of those drivers in one of those teams with 8 races to go to the chase. I don't know if I know what to really feel about this team. I said it on our conference call on Tuesday, Adam. Right now, I think the top 5 drivers in points, that's your guys right now. There's a reason they're there, but I truly believe that's the guys that's going to battle this thing. The 2 Busch brothers, Carl Edwards, Kevin Harvick, and of course, 5-time Jimmy Johnson.
This guy right here will sit back and watch. If you have a bad day, he's there to take advantage of it. If everybody has a bad day, he's there to take advantage of it. That's what he does best.
He was 7th on the opening lap, was Matt Kenseth. And Darrell, I almost get the feeling that he likes the fact that no one's talking about him.
That's Matt Kenseth. He just kind of, just like last week at Kentucky. First thing you know, there on those last couple of restarts, he's up there restarting in 2nd place trying to win the race.
You don't necessarily see him at the start. But when they get that checkered flag ready, Kenseth is there. He's 3rd right now of 19 cars that have been out for qualifying at New Hampshire.
Tonight, the Granite State will be rocking when the wildest party in racing lights up Loudon. And Joey Logano stops by for some fun. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from New Hampshire tonight at 7 Eastern on Speed.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, AC/DC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York.
This is the highway to hell.
Dan Neal rips up the new Ferrari 458. And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
Nice to meet you and you and you. You know, very slowly.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
When trading stock, information is key. Let's just say I have my sources. Of course, timing is everything. Thank you, Quan. So what I heard, if I switched to DirecTV right now, I'd also get every NFL game every Sunday at no extra charge. Well, I'm all about the deal.
Now NFL Sunday Ticket is included at no extra charge. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
At the Indy 500, drivers put complete trust in their cars. But when you're out on the road trying to make it to work, are you sure you can trust your motor oil?
Put your trust in Peak Performance Motor Oil. Formulated to protect against thermal breakdown, Peak is the only motor oil tough enough to be the official oil of the Indianapolis 500.
Whether you cover 500 miles in a few hours or it takes hours to get to work, you can count on Peak. When you peak, you win.
At TireRack.com, we stock an incredible number of tires, nearly 1 million tires. But we don't just stock them, we test them. And we post user reviews so you can find which tires are the best for you and your car. All this at a price that won't slow you down. And that's 1 in a million, or in most cases, 4 in a million. The biggest selection of tires. One more way Tire Rack is revolutionizing the way you buy tires. TireRack.com. Research, buy, deliver, install.
The 20th car to make a qualifying run is currently second. Marcus Ambrose, who's getting out his GPS to get back into the garage area, goes at 28.658. That is right behind Brian Vickers, and now the 21st man out, Mark Martin, former winner here at New Hampshire, and he won the first ever pole for a race here back in 1993.
Mark got the pole at Daytona a couple weeks ago. Comes in here 19th in the Sprint Cup Series points.
Yeah. Sure that he probably thought he was going to do a little bit better this year than they've done. I'm sure he thought he would have had a win by now. He almost had a win at Dover. That's been about the best run I can think of for this team for a while.
You know, I talked to Mark for a little bit at Infineon. It's well documented that Casey Kane will be in this 5-car 2012. And Mark truly, honestly has no idea what he's going to do next year. I think he would love to run about a 2022 race schedule, but those types of rides, they're hard to find.
It's hard to find sponsors that want to do that, yeah.
First lap puts him 6th quickest. Looks like he's working on a little better lap here on lap 2.
Second lap for Mark Martin. Just a little bit quicker than what he did in the opening lap. How about 28.69? Moves him up to 3rd behind Vickers and Ambrose of the 21 that have been on track here today at New Hampshire. Tonight, hang out with Joey Logano and Clint Boyer at a NASCAR party like no other. Join in the fun with NASCAR Trackside from New Hampshire. It happens at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Speed.
Be like the Young and the Restless.
And this is a trackside party.
Trackside show.
Not a birthday party. Marty?
Oh, thank you, Adam. Brian Vickers. You were happy with the pickup, right? Because practice to qualifying much different, right?
Yeah, it was. You know, we ran short on time at.
Let's not get run over by Mark Martin, first of all.
I know. We ran short on time there at the end of practice, and we didn't get to scuff our tires like I think we wanted, and didn't get to make some of the changes like we wanted. But we took a big swing at it after qualifying. The guys did a good job, and there was a couple areas I know that we could have improved upon, but considering where we were, I liked it.
And when Larry Mack makes all those changes as a crew chief, he knows all of them are going to work out, Brian, so don't ever worry about that. Right, Larry Mack?
That's the thing I'm going to convince him.
Right.
I love it when a crew chief says, trust me.
It'll stick.
That's like what you Kentuckians don't say, right? Watch this, isn't that right? You don't ever say that, right?
Hey, watch
this. Here comes Joey Logano off the corner. First career win came here a couple of years ago, and right to the top he goes. How about 28.58 for Logano?
Woo. Less than a tenth, DW.
We're just on top of it. Wonder if these guys had, I guarantee they had no idea when they came up here this weekend that the cars would be this fast and that they might have a shot at breaking the track record, and probably by a significant amount the way it looks.
End up being a little bit quicker on this lap. Actually slowed down a little bit. No, he did pick up. Yeah, picked up 2 100ths.
2 100ths of a second quicker on the second lap for Joey Logano, and obviously he stays in front of Vickers, Ambrose, Martin, and Strimmy. Chris?
Well, Jeff Burton's won here 4 times over the year. Jeff, you've obviously figured out this racetrack. What's the trick?
Well, you know, these corners here last forever, and they're not much making to them. So honestly, you got to be good in all parts of the corner. It's the corners the middle of the corner is almost like a straightaway in some regards. It lasts so long. So you got to be able to carry a lot of speed, through the middle of the corner. But then, as you're making that transition from the middle to the exit, you got to turn good enough, but then you got to have enough rear grip. So if you can do all that, it sounds easy, but if you can do all that, you can have a good day.
Well, the 31 team really trying to get that monkey off their back, still looking for the first top 10 in 2011.
Jimmy Johnson won this race a year ago, Chris. Three-time winner here at New Hampshire. Swept the races here back in 2003. And as we close in on the track record in qualifying, that was tight. We remind you the record is 28.515 seconds. And right now, Joey Logano is quickest at a 28.560.
Looks like he's going to get off turn 4 a lot better than he got off turn 2, because turn 2 killed him down that back straightaway.
Yeah, this car is just loose, just really, really free. We see that right there. You can just see it. It's kind of floating the back end. It's not under him real solid.
He definitely got off there better that lap than he did on lap 1. See what he can do through the middle of 3 and 4. He let that car roll and waited on that throttle.
Still loose off, though.
Fifth on the first lap for Jimmy Johnson at 28.767. A little slower on lap 2. So Johnson stays in the 5th position. 23 cars have been out in qualifying. Jamie McMurray, Brad Keselowski, David Reagan, and Carl Edwards among the cars that will be on track when we return.
Saturday, the trucks invade Iowa for an all-out battle in the Hawkeye State, where one wrong move can be disastrous.
Oh, contact!
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from Iowa, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern, live on Speed.
And you can even pick your payment date for the loan.
You do that?
I do.
Ready, Daddy?
Yes. City Financial is now One Main Financial, personalized loan solutions that still focus on you.
Engines are tuned. So are Mobil 1 motor oils. Tuned for blistering performance. Tuned for everyday extremes. And with Mobil 1 Extended Performance, tuned to keep your engine running like new for up to 15,000 miles between oil changes. Mobil 1 Extended Performance, from the motor oil brand designed to keep your engine running like new.
My feet are killing me.
Well, we're here to get you custom orthotic inserts.
Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotic Center recommends the custom fit orthotic that's best for your tired feet. Foot care scientists are behind it.
You'll get all-day relief.
For your tired, achy feet.
For locations, see drscholls.com.
Last year, the U.S. used enough plastic water bottles to stretch around the Earth over 190 times. Each Brita filter can take up to 300 of those bottles out of the equation.
You know those lucky dogs who have that perfect amount of gray hair that everyone loves? Now you can be one of them. Touch of Gray combs away a little gray without getting rid of it all. Touch of Gray. Get the best of both.
Because of these changes, the battle for the 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series trophy is going to be one for the history books. Let's continue by taking a look at some of the new cars that you'll see on track this year. Collect all 4.
Are there going to be any drivers on this tour?
Ta-da!
Can they breathe in there?
The 2011 NASCAR Nationwide Series. Something new around every turn.
The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series qualifying for the Lenox Industrial Tools 301 in Loudon, New Hampshire. Jamie McMurray on track. His opening lap 7th at a 28.805 seconds, and he's hanging in on lap 2.
Have to put Jamie McMurray in this one team a lot in the category of Jeff Burton in that 31. They just need something good to happen. Close the deal with just a good solid run without any issues on race day.
McMurray 5th, 28.702, 10th quicker on his second lap. And he's right behind Logano, Vickers, Ambrose, and Martin. 24 of 46 cars have now made their qualifying runs. And here comes Brad Keselowski, Sprint, bringing you an inside look at what is happening now in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. We've been talking about the track qualifying record. Brad got it here last September. How about 133.572 miles per hour? For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed. And for OBK, he better enjoy that track record, because unless he can do something about it himself today, he's not going to be the track record holder any longer.
Well, now, if you look at that, he's working on it himself.
Yeah, he's going to give it a shot, I can guarantee you that. He was fast in practice. He and Kurt both were at the top of the sheet for a long time.
He's drove it down into 3 and 4. It's stuck, and he gets a great run. I think he's going to break his own track record to begin with here.
He does.
Yes, sir.
By a tenth and a half, 28.392.
And that is a new track record.
That probably won't be the last time we say it.
I would say not.
What do you say we kind of hold off until we think we get to the final one that we think is going to be the new track record?
We all going to put a little wager in on this?
Yeah,
Darryl?
we're going to wait.
Okay.
You think it'll be Boyer? He's the last guy out. Maybe be him.
I think between him and Newman.
So
I got one in mind too.
A man named Montoya.
How about Keselowski's teammate, Kurt Busch?
Okay. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. So when you think that's going to be the last guy to set the record, you go ahead and do it.
Great run by Brad Keselowski, Marty.
Well, and Joey Logano also had a nice run. He wanted us to talk to him a while he was on the pole, and then he got knocked off. Now, I talked to the crew a moment ago, and they said, we're really going to race trim, not going to qualifying trim. Where'd that lap come from?
It's definitely better. They did a good job. Zip and the boys they must put their heads together. I told them, I said, this is the first time I come here, and I feel like I know what I'm looking for in a race car and for race trim. But for qualifying trim, I was kind of up in the air after practice there, and I think we had a good direction to go. The guys did a good job with it, and have a decent starting spot with that. So that's definitely an improvement for us. We're happy about it, and starting position here is pretty big. So hopefully it's in the top 10. We'll see. There's still a lot of fast cars to go.
And DW, Joey just talked about that experience. Very critical when you're a young guy like that to kind of know what you're looking for when you come back to a track, isn't it?
Yeah, it just takes time. I mean, he's a young man and he doesn't have a lot of experience at a lot of these racetracks. It takes time to know what you're looking for. It takes a few races under your belt.
With a birthday, that was an old man interviewing a young man right there.
David Reagan, another young man, one that has had momentum on his side. Opening lap for Reagan puts him 7th, 28.71. Stays in the gas on lap 2, but as of now, not any quicker as he heads down through turns 3 and 4.
Keeps flirting with it. I'm just not sure it's going to get back to what he ran on that first lap.
He'll stay 7th. Second lap was slower. 28.710 seconds, the lap of record for David Reagan. As we check in with Chris Neville.
Well, Jeff Gordon 7th in the championship, and Jeff, you've got those 2 wins, so you pretty much got a guaranteed spot in the chase. What does the 24 team need to do in these last 7 races before the chase begins?
I'm glad you feel like that's a guarantee. We certainly don't look at it that way. We're in pretty good shape. We've had some great momentum, and the team's been performing incredibly. But we want to get up front and battle for the wins and lead more laps. And I think that all starts right here on Friday or on qualifying day. We need to qualify a little bit better, and I think we've got a drive-in Hunger Chevrolet that can do that here today. See, we'll catch a cloud and hopefully put up a good lap here and get our weekend start off right. And our team is really awesome right now, and like I said, we've been gaining momentum. Hopefully, we can just keep that trend going through these next several races, really get ourselves in championship contention.
Well, Jeff Gordon's got 3 wins here, but all of those were back in the 1990s.
And he's got 3 poles here as well. Carl Edwards, the 27th driver to qualify, a front row start here in 2008, and his opening lap puts him on the front row. 28.55. That 99 pretty quick here in qualifying.
Yeah, he got off turn 2 pretty good on lap 1. Not quite as good on this second lap, it didn't look like.
Larry, it's pretty hard to see, but out on the racetrack in the driver's seat, it's not so hard to see. As you go down into the turns here, they have markers. They have 4, 3, 2, and 1 on the wall for reference points. So you can see them over on the fence over there. And when you practice, you usually back off about the 2. But when you qualify, you drive her all the way past the 1. You want to go all the way past it before you back off.
No quicker on lap 2 for Carl Edwards. He stays second. Marty?
Brad Keselowski, the fastest man here so far, and I think he's a little upset. You were mad that you didn't get a better second lap, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're supposed to run better on your second lap, and I don't think it's going to hold up. Maybe it'll end up in the top 10. We'll see. My teammate Kurt Busch, I expect he's going to beat that. So we'll have to see where it goes. We got a good lap in, I guess, on the first one, and proud of that. Proud of the pickup we had from practice. We ran really good at the start of practice and kind of fell off at the end, so it's good to be able to find some of the speed back.
All right, there you go. Brad saying he thinks his teammate is the man to beat for the pole, Adam.
Of course, Brad won the nationwide race last weekend at Kentucky. The man who bookended his nationwide victory, Kyle Busch, won the truck race on Thursday night and laid it on him Saturday night in Sprint Cup competition, and he is the 28th driver to qualify here at New Hampshire.
He was 3 out of 4 last weekend. He went to Slinger on Sunday and won the late model race up there.
Just another boring weekend at the racetrack for Kyle Busch.
I don't know where he raced on Monday.
If there was somewhere running.
Pretty sure somewhere. There's another one up against the rev limiter.
6th on the opening lap for Kyle Busch, 28.680 seconds.
You know, Kyle, even though that was his second career win, or 22nd career win at Kentucky, it doesn't really have that many poles. I was a little surprised, only 7 career poles. It's been over a year since he sat on a pole at Pocono last June.
You got to have somebody out there to chase. Kind of like Earnhardt used to be.
Oh, yeah.
Earnhart didn't qualify all that great all that often, but man, when the race started,
it was a different game.
5/100ths of a second quicker on lap 2 for Kyle Busch, moves him up to 4th. Brad Keselowski right now out front. 28 cars have been on track for qualifying here at New Hampshire.
NASCAR Race Day rocks Loudon. Points leader Kyle Busch joins us live. We'll debate how his career stacks up to some of NASCAR's greats. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot. Sunday at 10 Eastern. Live on Speed.
A little to the left.
That's amazing.
You know what else is amazing? How easy it is to save money on RV, camper, and trailer insurance with Geico. Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
There is a rhythm of the seasons, so we've developed styles of beer to accompany that. We brew Oktoberfest, Winter Lager, Noble Pils, and right now there's Summer Ale.
Samuel Adams Summer Ale is a flavorful wheat beer. It has a very nice spice note.
It has a little lemon zest and a historic brewing spice called Grains of Paradise. It's citrusy.
Lemon. Flavorful. Refreshing.
Wow.
Sam Adams Summer Ale. It's just something about it. It's like totally reminds you of summer, you know?
We now offer phone service.
Baby face, you've got the cutest little baby face.
Now this is a cutie.
There's not another who can take your place.
Adorable. What a smile.
It's a whole new take on Cute and Cuddly. See the new exhibit, Snakes and Lizards, at the California Academy of Sciences.
Now that's a hug.
Now through Labor Day. Tickets at calacademy.org.
We are the face of Comcast.
I'm a perfectionist. At least I try to be.
At Comcast, we solve problems.
If we don't resolve the problem the first time,
We'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
you're a customer, you deserve it.
If you're a new customer and you're not satisfied with our services,
You can get your money back in the first 30 days. It's a phenomenal thing to offer to our customers.
we're only as good as our word. And our word is good.
Whether it's giving you a $20 credit if we're late or 30 days to try us out, at Comcast, we're all about the customer, and that's always guaranteed.
That have made all 32 starts here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton, Mark Martin, and this guy, Bobby Labonte, making his 33rd start here at the Magic Mile Sunday afternoon. 29th driver to qualify here today.
Ooh, lock that left front up just a skosh, heading off in that corner.
Yeah, Bobby Labonte is one of 4 drivers to make every race here at New Hampshire, joining Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton, and Joe Nemechek.
Yeah, I said Mark Martin. It's Joe Nemechek that he joins, as you said, with Burton and Gordon.
Yeah, Mark took a couple of years where he didn't run some of the tracks like New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
kind of hard to see on TV, but when you go down that back straightaway, when you get to the third turn, you actually are going downhill. You're going down in, it's a lot like Phoenix. If you ever get a shot at what used to be Phoenix, I don't know what it's going to look like now. But when you go down in the third turn there, you're going downhill. That's why sometimes you can overdrive that corner real easily.
A lot of speed.
Bobby Labonte, 7th. Opening lap, the quickest at 28.67. Sunday, the Ultimate NASCAR pre-race show hits high gear on speed. Points leader Kyle Busch joins us live, and we'll debate how his career stacks up to some of NASCAR's best. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot from New Hampshire, Sunday at 10 Eastern, live on Speed.
Yeah, that'll be your last race day for this little summer stretch, won't it?
It will be. Kyle is finishing up his TNT duties, and I wish Kyle was going to be there Sunday to debate the, whether counting all of Kyle's victories are equal to some of the other drivers from the past, because he has a definite opinion about that.
Do you have one?
Well, I think, I look at it, how many Cup wins do you have? That's how I look at it.
No question. And as we mentioned, Kyle Busch has 22 career Cup Series wins with that win at Kentucky.
Jeff Burton got 4 of his right here at New Hampshire, the winningest driver here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
As far as I know, I can't remember Jeff Gordon ever running a truck race, and only a limited number of nationwide races. So that doesn't mean that because he didn't, that diminishes what Kyle has done. But I think big numbers, when you look at the overall picture, how many Cup races have you won? That's what people should be looking at, I think.
Absolutely.
Speaking of big numbers, Jeff Burton's on a pretty good qualifying run here. As mentioned, second quickest after lap 1. He was close. Going to come up just a little bit short. How about a 3.98 to Brad Keselowski's 3.92? But that's something that this 31 team and Jeff Burton needs, is a great qualifying run like that.
Yeah, he is second by 6/1000ths of a second. Let's go down to pit road and Chris Neville.
Well, Kurt Busch going over some potential last-minute changes to the 22 car right now. It sounded like you were on the radio with Steve Addington there. As the cloud cover kind of changing the game?
We just saw Brad pull off a great lap, so we're just trying to model ourselves closer to what he had. That's what we did earlier this year when he missed it a little bit in qualifying at Michigan, and we got the pole from it. So he's fast right now. We're hoping to be just as fast as him.
Well, this team tested back at the Milwaukee Mile in June, and I think they learned a lot there.
You said something earlier in practice today, Darrell, that resonated with me. Here's Dale Earnhardt Jr. at New Hampshire. His crew chief is Steve Letarte, who had a lot of success here with Jeff Gordon. It always helps to have a guy setting things up that's had success when you come to a place like New Hampshire.
Well, Larry McReynolds will attest to this, because he still has every note he ever took from day one. There's nothing any better than a good notebook when it comes back to these racetracks year after year after year.
We know things change. Cars change, the tires change, but you still see the trends of the racetrack. You know what this track does as it gets halfway through the race. You know what it does when it's cool, when it's overcast. That's the things that you build your notebook about.
Well, and there's been no bigger cheerleader for Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 2011 than his crew chief, Steve Letarte. Jr. 12th on lap 1, and lap 2 just a little bit slower. The numbers for the 88, 28.739 seconds. That's 132.531 miles per hour. Junior 12th right now of 31 cars that have been out.
On an all-new episode of The Car Show, ACDC's Brian Johnson races a Lambo through New York.
This is the highway to hell.
Dan Neal rips up the new Ferrari 458. And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
Nice to meet you and you and you. Very slowly.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't bad.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Huh? Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
When you haul heavy loads, you really need a 3/4 ton truck. Some days I'd do 200 miles on that truck. It handled everything you'd ever saw.
And it had no problem towing those trailers?
Oh, no. No, you could tow it way faster than you needed to be. It was not a 3/4 ton, but it did the duties of a 3/4 ton.
After 100,000 miles, we took it apart to see how it held up. See what happened next at youtube.com/Tundra.
I'm Carol Shelby. I'm Buck McNeely. I put Z-Max in all gas and diesel engines for superior performance. Plus, I use it on guns, boats, and ATVs.
Z-Max penetrates into metal to clean deposits, extend engine life, improve performance, and save on gas.
Quit jacking around. If you own an engine, protect it with Z-Max.
Z-Max. Just put it in.
Available at Walmart.
People everywhere are taking a stand and booking on choicehotels.com.
When I book a hotel online, it should be simple and easy.
We have the right to take the kids on a wonderful vacation.
As long as I save 20%.
I want to guarantee that my room rate is the lowest on the web.
The new vacation bedtime?
Don't push it.
Oh.
It's your voice, it's your choicehotels.com. Get the best internet rate guaranteed and save up to 20% every day. Book now at choicehotels.com.
46 cars entered this weekend here at New Hampshire Motor Speedway for the Lenox Industrial Tools 301. We know the three that will not race. Tony Raines, Scott Riggs, and Dennis Setzer all have failed to qualify. Now we get down to finding out who will sit on the pole.
Tell you right now, this cat right here packed it down into turn one. He went long down past that one sign I was talking about.
And if you look there, right now, as he goes into 3 and 4, he is pushing toward it's losing a little ground there, but he was close to 2/10 quicker than Brad Keselowski, but I think it's still going to be good enough on lap 1.
It does stick. New man at the top. How about David Rudeman? 28.263 seconds.
Woohoo! Yeah, that breaks that old track record by better than 2/10.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's done yet.
Well, we still got 14 cars to go.
Boy, these David and Martin Truex, both they got to be ecstatic about these cars they brought to the track last couple of weeks. What a turnaround.
Rudeman, a runner-up last week at Kentucky, and well, I tell you, the momentum rolls on. He's quickest today. A speed of 134.763 miles per hour. Marty?
Well, I can say it's been a very smooth day for Jeff Burton. How badly do you guys need just a smooth weekend, Jeff?
Yeah, we need one badly. It's been a really hard year, obviously, and we just want to get what we deserve. We've yet, halfway through the year, we've yet to have a race where we finish where we deserve, or and sometimes you get more than you deserve, and we certainly haven't done that. So we haven't done our jobs good enough by any means. At the same time, we haven't. We can't finish off races. So it's been a frustrating year, but everybody's still working hard. Nobody's quit, and we'll just keep digging.
And guys, you can just see the relief on his face. A day that went smooth in practice and a very nice qualifying lap for Jeff Burton, Adam.
Always feels good when you make a good practice run and then you go out and back it up in qualifying, doesn't it, DW?
Well, it does, but we don't want to, it's a great lap, but gosh, the way things are going, that could still end up being 12th, 15th, because we've got a lot of good cars to go yet, and they're all fast cars. So I'm not raining on his parade by any means, but we'll see where that ends up.
David Rudeman quickest, and here's his teammate, Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah, his car is just not getting through the middle of the corner as good as David Rudeman's car did. It's not rolling through the middle and carrying any speed. He's getting down in the corner, which could be part of the problem, not getting through the middle of the corner.
Yeah, if you overdrive these corners and you got your foot on the brake, you got to slow it down to make the turn. And when you got your foot on the brake, it won't turn. Then when you let your foot off the brake, the car wants to snap loose. So sometimes that's what you fight by just overdriving a corner too much.
It's going to pick it up, though, here on lap 2. Picks it up the 4th quickest. So 2 of the Michael Waltrip race cars up there in the top 4 right now.
28.54 for Truex on his second lap. 133.450 miles per hour. Chris?
Well, A.J. Allmendinger was 4th in practice earlier, and A.J., the 43 has been quick in a lot of practice sessions this year, but you guys just haven't had the results. What do you need to do in the second half of the year?
We just got to be consistent. I think there's races that we've been fast, and we don't get the results that we deserve there, and then there's races that we missed it. Last week at Kentucky, we were never very good, so this has always been a good track for the Best Buy Ford, and, got my Sprint fan view here. Times are fast out here right now. It's kind of nerve-wracking, but other than that, I think we just got to get back to basics, have some fun, and enjoy what we love to do here. Good luck.
It's funny here. Burton said that we didn't get what we deserve. AJ says we didn't get what we deserve. Well, I think what they're really saying is we are running so much better than our results are showing. You kind of get what you get. You make your own luck, you do your own deal. But I understand what he's saying. We're running good. We're just not getting a result.
Well, and for AJ, back-to-back top 10 finishes or top 15 finishes, and then he goes 28th last week at Kentucky. Jeff Gordon top 10 last week in the Bluegrass State, 7th right now in qualifying with 1 lap complete.
But he is definitely the best of the Hendrick brigade, because Mark Martin right now is 12th, Dale Earnhardt Jr. 15th, and 05-time Jimmy Johnson back in 16th in that 48 car right now.
Gordon trying to pick it up a little bit on lap 2. Tracker says he's inside the top 5, and when the checkered flag goes in the air, the tracker right on spot, 28.40 on lap 2, almost a 0.2 of a second pickup from lap 1 to lap 2.
They better not take their eye off old Big Daddy on Sunday.
He just has found a way to creep up to the top every week, hasn't he? Marty?
Well, I think the time for David Rudin was a little surprising to him. You got out and said, I didn't think it was going to be that good. Why?
It didn't feel that good at all, but thankfully Aaron's Dream Machine's been pretty good since we unloaded, and it ended up being okay there. So the clouds are coming now, and that's not going to do us any favors. Track's going to cool down some, and these guys are going to get quicker, but hopefully this will hold off for a good starting position on Sunday.
And he mentioned the clouds. That's the one thing he is concerned about. You can see them rolling in over the front stretch. He thinks that's going to make the track dramatically different, Adam.
Marty, the first of 12 cars remaining in this qualifying session, Kevin Harvick, who won his last Sprint Cup Series pole right here at New Hampshire in July of 2006. It's been 171 races since he did that. He went on to win the race that Sunday afternoon, leading some 196 laps.
Just don't, I don't think it really matters to him. I know he wants to qualify near the front. Everybody does, but I don't really think it bothers Kevin that much. If he qualifies mid-pack, he's going to be there at the end. We know that.
Yeah, he and Matt Kenseth can do the best job of coming from the back of any 2 drivers we've got.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys, we say, well, they need to qualify better. But these guys, it just hadn't been a big factor to them. They race great. Their race package is what they really concentrate on.
Perfect example of that. Started 24th and 27th here last year. Finished in the top 5 in both races. The numbers for Harvick in qualifying today, 28.617 seconds. He is 8th of 35 cars that have qualified. And get ready, boys. The fast ones, they are coming. Who's going to win the pole today?
Tonight, the Granite State will be rocking when the wildest party in racing lights up Loudon, and Joey Logano stops by for some fun. Don't miss NASCAR Trackside from New Hampshire tonight at 7 Eastern on Speed.
For 125 years, Sunoco's been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why each year we bring you the Free Fuel 5000, giving away thousands of gift cards and giving one lucky driver 5,000 gallons of free fuel. Just get a Sunoco decal, get spotted with it, and you win. Why are we giving away so much?
Because winning is the greatest feeling in the world.
Listen. Listen close. That's the sound of an aluminum block titanium valve V8 pushed to the limit. 24 hours straight. You hear that? That's what victory at 24 hours of Le Mans sounds like. 100 years of racing heritage. Another reason Chevy runs deep.
It's Christmas in July at Aaron's, and your present is a $50 Aaron's gift card. Use it to take $50 off anything you buy or $50 off your first month's payment. But hurry, Aaron's Christmas in July ends July 31st. So go to aarons.com/July and get your Aaron's gift card today. And remember, when you want a guaranteed low price on name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers, you don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's.
Following your passion always puts you right where you're supposed to be. NASCAR Home Tracks, where what happens on the track is just part of the story.
Casey Kane, the 36 car on track for qualifying for Sunday's running of the Lenox Industrial Tools 301 here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Kane started on the front row in this race a year ago, led over 100 laps, lost an engine late, and had to settle for a 36th place finish.
Casey comes in here 17th in the points, 45 points out of the top 10 with 8 races to go. 45 points, that's right at a full race out.
Just a little bobble in the middle of 3 and 4 there. Might have hurt his time a teeny bit.
Pretty solid first lap, though, 28.478. That puts Casey 5th quickest so far.
Car looks like it just maybe just a little bit of a push loose when he gets back to the throttle. See what it does right here.
Sounds like he really had to wait on it, but I think when he waited on it, he was able to pick the throttle up and stay in. I'm not sure it's going to pick up much, though, on this second lap. He slows down about a half a tenth.
28.476 for Kane keeps him 4th of the 36 cars that have been out here, Chris.
Well, Tony Stewart's starting to get belted in the 14. Tony, right now you're 11th in points. You haven't gotten a win yet this year, and I think every weekend you've told me you're not worried about that, but as the chase is coming closer, any concern?
It's not different this week than it was last week when you asked me, so what makes you think this week's going to be any different?
We're 1 week closer.
Man, you guys really go on a limb to come up with new material each week.
All right, good luck, Tony.
Chris, welcome to the Tony Stewart interview club right there.
Well, sometimes it's not the best idea to talk to a guy when he's getting ready to go qualify. You know, he's trying to focus.
Tony Stewart knows what it's all about here, certainly, with a couple of victories at New Hampshire, and tell you a guy that's not too far behind him in that category, Denny Hamlin. I think a lot of eyes on Hamlin this weekend. He's kind of got the ace in the hole. He won that race at Michigan, but he's flirting with the edge. He enters this weekend 10th in points.
Yeah, they really worked on race runs in that hour-and-a-half practice. He made a practice qualifying run right near the end. First lap puts him 12th quickest. Last week at Kentucky finished 11th, but that was after having to start at the rear of the field because of that engine change from practice.
You know what impressed me most about that is the fact that they rallied to the front with only 2 laps of practice. That was tough on them.
With a brand new race car.
Yeah.
It's when you're glad you got good teammates. Get good information from your teammates.
Kyle must not have shared it all.
It's a great pickup for Danny. Goes up to 7th quickest.
Yeah, picked up over a 1/10 of a second on lap number 2. 28.545 seconds, 133.431 miles per hour for that FedEx Freight Toyota.
Pretty impressive. But when you think about just the speed here, 135 miles an hour average speed around there. Average speed, a flat 1 mile racetrack. That's getting it on.
Well, you put a check mark by Montoya's name when we were talking about potential pole sitters earlier, Larry, and here is driver 42. 38th out on track, 9 drivers to go in this qualifying session.
And he was right up there near the top the majority of that hour-and-a-half practice session. As we mentioned, he has sat on 2 of the last 3 poles here.
Just bobbled a little bit there, getting into 1.
It's definitely not going to happen on lap 1. He's going to have to try to recover, get through 3 and 4, come to take the white flag.
It almost looked like to me, Larry, like in that going in turn 1, that first lap, the tires just weren't quite coming in yet. Could make a big improvement on this second lap.
And you know, I also wonder, did maybe that splitter bottom out? Because he had been complaining about that as he was getting a little quicker in practice.
I think it was just a tire issue, I believe. I think he may recover very well.
The tracker says a big-time recovery. 19th on lap 1 and consistently in the top 5 on lap 2 as he comes off turn 4 to the checkered flag.
He lost a lot of ground there on the exit of turn 4. He'll end up 5th quickest, but a nice recovery on lap 2.
Almost 0.3 of a second quicker on lap 2 for Montoya, and as Larry pointed out, he is 5th behind David Rudiman, Brad Keselowski, Jeff Burton, and Jeff Gordon. 8 drivers remain in qualifying from New Hampshire.
When trading stock, information is key. Let's just say I have my sources. Of course, timing is everything. Thank you, Quan. So what I heard, if I switched to DirecTV right now, I'd also get every NFL game every Sunday at no extra charge? Well, I'm all about the deal.
Now NFL Sunday Ticket is included at no extra charge. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
Also get a free flight.
You know that comes with a private island.
Really?
No, it comes with a hat. You see, airline credit cards promise flights for 25,000 miles, but
there's never any seats for 25,000 miles.
Frustrating, isn't it? But that won't happen with the Capital One Venture Card. You can book any airline, anytime. Hey, I just said that. After all, isn't traveling hard enough?
To get the flight you want, sign up for a Venture Card at CapitalOne.com.
What's in your wallet? It's okay. I've played a pilot before.
Talking a big game about your engine is one thing. Having a proven history that can back it up is a whole other story. Unsurpassed torque, best-in-class towing, legendary Cummins engines. Which engine do you want powering your truck? Guts, glory, Ram.
Tell me about Castrol GTX with Tri-Shield.
Helps stop particles from building up as deposits.
How?
Well, first it attracts particles.
Like a mermaid song to a lonely sailor?
Right, then it captures them.
Like a Venus flytrap.
Like a black hole.
Like a black hole in a Venus flytrap.
Then it disperses them like a t-shirt cannon.
Like a snowblower.
Like polyisobutamides. Okay, like a snowblower.
Sounds powerful.
Stop small particles
from becoming big problems.
Do you always?
Yes.
Right.
Help stop deposits before they start with Castrol GTX. It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Qualifying rolls on from Loudon, New Hampshire. Greg Biffle, the next in line to make his qualifying run. 8th quick in practice earlier today, and he did that with a new crew chief.
Yep, Matt Pusha has moved over there. Matt has been with Roush Fenway since 2004. He's been working on their super speedway program, but he took over the duties that Greg Irwin has had actually since 2007 with Greg Biffle.
Oh, man. I know we just caught the tail end of that, but his tail end almost caught the wall, too.
And I think the tracker pretty much reflects that, Darrell.
Yeah, that thing was pretty out of shape coming off the 2 over there just then. I think it'll come back for him, though.
You know, Greg only has, even though he's 14th in the points, only has one top 5 finish in 2011. That was finishing 4th at Texas back in the spring.
Just a little bit loose up off that corner right there, center off.
Greg, a former winner here at New Hampshire, got the victory in 2008. A couple of top 5 starts.
Definitely going to be a better lap here. Not what I think he was probably looking for, though.
No, I thought he was pretty good until he just almost wrecked.
Picked up a 10th and a half, 28.63 for Greg Biffle on lap 2. He goes from 21st on lap 1 to 13th now as we send it down to Chris.
Clint Boyer is the only repeat winner in the last 6 years here at Loudon. And Clint, after the last 2 weekends you've had, you've got to be pretty excited to be in New Hampshire.
Man, thank God. Last 2 weekends have just been, well, they've been tough. But, proud of this Good Sam's Club for coming on board and helping us out with this race. I've always been an RVer myself, so it's a lot of fun to be able to have them on board. But our car's fast, 33 cars, really good. It's a good track for us and a good way to get things turned around. But qualifying's everything. I'm hoping for these clouds to hurry up. I'm afraid I might not get a cloud, but nonetheless, we're going to go for it.
Well, hopefully this team can get rid of some of their bad luck.
Regan Smith on track, the 40th car to make his qualifying run. And how about this? Regan has made his track best start in 15 of the 17 races this season. And see if he keeps the trend going. 13th is his best ever starting position here at New Hampshire. That came in his debut back in 2007.
Well, I think he's going to have to work on that trend, Adam, on lap 2, because his first lap, 26th quickest in this 78 car.
But as soon as he went down into turn 1, the tracker jumped to the left, and he is right now in the top 5 as he takes it into turn 3.
What I'm seeing, I think a lot of these guys were, normally you come here, you anticipate running both, 2 laps. But some of these guys, I think, are setting their cars up intentionally today because they know it's going to be a quicker second lap.
Really good on lap 2 for Regan Smith. He picks up a half a second. 28.484 seconds. That's 133.717 miles per hour.
on an all-new episode of The Car Show. AC/DC's Brian Johnson races through New York.
Move it.
And the boys try to teach chicks how to handle sticks.
That wasn't bad.
Wednesday at 10, only on Speed.
Camping World and Good Sam. One great company with a complete offering of everything RV under one roof. We provide new and used RVs, rentals, accessories, service, collision repair, financing, roadside assistance, warranties, insurance, and exclusive club membership, and much more. With 75 locations, Camping World and Good Sam will bring you peace of mind mile after mile. What are you waiting for? Get outside! But first, come experience the all-new Camping World and Good Sam, united to serve all of your RV and outdoor needs.
Is your computer running slowly?
Gentlemen, time to get close. You can't shave close if your beard is laying down.
Electric Shave stands up whiskers for an up to 52% closer shave. Lubricate skin too.
Smooth cheeks.
Electric Shave.
Get close.
She notices when my skin gets rough.
Gold Bond Ultimate Softening Lotion. 7 moisturizers, vitamins, plus shea butter. Lock in moisture for soft, healthy skin.
Soft. Can your lotion do that?
Gold Bond Ultimate Softening.
This stuff really works.
We are the face of Comcast. I'm a perfectionist. At least I try to be.
At Comcast, we solve problems.
If we don't resolve the problem the first time,
we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers.
You're a customer, you deserve it.
If you're a new customer and you're not satisfied with our services,
you can get your money back in the first 30 days.
It's a phenomenal thing to offer to our customers.
We're only as good as our word. And our word is good.
Whether it's getting you a $20 credit if we're late or 30 days to try us out, at Comcast, we're all about the customer, and that's always guaranteed.
Of the 40 cars that have been out in qualifying here at New Hampshire, and Kurt Busch, who's won 3 poles here in 2011, going to try and knock him off the top of the block. A 3-time New Hampshire winner is the driver of the Double Deuce.
Again, I think it's very valuable to Kurt. When Brad Keselowski is sitting up there in second place, they know about air pressure. They kind of know what to anticipate here on this lap. He should be able to improve on what Brad did based on the information that they got from Brad. Whoop.
I'll be anxious, though, to watch these last 6 drivers because I go back to exactly what Chris Neville talked to Clint Boyer about, what Clint Boyer is looking for right now, and that's clouds, because when I look at our last few drivers that's qualified, not the grip that they thought they were going to have, and I'm not so sure a lot of it in that sun beating down on this racetrack.
Could be,
right
Larry,
now.
but these guys are all having a lot of trouble off turn 2 over there. I've seen just car after car really snap loose on corner exit. Much better on the second lap. See a little bit better improvement there, and it's going to show up on our tracker, I think. But that first lap off 2 has been a killer for some of these guys.
Kurt Busch 5th on the opening lap, and as Darrell pointed out, tracking better on lap 2. But it's not going to be enough to steal the pole away from David Rudiman. Kurt Busch goes to second. 28.352 seconds for Rudiman on his second lap.
He got just enough information from the Keselowski team.
That puts 2 Penske boys there second and third, though, in those Dodges.
Well, Kurt Busch quicker on lap 2. That's impressive behind David Rudiman. Jeff Burton and Jeff Gordon joining those 3 inside the top 5 as Paul Menard rolls onto the racetrack, and he will make his qualifying run. He was really good in practice earlier today.
And we talked a lot about Paul and this 2017 Richard Childress Racing Slugger Labby during that practice session. Just real solid all year long since Daytona. They got off a little bit late spring, early summer, but I think it's starting to come back to it.
I'm just always a big fan of guys that exceed expectations. You know, and Paul just seems to fall in that category. And I really, I'm a big fan of he and Slugger, what they've been able to do.
And you know, I'm also a fan, Darrell, of a guy that starts out like Paul did, as Larry pointed out, has a little bit of a valley, but finds their way to climb back up that they have done here in the last few weeks.
And that's a lesson learned from last year, because last year that happened to them and they didn't recover. They just kept falling.
Pretty good opening lap for Paul, 13th. Best start for Paul Menard here at New Hampshire came last fall when he rolled in the 8th position. Finished 21st here in 2008. That's his best ever run here at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
See, it's a little bit loose right in the middle of that corner right there. You can see it. But he was a little bit lower than some of the other guys have been, too.
Yeah, you can tell it just wasn't down in the racetrack like he was looking for it.
He sticks it in the top 10. He's 7th right now. David Rudiman continues at the top, and he's got 4 more bullets to dodge.
To some, water and dirt turn into mud. To others, an obstacle. But when you're genetically engineered with Jeep 4x4 capability and iconic beauty, it's more like a mud bath at the spa. The 2011 Jeep Compass, the evolution of a legendary bloodline. Well-qualified lessees can get a 2011 Jeep Compass Sport 4x2 for $239 a month.
Could switching to Geico really save you 15% or more on car insurance? Is the pen mightier than the sword?
Yo.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Charcoal went out already? Forget it.
There's more barbecue time in every bag of Kingsford charcoal. Kingsford. Slow down and grill.
AOA Products is a packaging company. Every piece of equipment in my shop runs on electricity. It needs to be plugged in. If it's not, it doesn't work. There will be some very hard decisions for me to make if the energy costs went up. I would have to let some of my employees go. They're like family. I don't want to do that. I want to give work to people, not take it away. So I need something that's going to be there, something that's affordable. Electricity from coal does that for me.
Engines are tuned. So is Mobil 1 Extended Performance, perfectly tuned to protect your engine for up to 15,000 miles between oil changes. Mobil 1, keep your engine running like new.
Qualifying continues from the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. David Rudiman went out and put down a lap of 28.263 seconds. We were all impressed when he made his qualifying run, and as these guys continue to make theirs, it's getting more and more impressive, Darrell.
I know. Maybe we should have said that was the final new track record. I think there's still some guys, are Newman and certainly Boyer, two guys that you would, and certainly not counting out AJ, but Newman and Boyer are two fast guys.
Well, there are 4 left, and AJ the first that's going to take his crack at it. Right now the tracker has him a couple of tenths of a second off the pace.
It's kind of what we're seeing. I mean, some of the other drivers referred back to these tires. These are much better than what we've had here in the past, but even still, a lap, seemed like put a lap on them, they do get a little bit better for these, particularly here in qualifying.
28.61 for AJ on lap number 1. Right now, he's a little off pace from what he ran on lap 1. Coming back a little bit.
Yeah.
He's just not getting off the corner at all.
Can't get back to it.
Looks like he might actually be a little slower on lap 2.
Yes, he is, by about 100th of a second. AJ Allmendinger's lap of record will be lap number 1, 28.613 seconds. That puts him 14th, and now 3 drivers remain. Sprint brings you an inside look at what is happening now inside the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Most poles here at New Hampshire, that would belong to the man who's on track now, Ryan Newman. 4 times he has led them here to the green at the Magic Mile. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed.
Well, he already has 1 pole here this weekend. He's going to start from the pole when the Whelen Modified Tour takes the green flag here at Loudon in the morning.
That's how I knew that Dick Bergman was probably in the area.
The Modifieds are there.
Yes.
And not only will he start on the pole, but guys, he's going for his third straight win here at New Hampshire in the modifieds.
Well, he is all over that time of David Rudemann's, and this would be lap 1 for Ryan Newman in this Army car.
The Rocket Man, they've lit the fuse.
I mean, just look at that right there. Close to a 10th and a half. Woohoo!
He goes to the top. You said in the teens, Darrell, 28.165 for Newman in the 39.
And I'm going to say it, that's a new track record. And I believe that'll stick.
I'm going to roll with you on that one.
That'll stick, Larry.
Not the shortcut Tony Stewart and Clint Boyer, but that is a well of a lap.
That is amazing. Remember we were at Bristol, and he ran down in the 14s. And we said we never thought we'd see a car running the 14s. Not a Sprint Cup car.
You ran a 28.16 on your first lap and a 30 on your second lap. That's P1. Nice job, bud.
And it's been well over a year since he sat on a pole at the Coke 600 at Charlotte last May.
135.232 miles per hour. Ryan Newman is the man right now. Marty?
Kurt Busch is third. He even did his own Tom Carnegie impersonation. It's a new track record. But for you, you were very close, but you said it was a different problem on each lap. What was going on?
Yeah, we were tight coming off of 2 on the first lap, and that's just low air pressures. And we were trying to decide which lap was going to be quicker for us because we saw other guys doing it on their first lap. We had seen consistency on our second lap in practice. But overall, a good lap for our Shell Pennzoil AAA Dodge this week. AAA's big up here in New Hampshire, so we're happy they're back on board. And we'll see what we can give. This is a flat 1-mile track, and I like it.
Kurt said, you know what, I wouldn't mind if it stayed like this, and I'd rather start on the inside than the outside anyway, Adam.
Well, for Ryan Newman, Marty, 2 more bullets to dodge. And the first, his teammate, Tony Stewart.
He's flirting being a bullet.
He's right there, buddy.
I mean, he's within a 10th, half a 10th, and lap 1 for Tony.
That's a good lap on the first one. Let's see if he can pick up any.
28.200 puts him second quickest on the outside of the front row on lap 1.
Ooh, lost the tail right there. That
2 poles, 2 wins for Stewart here at New Hampshire.
That little yellow thing doesn't lie, does it? When you say ooh, well, that thing goes the other way.
For the longest time, Darrell, I didn't know that was a tracker for the driver on track. I thought it was the meter on your microphone. You know that?
It could be the meter on a lot of things.
He's going to lose some ground on lap 2, but what a first lap. You know, will Clint Boyer bust up this Stewart-Haas front row?
Tony Stewart, 28.200. That's 135.064 miles per hour. And now it comes down to the man who was fastest in practice earlier today. Another driver to record a couple of victories here at New Hampshire. 1 pole here at the Magic Mile for Clint Boyer, and the last guy to go out in qualifying.
This is right where you want to be, but this is where you dread being, because all eyes are on you right now. Don't mess up.
But this right here, I know a lot of our guys at NASCAR is listening. Thank you for making this change to qualifying, because this keeps everybody on the edge of their seat right to the bitter end.
Ryan Newman, a 4-time pole winner here, and right now he is quickest. The new track record for him, 28.165 seconds.
Just a little bobble through 1 and 2 there. I've seen that on a number of cars. Look, you can see the left front. He's really working the wheel on this car quite a bit.
Unless he really gets after it and it sticks on lap 2, I don't know that it has a pole run in it right now.
Got that low air pressure. After the air comes up a teeny bit, it makes a huge difference, but I don't think it's going to be pole difference.
You can see just barely inside the top 10 going off into turn 3.
Car just looked a little, you can see right there, it's just kind of got, it's like he's really having to work the wheel a lot to get the car to respond. Just not going to have a pole run in it.
Perhaps disappointment for Clint Boyer. Quickest in practice earlier today. And 28.510 seconds on lap number 2. 133.595 miles per hour. Your pole winner, Ryan Newman. He does so with a new track record. The 5th time he will lead him to the green here at New Hampshire, and his teammate going to join him on the front row.
It's Denny time.
ready.
What would you do with your favorite driver? Enter your design at toyotaracing.com.
People everywhere are taking a stand and booking on choicehotels.com.
When I book a hotel online, it should be simple and easy.
We have the right to take the kids on a wonderful vacation.
As long as I save 20%.
I want to guarantee that my room rate is the lowest on the web.
The new vacation bedtime?
Don't push it.
Oh.
It's your voice, it's your choicehotels.com. Get the best internet rate guaranteed and save up to 20% every day. Book now at choicehotels.com.
Max and his son made their way homeward bound when mischievous rain dropped down, down, down. Safety was threatened by every roguish drip. They slipped and slid. They couldn't get a grip. Then along came the Michelin Man, reminding them the right tire changes everything. So with Michelin tires, rainy days weren't so tricky. Stop up to 29 feet shorter than a leading competitor with the Michelin tire. Michelin, a better way forward.
Look, we've all dealt with the itching of athlete's foot. I can't just wash it away. Killing it takes clinical strength. I only use Lotrimin Ultra. Its powerful formula can even cure severe cases of athlete's foot. Nothing cures better. Lotrimin Ultra, the killer cure.
So you think you can hang with us? Then you'll have to endure some bumper-to-bumper traffic. Deal with some tough customers getting up in your grill, and get into a few scrapes. And to those who don't expect us to go all out on every lap, we've got one word for you. Tough.
NASCAR on Speed is presented in high definition by Funai.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Ryan Newman knows qualifying at New Hampshire, winning his 5th pole at the track. That's most all-time. His 47th career pole, tying him for 10th on the all-time list with Junior Johnson. And joining him on the front row, Tony Stewart. It's the first time the two Stewart-Haas teammates have shared the front row. Let's hear from the runner-up in qualifying, Smoke, with Marty Snyder.
Well, let's talk to him. So, were you just being nice to the employee there not to knock him off the pole?
No, he got a pole yesterday. I was.
That's right, he did, didn't he?
Somebody told me that before I went out to qualify, if I was worried about other stuff other than qualifying, and said I was getting lazy on restarts and stuff. So it just ticked me off. That's all.
There you go, and that motivated you. Talk about the accomplishment though for Stewart-Haas sweeping the front row here.
It's awesome. I mean, we got a great group of guys at SHR. We got great engines and great chassis from Hendricks, and just really proud of our organization. We've been fighting hard here, and we're in the middle of making some changes internally, and it's definitely not an easy time for us at the shop. But we've got a group of guys there that are racers, and they don't care how bad it gets. They don't care how much we're struggling. They keep focused and keep working. And this is for all of our guys at the fab shop and prep shop, and the job that they do to get us here. So plus I got a pretty good driver over there. He's got 2 poles and 2 nights here, so he's doing a pretty good job. And I'm out of here.
You got to go. Why?
As much as I want to stay here, I'm going to run a sprint car at Eldora for Kings Royal Weekend, so I'm on my way. I'm out of here.
All right, literally watch this. There goes Tony Stewart. He's leaving. Goodbye, Tony. Chris.
Ryan Newman gets his 5th pole at Loudon. Great job, and a new track record, Ryan.
Yeah, it's really proud of the U.S. Army team and everybody at Stewart-Haas, obviously, to get a front row starting. I think it's first time for us to be side by side. So just really proud to be part of this and do what we're doing, and just look forward to the weekend, man. It's been such a long drought for me to win a pole, first of all, but just really excited for this weekend. This has been a track that's been really good for me for firsts, and I'm looking for that first win again.
You've won here before. How important is it to start up front?
It's extremely important. It's a big track position race. It's a relatively short race if you look at the mileage and the way the fuel stops work out. So having the opportunities to work on the race car aren't there as much as some other racetracks. And when you start off good and you start off up front, and you have a fast car off the truck, you don't have to work on it throughout the week the weekend or the practice sessions or the race to be able to get it right. So we've got a good start to it. We just need to have a good finish for the U.S. Army team.
With this pole, now your 10th all-time, 4 poles, NASCAR Sprint Cup, pretty great accomplishment.
Yeah, it's that's something I'm proud of. I want to get that victory on Sunday. That's what I'm thinking about. That's all. I want to get those soldiers that victory that they deserve.
Nice to see you back up here.
Thank you.
You know, I was just watching looking at the rundown here, Larry, and there's 2 Chevrolets, a Toyota, and 2 Dodges in the top 5. The first Ford is Carl Edwards, all the way down in 15th.
Yeah, Ryan Newman won from the pole here in September of 2002, his first career victory.
But when I look at that front row of Ryan Newman and Tony Stewart, yeah, there's a lot of drivers like David Ruderman, like Burton, like Montoya, needs to get a win. But when you think about those 2 drivers of Stewart-Haas, one 9th in the points, one 12th in the points, they need to get the victory lane.
Ruderman coming off a great run last week, great qualifying run today. Watch out for him on Sunday.
And there's Carl Edwards, as Darrell mentioned, starting back in row 8 with Joey Logano, who got his first career win here a couple of years ago.
Kyle Busch starting all the way back on row 10, back in the 19th position, our winner from Kentucky last week.
Kevin Harvick back there with him. Mark Martin, former winner here, starts 24th on Sunday.
Some good cars right through here. Woo. Look at that. McMurray and Reagan and Dale Jr., Jimmy Johnson, Matt Kenseth, mid-pack.
See Landon Castle, Casey Mears together on row 16. Joe Nemechek on row 18 with Jeff Green and Eric Darnell, able to make the race this weekend. It'll be his first start of the year.
Good job there by Jeff Green, the old Owensboro boy there. Nice to see him in the race.
The guys that did not make the field, and as you look at the final ones that did, Tony Raines, Scott Riggs, and Dennis Setzer.
Scott Wimmer in there, filling in for Robbie Gordon.
And we anticipate Robbie will be here tomorrow, but we will handle that on a wait-and-see basis. Thanks for being with us for qualifying today, guys.
It was fun. Good. It's been
Ryan
fun.
Newman won the pole and in the process set a new track record. That's going to do it from Loudon, New Hampshire. I'm Adam Alexander. So long.